It is back, reconnecting.
It might be frozen on theirs.
Yeah, if you can hear me, you might want to swap off and get back on. That sucks because we had like 396 people watching at that moment, but let's try to reconnect and see what happens. And back up to the top, let me make sure. So Homeland Conspiracy was first a Three Dog Night. I'm going to leave those out for whenever he comes back on. I actually just got a new YouTube notification. I just got another YouTube. I wonder if it completely restarted on YouTube. That's kind of weird if it did, but I think that's what just happened. So last thing I had was a Homeland Conspiracy on Three Dog Night. Craig Proper was first to Thin Lizzy. Craig Proper got Thin Lizzy. Eddie Leal was second on Jailbreak. And then Toed Tallman said no. Frozen Feed. Oops. Uh-oh. Buffer. Uh-oh. Check a monster. Frozen or crack a monster. Frozen. Oh no. Frozen. Feed froze. Melton. Frozen. We have Frozen question marks. Frozen. Frozen Feed. Live video comeback. Frozen. We're back. Test. Y'all come back, test. John Smetzer got Chicago. We do have bad weather here. We have restarted. Nothing going on YouTube. I think you got to completely refine the YouTube feed. And I think it completely restarted the YouTube connection. I may have to go do something about that. And YouTube crashed. Yes, so I think, see if we got on there. Homeland, we're just with you right now. Homeland Conspiracy. I had your Three Dog Nights pulling. I had your Three Dog Nights pulled. I was just waiting to see which one you wanted. Three Dog Night. Homeland, there was two back-to-back. You can have both of them if you want them. Just let me know. All right, so sorry about that. That was a complete crash. This is sold to Philip Clapp Jr. for $47. $47 on that. Best of Dolly. Okay, and let me go ahead and just put up some new auctions then because we were just done with one and the feed crashed. We do have some very interesting weather going on here in Tennessee. So I think we're back though. I'm going to put up two new Japanese. I'm going to wait and hold off on putting up a sealed record for a second. I think everybody is back up. I think everybody's back up and Homeland Conspiracy gets one. That is sold to Homeland Conspiracy. So Three Dog Night is everything back and running again. I see that we got 243 on Facebook. We just had 2 on X and we lost them. And we got 40 on YouTube. So we should have 283 viewers. That's exactly about what we had before we lost connection. I think we had 296 when the feed dropped. So I think everybody's back. Let me put up 2 new Japanese auctions. We have Billy Joel, The Stranger, the classic Billy Joel album, The Stranger, $35 start. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Yes, Dolly was 37, not 47. I think I said 47, Tannery was 37. Philip, I'm glad you're watching. I was about to second guess myself. $35 start. The Stranger, Japanese pressing, classic album, fantastic Japanese pressing. I own one myself. It's a $35 start. Also, we have Journey, Frontiers. This is a near mint Japanese pressing as well in shrink wrap. $35 start. That is Journey Frontiers. The vinyl is super clean. Has the Japanese insert with it. Has the Japanese booklet. The cover is in partial shrink wrap. Actually, if you unfold it there, it's in full shrink wrap. Has the obi cap on it. Those are $35 starts. Excuse me. I was going to put another autograph up, but since we just lost our feed, make sure everybody's back on before I put up another sealed record. Not an autograph, a sealed record. And if you missed it, right when the feed dropped, I did a buy it now on King Crimson. It was a no bid. It's a 1978 US pressing sealed with hype sticker. Fantastic. No bid. It's a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. Okay, back to the bin. We really hadn't missed much. Back to the bin. Thompson Twins. Here's the future days. This is $24.99. Lay your hands on me. $24.99. The Thompson Twins. Mark Shelton is going to do the buy it now on King Crimson. I have a feeling that was going to get sold. $95 to Mark Shelton. Final call to get a bid in on Billy Joel for $35. And we have one bid on Journey for $35 with Jason Anderson. That's a final call. Journey Frontiers. Final call on that one. Travis Wade gets Thompson Twins. Another Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. Back-to-back Thompson Twins, $24.99. How about this? If you want this one, comment Into the Gap or Into or something like that. Whoever comments that first can get that one. Travis was first of that Thompson Twins. Kelly was second. George Thorogood Live, $19.99. George Thorogood Live, we just sold Back to the Bone earlier. That's $19.99. And Billy Joel Piano Man, $19.99. Very clean copy. No barcode. $19.99. Very clean copy of the Piano Man. So Travis Wade, is first on Into the Gap. He got both of those Thompson Twin albums. Those are sold. Let's go ahead and sell Journey to Jason Anderson for $35. And Billy Joel's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Billy Joel's a $35 buy it now. What is this right here? Oh, that's the stuff you just laid off. Okay, I was like, man, more records just automatically duplicated in front of me. All right, let's put up a live 13th floor elevators, which is actually a sealed USOG, and I've got a very cool Fleetwood Mac auction as well. So, by over here to the front, if you just hopped on, you hadn't missed a whole lot. We had a drop in our coverage there for a second, but I think we're back and going. Joanne Epperson gets the Billy Joe for a $35 buy now. Donald Roser, you were second. Court Gabot third. Jonathan fourth. Adam Garthy fifth. And John Ellis put BJ. And John, I'm assuming you want this one right here, the Piano Man. If so, that's so do you. Here's our next two auctions. Let's show the sealed record first. Talking about something cool. Oh my goodness, this is really cool. So last night I disappointed everybody. The psychedelic sounds of the 13th floor elevators was some kind of repress. This is actually 68 OG. It has the non-flexible vinyl in it. It's a 68 USOG sealed international artist. Very collectible psych label, known for 13th floor elevators, Bubble Puppy, $145 start. This is sealed. A 1968 USOG sealed, $145 start. $145 start on the 13th floor elevators. Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask. This is a 1990 UK pressing. This is definitely an album we don't get too often. Behind the Mask, and this is a $45 start. It's a 1990 UK pressing of Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask. $45 start. Adam Garvey's in on the 13th floor elevators, and that is a 1968 USOG. It has the right cardboard. It has the right vinyl in it. It has all the indications, and there's not many repressings of it. And it also has nothing on the spine, which is indicate mentioned the OGs on the Discogs listings. It mentions that. $150, Adam Garvey's in. John Ellis said I was going for The Stranger. Okay, so no one claimed Piano Man. I'm going to put Piano Man back. To my knowledge, we had 7 people wanting the Billy Joel that I made a $35 buy it now. No one got Piano Man, 1999. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. That's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker. Very nice looking copy. A rich winter sleeve, that is $34.99. $24.99. $24.99. Shrink wrap and hop stickered. Toed Tallman gets the Piano Man. That's so to Toed Tallman. And we have Bryan Adams, Reckless. $19.99 for Bryan Adams, Reckless. That has the rich winter sleeve with it. It was the summer of '69. Very clean copy. And Bob Seger, Like a Rock. $24.99. Final call on the 13th floor elevators. This is with Adam Garvey at $150. That's a 1968 USOG. Final call. Adam Garvey has it for $150. Fleetwood Mac we're looking for a $45 start. $45 start. I see Stevie Nicks. I see Christine McVie. I don't think Lindsey Buckingham was on this album. There's Mick Fleetwood, John McVie. I can't identify those two people, but there's Nicks and there's McVie, and that's a $45 start. 1990 US. Toed Tallman gets the Piano Man 4 sticker. Also, we have Brian C. getting the Bruce Springsteen. That is sold to Brian C. Kelly is George 15. George 15. Kelly, these are all, if that's an offer, these are all brand new arrivals. These are sticker price. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. $19.99 for Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. And The Shadows, 20 Golden Greats. Apache, $19.99. The Shadows, 20 Golden Greats. That is $19.99. 13th floor elevators is sold to Adam Garvey. Only one bid for a sealed 1968 OG 13th floor elevators. It's gone though, $150. And Cynthia's in on the Fleetwood Mac. That has a $45 bid. That's now going once, going twice. Let's bring over another sealed record. This is really cool. Badfinger, Straight Up. Tanner? That he was trying to do a buy it now for the Japanese pressing earlier. The Japanese pressing's already sold. Piano Man was a buy it now for $19.99, and I have Toed Tallman was first, and then Donald Roser. So that's sold to Toed Tallman. Badfinger, Straight Up. We had a Billy Joe Stranger. That was a Japanese pressing that was a $35 buy it now because no one bid on it. There was about 7 people, and then there was a Piano Man that no one claimed until Toed Tallman commented Piano Man, so he's first. Badfinger, very interesting record because there's really only one 1971 pressing of this album, and this has the hop sticker with it. This is a 1971 U.S. pressing, $175 start. It has the hop sticker. Right here, probably what happened is there was a price tag or something on it, and it looks like somebody took like an X-Acto knife or a box cutter, and that is where they cut out like the price tag. It is a sealed Badfinger straight up with price tag. It has a tear in the shrink wrap here, and that tear kind of is also on the back. But that is sealed Badfinger, also a tear there, and that's a $175 start, and that is a 1971. Badfinger straight up, 1971 U.S. pressing. And far as United States pressings, that's pretty much it for Badfinger straight up. That's about the only pressing of that is the 71 U.S. Back up to the top, Fleetwood Mac. So we had a bid for 45, we had a bid for 46, we had a bid for 50, and we had that's where we're at on that. Okay, Bonnie Raitt, 9 lives, $9.99. Bonnie Raitt, 9 lives, $9.99. And Genesis Abacab, $19.99 for Genesis Abacab. Has the original inner sleeve with it. Very clean copy, Genesis Abacab. And David and David, Boomtown, $14.99. Trevor Melcher, first to Bonnie Raitt. Fleetwood Mac is now a final call. If you're done bidding, please let me know. Cynthia Herdron has that for 50. Darren Davis, you're out. And Cynthia was the first one to bid for 45. So Cynthia and Darren, you're out. High bid on that is $50 with Cynthia Herdron, and Badfinger is $175 start. No bids yet. Hooters, one way home. Hooters is $14.99, one way home. And Hart, Bad Animals, $19.99. Everything in this bin is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. This has the original inner sleeve, and that is $19.99. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. I would really, really appreciate that. Just hit the thumbs up button. That would really help us on Facebook or YouTube. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. 324 viewers, including YouTube. 324 different viewers. Huey Lewis and the News. Picture this, $19.99. Huey Lewis is $19.99. Travis Wade first on Hart. That's so to Travis Wade. And we have Huey Lewis and the News Sports, $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News Sports has the original inner sleeve. Super clean copy, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac is now at 55. No one has bid on Badfinger. That means it's a $175 buy it now. If anybody wants Badfinger, it's a $175 buy it now, sealed with the hop sticker. That is now a $175 buy it now. Joanne Epperson wants Sports. That's Huey Lewis. Jonathan Berg second, more or less third. Billy Joe 52nd Street, $14.99. Billy Joe 52nd Street, $14.99 for 52nd Street. Let me grab a new auction. How about Queen, their self-titled debut? This is a 1976 PRC pressing for a $35 start. This is Queen. Queen, it's a 76 pressing from the UK. It is a $35 start. Did I say a UK? I think it's a US. Let me check. Let's see what kind of notes John left me here. This is a 1976 PRC pressing. I don't know where I got UK. It is a US, so that's a 76 pressing of that. $35 start. Sports, that went to Joanne Epperson, Jonathan Berg, more or less. Darren's out on Fleetwood Mac, so that means Cynthia has it for 55, final call. Queens at 35, Queens at 35, Queens at 35. Bruce Springsteen, The River, $29.99 on The River. And Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. $9.99 for Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's $9.99. And Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky, $24.99 for Eye in the Sky. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $55. Our next sealed record is going to be, let's do REM Murmur. This is matches up with a 1983 USOG. And it should be on transparent vinyl. So it matches up, everything matches up to an 83 USOG, but you really can't clarify if it's an 84 repress without opening. So it's either a 1983 or 84. It should be on transparent vinyl either way. It is a beautiful copy. It has perfect corners and shrink wrap. It's a $75 start. REM Murmur. And this is a sealed, so it's either an 83, but there's no way to tell if it's the 84 repress unless you open it. REM Murmur, a perfectly sealed copy. It's either going to be 70 or it's either going to be 83 or 84, and that's a $75 start on REM. That's now up for bid. Queen, we was at 40, 41, and then Brian Calls at 46. Josie Sinkbell wants Atlanta Rhythm Section. That is so to Josie Sinkbell. Queen's at 47. Also, Crystal Ratliff on Brian Adams. That was from earlier. That was Brian Adams, and that was Reckless. That is sold to Crystal Ratliff. Tim Jernigan, that was Just Claim. Crystal put Brian Adams, and then you asked, do we have the Summer of '69? and then Kenny Cates Jr. put MH. MH was for, I'm not for sure. Let me know. Also, there's another Huey Lewis in here if anybody wants it. That is $19.99. Somebody just asked if I'm firm on Badfinger. I am, because someone just said they wanted to buy it. Eddie Bruce is going to take it for $175. I can't believe no one bid on it either. But somebody just asked about it. Terry Gearhart says, are you firm on Badfinger? Terry, if you don't want it for $175, I'm going to sell it to Eddie Bruce. It's up to you. Your comment came in and good timing, and so did Eddie Bruce's. $175, that's sold to somebody. I saw where similar sold copies of that with the hype sticker brought close to $300. I figured that one would do the same thing. No bid on it. It's going to be one of those two people's for $175. We'll find out in just a second. I still got 2 auctions going, but I'm about to go ahead and get a 3rd auction rolling. I've got some U.S. pressing stuff to do. I have Japanese pressings, and of course, we got some of these fantastic sealed records. There's another one as well. Back up to the top is Alan Parsons Project, a reissue. Alan Parsons Project is a U.S. OG shrink wrap and hype sticker, $24.99. Murmur, if you want to bid on Murmur, put REM 75. It's a sealed copy from either 83 or 84. $75 start. Terry says he's passing on Badfinger, so Eddie Bruce, that goes to you. Our 3rd auction I'm going to go ahead and get started is a sealed copy of Tracy Chapman. This is a 1988 U.S. pressing. It's either going to be an Allied or a specialty pressing because of the hype sticker. Some of these we can narrow down what pressing plant it is based on the hype sticker. Some pressing plants used hype stickers, some didn't. It does have a punch hole down here at the bottom. It does have very nice shrink wrap, and we're going to start it at $125. This is sealed Tracy Chapman, never been reissued, self-titled, which of course has the song Fast Car on it. $125 start. $125 start. Back up to the top. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. The last bid on Queen was Jason Anderson at $47. That's going twice, going 3 times. No one else has bid on Queen in a while. Jason Anderson has it for $47, going twice, going 3 times. Eddie Bruce got the Badfinger for $175. Pete Weisgarber's at $75 on REM. Peter Ullman wants to know, did he get Bruce Springsteen The River? I never did see that come in. Let me try to see where you commented that. RVER. I see that now. RVER. Peter Ullman, you get The River. No one else claimed that. Kenny Cates Jr. did put MH, but I'm not for sure what that was for. Did somebody put MH, Kenny Cates Jr.? Okay, back up to the bin. Dire Straits Making Movies, $29.99. For Dire Straits Making Movies, $29.99. Also, Bob Welch, French Kiss, with his hit song Sentimental Lady. That's $14.99. And Billy Joel The Bridge is $16.99. Jason Anderson is going to be getting the Queen album. That's sold to Jason Anderson for $47, the 1976 SRC pressing. That's sold for $47. And REM Murmur does have 1 bid with Pete Weisgarber. That's at $75. Sealed, $75. Final call. Only 1 bid on that. And Tracy Chapman is at $125, $125, $135, $150. Peter Ullman wants Making Movies. That is sold to Peter Ullman. Davey Winstead on BF, which is Bob, which is BF, which is I'm not for sure. And Ann Davis Manginelli wants Bob Welch. That is sold to Ann Davis Manginelli. REM 77, 78, and 78. And Bob Seger, the Against the Wind, that is $19.99. Bob Seger Against the Wind, $19.99. If you have any questions about invoice corrections, questions about an invoice corrections, make sure you've messaged the page. I have no idea if it's been looked at or not. Tanner, Ed, Doug handles all that. Just make sure you've messaged the page. We'll get to you very quickly. New bids on REM and Tracy Chapman. Those are both sealed originals up for auction. REM's either an 83 and an 84. Tracy Chapman is definitely a sealed OG first pressing. It's between 1 or 2 different pressing plants. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next Japanese record. We got Japanese stuff tonight. We have sealed stuff tonight. And of course, we got a couple U.S. OGs mixed in the batch as well. Shelley Campbell wants the Bob Seger Against the Wind. And Thomas O'Brien is going to get the Alan Parsons Project Eye in the Sky. Tracy Chapman's now at $200. REM's at $95. This is the first crate of vintage. Let's go through this one more time. Sheila E., $26.99. Sheila E., $26.99. Mark Almond 2, $19.99. This is a bin of new vintage stuff. Everything in here is EX plus near mint minus for some recent collections we've got. Sheila E., Mark Almond 2, 38 special, Tour de Force, $24.99 for 38 special. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, $19.99. This is a gatefold original. If you were to open it up, it has the booklet there on the gatefold. Jethro Tull is $19.99. REM is now at $110, and Tracy Chapman is at $210. REM's at $110. Tracy Chapman's at $210. Brian C. first to Sheila E. Mike Miles, Bob Seger has already been sold. The Best of Procol Harum is still available, $19.99. The Best of Procol Harum. I think when I was showing this, that's about when the feed crashed earlier, so maybe it won't again. Also, Seals and Croft, The Longest Road, $9.99. This is Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen, $19.99 for Commander Cody. Three Dog Night, live at the Forum, $19.99 on Three Dog Night. And George Thorogood live, $19.99. George Thorogood live, $19.99. Bob Seger, I think the only Seger album left in the crate, Like a Rock, is still available. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, is $19.99. The Shadows, 20 Golden Greats. Great instrumental stuff here. The Shadows, that is $19.99. Appears to be a UK pressing. REM 125, REM 135, Tracy Chapman at $225. REM 135, Tracy Chapman $225. Genesis Abacab, Man on the Corner, another record. I recommended this album the other night. Hope everybody has a copy. $19.99. David and David, Boomtown, that is $14.99. Also, Hooters, One Way Home, $14.99 for Hooters. Billy Joe, 52nd Street, $14.99. $14.99. Big Shot, My Life. Susan Wright wants Paul Simon. Susan Wright wants Paul Simon. Does Huey Lewis have Heart and Rock and Roll? I'm pretty sure that's on Sports. That album has already been claimed. There was a lot of people wanting that one. This is the only one that's left. It's called Picture This, $19.99. And Billy Joel The Bridge is $16.99. Let's do a thorough examination of Murmur. We'll start right up here. Very nice corner. Not really exposed whatsoever. Also a nice corner. Nice corner. Nice corner. It's a really nice sealed copy. And like I said, it's either an 83 or an 84. This is one that you really can't tell unless you open it. We narrowed it down to those two. All right, so that is available still. Pete Weisgarber has it for $150. That is a perfectly sealed copy. And Tracy Chapman, also sealed. This is now at $230 with Tanita Betts. And then we have an out. So Tanita Betts has Tracy Chapman for $230. That's going once, going twice. Next is Debbie Winstead wants Billy Joel. I think she means Billy Joel, and that's for 52nd Street. REM 175, REM 200. Anybody else? That's our first crate of vintage. We've been through those twice tonight. Final call on Tracy Chapman. I think we found our high bidder, unless anybody else wants in. $230. John and Pete still battling it out over REM. That's our first crate of vintage. We've been through this bin of new vinyl. I'm about to go through this bin back here of new vinyl. I really don't have a lot of new vinyl tonight. I actually just have like a few LPs, which is in the back of one of these crates. We had a huge shipment yesterday. Usually they would have split that one up and we would have had new vinyl for tonight and last night. But tomorrow is when we really start expecting the rest of the new big releases for this week. So let's go ahead and REM's at $225. 200, 210, 225, and let me swap around some crates here. I'm about to go ahead and sell that to Tanita, but let me bring this crate up because there's some stuff that was in from last week that I think y'all definitely want to see that we didn't show last night. That whole crate there, this red crate that I'm pushing to the back, that's actually all non-payments and putbacks that I showed last week, but we've been through that one now for 3 times. The Tracy Chapman catalog has never been reissued. No, it hasn't. None of these albums are in print, and this one's being sold to Tanita. Let me grab my phone and make sure that's confirmed. No one else bid. Tanita, you get that for $230. Tanita Betts, Tracy Chapman is sold to you. Perfectly sealed copy. They're still battling out over REM. We have REM at $225. John Young, you're out. Pete Weisgarber has that. And our next Japanese pressing is one of my favorites, Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Man. This is Elton John. It's a Japanese pressing, $45 start. The vinyl is near mint pristine. It comes with the original Japanese lyric book. It comes with a Japanese booklet. Nice cover with Obi. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Talking about some good music. $45 start on that. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. That's a $45 start. Also, let's go ahead and put another sealed auction on deck. How about some Black Sabbath? Black Sabbath. REM's at $240. Let's go through some new LPs right quick. First, we have Nirvana Bleach, their debut album remastered, $28.99 for Nirvana Bleach. Metallica remastered, Ride the Lightning, the #1 thrash metal album of all time, according to this hop sticker, $31.99 for Metallica. And a new release, Velvet Underground, live at Max's Kansas City. That's a new expanded edition on Orchid and Magenta vinyl, 2LP, $39.99. That technically came out Friday. That came out last Friday. Scorpions Blackout, new and sealed. It's on colored vinyl, $39.99 for Scorpions Blackout. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is 25, $39.99 for Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare, that's on purple vinyl, $34.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. And The Doors, Alive She Cried. That's the last copy I have. The new Start Your Ear Off Right on green vinyl, $29.99 on The Doors. And The Descendants, this is Everything Sucks, $28.99 for The Descendants. Judy Collins now playing, $26.99 for Judy Collins now playing. And the Steelwoods Midnight Black Special Standard or Standard Edition, $38.99. Back up to the top, REM at $240, REM at $250, Elton John 45, Elton John 45, and Jerry Stone Wants The Doors, Alive She Cried. That's so to Jerry Stone. Also, we have Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death, $28.99 for the Dead Kennedys. And Rancid's $33.99. Indestructible, Rancid limited edition colored vinyl. That's on red and black splatter vinyl, $33.99. Final call on Elton John. Romy has this for $45. Debbie, you're out. REM was at $240, then $250. John Young, you're out. And Black Sabbath is our next auction. This is a 1989 U.S. club copy of Black Sabbath Headless Cross. It is made in Canada. It was made in Canada for the U.S. market. There's none sealed available and none have sold. $115 start, Black Sabbath Headless Cross. There is one tear in the shrink wrap here. Just have a couple breathe holes in it. It is an 89 U.S. club, and that is a $115 start. $115 start for Black Sabbath Headless Cross. That's a $115 start. REM's at $240 with John Young, then $250 with Pete Weisgarber. John Young's out. Pete Weisgarber has it for $250. That's a final call. Elton John's at $46. Elton John's at $48. Elton John's at $50. And Black Sabbath is a $115 start. Avenged Sevenfold City of Evil, $34.99. If you pre-ordered Avenged Sevenfold, there's not really any waiting list, but we had a pre-order, and if you pre-ordered them, those were on last week's invoice. So was The Doors. The doors that Jerry Stone just claimed, there was also a big pre-order for that. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, $34.99 for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And Christmas Collected, 2 LPs. That's on green vinyl and red vinyl. Christmas Collected for Music on Vinyl, that's $49.99. And U2 Zeropa 30th Anniversary on yellow vinyl, $59.99. $59.99. And Matchbox 20 North, that is, Matchbox 20, that is $29.99. Pete Weisgarber gets the REM Murmur for $250. That's sold to Pete Weisgarber. Elton John has a new high bid of $53, and right now we only have one bid on Black Sabbath. Richard Morgan has it for $115. Richard Morgan, $115. That's going once, going twice to Richard Morgan. Back up to the top, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends, solo sessions and encores, limited to 2,500 on blue vinyl, $64.99. And Brother Kane is still available. Brother Kane's on orange vinyl. We're down to our last 2 copies of that. Brother Kane's on orange vinyl, $39.99. Jerry Stone wants a Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. I've got about a handful more. If anybody else wants one, I'm going to step over here right quick and grab Jerry's. There's Jerry Stone's Dehumanizer. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, we have Elton John at $53, Elton John $55, Black Sabbath $116, and we have Eminem Relapse $39.99. This is $39.99. Eminem Relapse is $39.99, and the Best of Peter Tosh 78 to 87, $56.99. That's available on vinyl for the first time, limited edition of 2000 on silver vinyl, $56.99. $56.99. Erykah Badu, Baduism is $44.99. And this is Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Black Sabbath is at $116. Black Sabbath $120. Black Sabbath $120. Black Sabbath $125. And now Elton John is at $56. Greg Press said, I never got a pre-order for Nightmare initially on the list. Okay, Nightmare. You might be talking about, they actually put this out a long time ago and then they canceled it or really pushed it back. and I posted a whole new pre-order. That might be what you're thinking about. We'll go ahead and give Greg Preston one. If you need one regardless, we got you one. That is sold to Greg Preston. Elton John 56, Black Sabbath 125, Elton John 57, Black Sabbath 126. Stacy Brown wants Eminem. That's sold to Stacy Brown. We also have Shania Twain. This is $44.99. Also, MC5 is $29.99. Passion Pit Gossamer, $44.99. The Beatles, Please Please Me is $36.99. And Rocky Erickson, All That May Do My Rhyme, $33.99. So we got two auctions going on right now. We have an Elton John Japanese pressing, a Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. And we have Black Sabbath Headless Cross, which is an 89 US club. Black Sabbath 126. We have Black Sabbath 135 and Black Sabbath at 150. The last bid on Elton John was with Debbie Winstead at $57. $57. And Romulu's out, so that's a final call. That was a crate of new vinyl, just recapping some stuff. Let's go ahead and go through some new vintage. If you hadn't already, please go ahead and like the post. We got new vintage stuff all night. Thanks for everybody who tuned in last night. That was a pretty epic sale. If you missed that one, you missed out. But man, I think we got just as good at sealed stuff tonight. I think we have just as incredible sealed stuff tonight. Walking into Clarksdale, no quarters, some sealed Rolling Stones about to come up. I think it's even a better lineup. Okay. Also, we have Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. Alan Parsons Project is $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, $19.99 on that. Elvis recorded live on stage in Memphis. An Elvis record, $19.99. Black RCA, Elvis Presley recorded live on stage in Memphis, Graceland, $19.99. And Van Halen 2 is a USOG, $44.99, has the original inner sleeve, $44.99. Actually, this is a club pressing, I was about to say. I think there's another one tonight. There has to be two, because I looked at one earlier and it had the second label on it. I guess there's one in another bin. This is a club copy. I looked at the label and I was like, whoop, that's not OG. $44.99 for Van Halen 2. And Little River Band's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Little River Band's Greatest Hits. All right, Elton John is sold. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. That is sold to Heidi. Actually, that was a new bid. Heidi bid $60. Let me retract that right quick, because there's a new bid on the screen. Heidi's at $160. Heidi Bowman's at $60. Heidi, I was hoping if I hadn't have caught that, I was already giving a final call to Debbie at $57. You actually bid $60. Heidi's at $60. Now that's a final call. Debbie, you're out. And Black Sabbath is at $150 with Adam Garvey. Rachel is first to Elvis. That's sold to Rachel. Burt Jordan was second. Also, let's see here. John Young is actually first to Elvis. It was posted in a reply. John Young commented Elvis. I see where you did that now. John Young got Elvis. Rachel was second. Burt Jordan was third. Trevor Melshon, Little River Band. Chad Van Horn was second. Joanna was third. Elton John 61. Elton John 61. Elton John 65. Elton John 65. Now Black Sabbath is the final call. Adam Garvey has it for $150. The Best of Firefall, $14.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $36.99. We have Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99. Hooters, not Hoovers, Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99 on Hooters. And Jefferson Starship Earth is $14.99. Jason Van Halen still $44. The other one's $44.99 too. They're both $44.99 either way. Duke Genesis is $19.99. Duke Genesis and the Best of the J. Giles Band, $19.99. Debbie Winstead wants Firefall. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. What happened to it? It is right here. That is sold to Debbie Winstead, Firefall. Also, and Chris B. Jack is second. We have the Alan Parsons Project, Eve, $19.99 on Alan Parsons Project, and Johnny Cash is Coming to Town, $19.99. Next is Jason Anderson said he will take Van Halen. All right, now we're done on Black Sabbath. If you're ever done bidding, please say out. That will greatly speed up the auction process. If you're done bidding, if you could put 3 letters, OUT, that means you're done, and I can exponentially sell these and move on to something else. That would help me out unlike anything else you've ever seen before. Debbie Winstead's at $66 on Elton John, because if I put an auction up and it doesn't get a bid right away, then I'm probably going to go ahead and do a buy it now, but I give it enough time. However, if there's people bidding, I'm going to make sure everybody's out, because I'm afraid maybe they've lost their connection or something. Aerosmith, Just Push Play. This is a 2001 U.S. pressing. Talk about a rare one. It's 8 o'clock. It's time to do some crazy stuff. Aerosmith, Just Push Play. This is a 2001 U.S. pressing. The shrink, the corners, the hop sticker are all perfect. There are none for sale in the United States. None for sale. There's one sealed listed in Japan, and they want right at $1,000 for it. This is a $450 start. It is a 2001 U.S. pressing, sealed of Aerosmith, just push play, $450 start. Jared, your bid on Black Sabbath came in late. I'd already done a final call on that a few times. Shane Devers wants Johnny Cash. Elton John's at 67, 68, now 70. Daryl Hall and John Oates, missed opportunity, 12-inch. That is $9.99. Phil Collins, no jacket required. $19.99 for Phil Collins, no jacket required. That is $19.99. John Lills at $450 on Aerosmith, going once, going twice. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Brothers in Arms, and this is Bob Ludwig, RL Mastering, $34.99. Scott Ham wants Hall & Oates. Davey Winstead's in on Elton John at $71. We have Rainmakers, Tornado, in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, $19.99 for Rainmakers. And Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street, $26.99. This is a perfectly sealed copy. Michael Ling's in at $470. Aerosmith, Just Push Play, perfectly sealed with hop sticker, $19.90. None for sale in the United States. The only sealed one is in Japan, and they're wanting right at $1,000 for it. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next Japanese pressing on deck. Aerosmith is at $470. Back up to the top, Elton John was at $75, and then Davey bid $76. Davey was at $71. Heidi bid $75. Susan Kirkland Wright first on the Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. That has some dark, bold colors to it. That's so to Susan Wright. Terry Gearhart was second. $76 on Elton John. Dave Clark 5, Coast to Coast, $9.99. Dave Clark 5, Coast to Coast, $9.99. That is another fact. This album has never been reissued. Never been reissued. I don't know why, but it's not in print. You cannot order a new one. It is not in print. Mark Lent put WE. WE is, let me know what WE was, Mark Lent. I don't see that over here. Let's go ahead and get another Japanese pressing going because Debbie just said out on Elton John. So that's at $77. This is Cheap Trick, all shook up. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint and pristine, $35 start. It has the Japanese book with it, has the Japanese insert. Very nice cover with Obi, and that is Cheap Trick, all shook up. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Mark Lent, let me know what the WE comment was for, unless that was some kind of miscue. Donald Roser, you get Dave Clark 5. Davey's out on Elton John. That's now a final call to Heidi Bowman at $77. Heidi's also just bid $35 on Cheap Trick. And John Lill, let me know if you're out on Aerosmith, because you've been outbid. Michael Link has it for $470, going twice, going 3 times. Also, another $35 bid on Cheap Trick. Phil Collins, face value, $19.99. Phil Collins, $19.99, face value. Chicago Transit Authority, their self-titled first album, 2 LP, $24.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. And we have Climax Chicago, tightly knit, $19.99. John Lill's back in on Aerosmith at $475. Michael Ling, you're out. We're done on Elton John. This is sold to Heidi Bowman for $77. Don't shoot me. I'm only a piano player. Cheap Trick has like 4 bidders all of a sudden. Heidi Bowman's at $40. Aerosmith's at $475. And we have Neil Young. This note's for you, $34.99. Neil Young, this note's for you, $34.99. Aerosmith's at $480. Pure Prairie League, firing up. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. And the 77s all fall down, $29.99. Cheap Trick's at $43. Aerosmith's at $480. Let's grab a U.S. record that I had pulled to auction. I think this is very nice. It's George Harrison, the best of George Harrison. I love this compilation. $25 start. It's near mint minus and shrink wrap. It has a hop sticker on it that says, certified best of the greatest music ever sold. I don't think I can disagree with it. This is a $25 start. Has this very cool custom inner sleeve with it. This is the best of George Harrison. Now, what I like about it is not only does it include solo music, it includes some of his best Beatles songs. Let me read you the track listing. Something, If I Needed Someone, Here Comes the Sun, Taxman, Think for Yourself, For You Blue, and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Wow. And then, My Sweet Lord, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, You, Bangladesh, Dark Horse, and of course, What Is Life. That is in shrink wrap. It has some Sharpie written on the cover. We might actually can wipe that off pretty quickly. That is a $25 start, and Peter Ullman is at $25. All right, we have Aerosmith at 480, Cheap Tricks at 43, Cheap Trick at 41. Kyle Gregory wants the 77s and Pure Prairie League Heidi Bowman. Heidi gets Pure Prairie, Kyle Gregory on the 77s, Cheap Trick 44, Cheap Trick 45, George Harrison 27. How about Clockwork Orange, 34.99? Clockwork Orange, we've got it in a new standard inner sleeve or generic inner sleeve. This is the Clockwork Orange soundtrack, $34.99. $34.99. That's Stanley Kubrick's, one of his odd films. Let me find that. I might can wipe off that Sharpie. I had somebody wrote on that King Crimson album in Sharpie, and I wiped it right off. Let me see if this will come off. Oh yeah, look at that. If you ever see Sharpie on a cover, it comes right off. It's like magic erase marker. And I just increased that by $35. All right, that's now up for bid. Back up to the top, Aerosmith. We had a bid at $485, George Harrison 30, Cheap Trick 49, George Harrison 33, Aerosmith 490, Cheap Trick 59, George Harrison 48, who just put CO? Cynthia Herdron on Clockwork Orange, George Harrison 35, also George Harrison 38, and Cheap Trick 60. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, $49.99, a 1989 club pressing. This one doesn't come through as often as his other records. Don Henley is $49.99. And Marillion, Clutching at Straws, and that is $49.99 for Marillion. Clutching at Straws. Does have a punch hole on the cover, original inner sleeve, $49.99. And never seen this before. Casey and the Sunshine Band, KC's Miami Sunshine Mix, $14.99. Give It Up and KC's Miami Sunshine Mix, 12-inch single, $14.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Wow. Also, Men at Work Cargo is $24.99. And the Righteous Brothers, Saying Something, $9.99 for the Righteous Brothers, Saying Something, $9.99. Aerosmith, we are at $495. We have an out on Cheap Trick. Michael Ling put Aerosmith air horn, $500. We're at $500 on Aerosmith. George Harrison's at $40. Davey Winstead first to KC and the Sunshine Band. Carlene second. Calvin Ward third. Cheap Trick's at $61. We're at $61 on Cheap Trick, $500 on Aerosmith, and we're at $38 on George Harrison. Janie C. Riley, Harper Valley PTA, $9.99. Merle Haggard, That's the Way Love Goes. Merle is $14.99. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Merle Haggard, $14.99. I bet Shane Devers will buy it. Marillion Fugazi, gold stamp promo on the front, $34.99 for Marillion Fugazi. That is got a gold stamp promo. And Andrew Gold, what's wrong with this picture? $9.99. Shane Devers gets Merle Haggard. I did a Jedi mind trick right there. I do that sometimes. I'm like, Shane Devers will buy this. And then Shane Devers buys it. Next was Thomas Hujar and then Daniel Buzadin. We have an out on Aerosmith, and David Howard wants Fugazi. That's so did David Howard. Gold stamp promo copy of Marillion. Fleetwood Mac, Little Lies, the 12-inch single. It also has the dub version and another song called Ricky, $14.99 on that. Tim Jernigan on JR, that was for Janie C. Riley. I'm pretty sure, sell that to Tim Jernigan. It's time for some final calls. We actually just got a new bid on Cheap Trick at $62. At 61 was Terry Gearhart. So Terry, you're back out on Cheap Trick. We have our first out. We had mainly two bidders on Aerosmith. One person just set out. That means Michael Ling has the high bid at $500. And then George Harrison just got a new bid as well, 41 with Mark Trehan. And like I said, a fantastic George Harrison compilation. This one's near mint in shrink wrap. It has Beatles songs, and then it has his best of his solo career. That is now available. It's got two bids at $41. Now, back up to the top, the last thing I said was Fugazi. Then we had Janie C. Riley. Davey Winstead first on Fleetwood Mac. Cynthia was second. Chris B. Jack was third. George Harrison's at 43. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $34.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2. Very cool. $34.99. Elton John. The Jam, Beat Surrender. That is $24.99. It's actually got 5 tracks. At first, I thought it was some kind of single, but it's actually a 5-track EP from the U.S. It looks like a UK packaging. It's a UK. The Jam, $24.99. And Gary Puck and the Union Gap's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Still have a few records in there, but let me go ahead and update everybody on these auctions. Cheap Trick still getting bids. We're at $65 on Cheap Trick. George Harrison still getting a bunch of bids all of a sudden. And I'm going to go ahead and bring out the air horn. We have one of our first big grails of the night going to Michael Ling. Thank you, Michael Ling. Bidding has ended on this record. This is Aerosmith, Just Push Play. Never been reissued, a perfectly sealed copy, sold to Michael Ling. Is this a new air horn? I hope it is. Tanner says I need to put on my headphones tonight. I was almost getting a headache last night. We had to ring this thing 4 or 5 times. Thank you, Michael Ling. Now, Michael Ling he thinks I'm not even a real human being. The reason is Michael's been buying from me for about 3 years. He doesn't live too far from the store, and he's never met me. And I've sold him some amazing records. I've never met Michael Ling before, and he's been buying some very amazing records from me from the last few years. So he doesn't think I'm even a real person. Some people have never met me before. Some people say I'm artificially, I'm not even a real person. I'm just some kind of bot here talking. But I am real, but I stay in the shadows. I stay in the shadows. Back up to the top. I think Craig Thomas came in first on the Jam. That's the last thing I remember popping up. Craig Thomas on the Jam. Mark Lent was second. Fred Cardinal was third. We have an out on George Harrison. We have a out on Cheap Trick. We need an update on George Harrison. So George Harrison, the best of George Harrison. The last bid I see on my screen is with Romelu at $45. If you're already in higher and I missed it, let me know. But the last bid I see at the bottom is $45 with Romelu. And Cheap Trick all shook up. Cheap Trick all shook up. Davey Winstead's at $66. Davey Winstead's at $66. That's the last top bid I see. Chad is AI. Chad the bot. I am a vampire. So here's my new schedule. I take like 2, 3, or 4 hour naps every day. I don't really I've been taking like a 3 or 4 hour nap, then I'll go back to work, and then I'll take another 3 or 4 hour nap. It hasn't been working too well. I don't feel complete. So I've got to get off that schedule. I just need to try to get a solid, maybe like 6 hours continuously. But we put in a lot of work here, both here at the store, and then also I do a lot of stuff from home, kind of behind the scenes. So Blue Oyster Cult, Fire of an Unknown Origin. This is Blue Oyster Cult. It's a 1984 U.S. reissue. The original came out in 1981. This is an 84 U.S. reissue. It's very, very nice, though. $45 start. That is sealed BOC. What a nice cover. Has the nice price sticker on it, sealed BOC. And, of course, this has the hit song, I'm Burning For You on it. I'm Burning For You on it. One of their biggest hits next to Don't Fear the Reaper. That's now up for bid, $45 start. George Harrison was at $47. George Harrison's at $50. What was the last bid on Cheap Trick? The last bid on Cheap Trick was Debbie Winstead at $66. Debbie Winstead at $66. Debbie Winstead at $66. Okay. Back up to the bin. We have Elvis. This is a 40-track Canadian-French compilation, $29.99. Do any of our Elvis collectors have this one? It's a 40-track Canadian-French Elvis compilation, $29.99. $29.99. That is Elvis, and that is a Canadian K-Tail compilation, $29.99. Very interesting. Also, The Pretenders is $19.99, and we have Merle Haggard, A Friend in California, $14.99. Shane Devers will buy this. That is $14.99. That is Merle Haggard, A Friend in California, $14.99. All right, I think I'm about to end Cheap Trick. We have Blue Oyster Cult, and we have George Harrison. We have, so let me go ahead and just set this off to the side. Hiram bid early on this at $45. There's a coffin in the back room of Waffle House. I love Waffle House. I may have to go there tonight. I have a feeling we're in for another long night here. I was exhausted after last night. I did so much talking so fast for so long. It exhausted me. I had to go home and lay down for a few hours. Rachel's first to the Elvis. That is so to Rachel. Davey Winstead is second. Tracy Tallman third. Chris Gardner fourth. Davey Winstead fifth. Shane Devers first on Merle Haggard. Jedi Mind Trick. That is so to Shane Devers. Kenny Cates Jr. was second. Brent Robley third. Elvis. Regina, you were sixth on that. Darren's in on the BOC at 50. We have, let's see here. We have George Harrison. Okay, George Harrison, where did we get to here? George Harrison, where are we done? There's been a lot of bidders on there. I see another out from Mark Shelton. I'm pretty sure that wrapped it up because Romelu bid $50. Romelu's at $50. That is done. That is done. but I'm going to do it a final call. $50 to Romelu, and I've already did a final call on that. It was way up here, Cheap Trick, and that was with Davey Winstead, I'm pretty sure. Davey Winstead gets Cheap Trick for 66. All right, 66 on that. Final call on that for 50. And BOC's now at 53. Let's bring over another sealed mind blower. It's that time of night. Let's go ahead and do this. Man, when I saw that, I was flipping through a crate in the back, and of course most of them were sealed, and I grabbed this and I was like, please don't be sealed, because I wanted to listen to it, and I can't open it, obviously. I got to keep it sealed as it is. I hope somebody, this is one of those records where it's pricey, but it's never been reissued. I don't know if it ever will be reissued. You can't even stream it. You can't stream it, and I was looking at some sold prices on CDs too, which wasn't really all that like cheap. It's not like it's a $5 CD either. This is a 1994 US pressing. $250 start. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, no quarter. Sealed with hop sticker. Very little corner wear at the bottom right, so there is one little exposed corner here. One little exposed corner. Everything else is super nice. The other corners are still shrink wrapped. It has the hop sticker on it, and this is up for bid. Wow. I mean, the last time I had one of these is going on 2 years ago now. We got one from Kevin, Cave of Rocks, Birmingham collection, and it was open, fortunately. I regretted selling that one. I don't think I've had one since then. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. And if you didn't know we had this, here in a minute, we're going to run Walking into Clarksdale. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, no quarter. I wish it was so available for streaming. I have a copy in my collection. It's buried so far deep in my collection. I've had it for so long, I hadn't seen it in years. I don't even know where it is. Y'all have no idea. I've took so many records home since I've been doing this. I don't take home as many as I used to, but years ago when I first started collecting, I would buy a collection and I would keep 2/3 of it. And I have got records I hadn't seen in years. I don't know where they're at, but I know I have a copy. But, man, I just don't know where. I'd love to find it so I could listen to it again. Okay, so where were we? Sorry for the sidetrack, but I get excited anything Led Zeppelin pops up. BOC's at 55 with Darren Wortman. We have 250, 250. We have 265, 275. And today is Jimmy Page's birthday. That's correct. George Harrison is sold to Romelu for $50. That is sold to Romelu for $50. Let's do a quick recap of this bin. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, 1999. Final call on BOC, by the way. Darren Wortman has that for $55. Fleetwood Mac, Tusk, $36.99. 2LP Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Hooters, Nervous Night, $19.99. Jefferson Starship Earth, $14.99. Duke by Genesis, $19.99. The Best of the J. Giles Band, $19.99. The Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, $19.99. Rainmakers Tornado, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street, $26.99. And Phil Collins, Face Value. Surprised no one picked this up. That is $19.99. Stephen Martinelli's at $300 on Page and Plant, no quarter. It is sealed with the hop sticker, and that is an original from 1994. That album's never been reissued. It desperately needs it, and it's also not available for streaming, which when I see that's like even more crazy, that you can't get on iTunes or Spotify and listen to that album. That's like, I don't know what's up with it, but it's just not in print in any form. Stephen Martinelli's at $300 on that. Laura Godel, you were first on the Hooters, and just for future reference, you don't have to put the price if you want to buy something out of the bin. The only thing you got to comment is Hooters. These are all buy it nows. These back here are auctions. Laura, I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer, though. Thank you and welcome. I'll give some first-time buyer instructions in just a second. Davey Winstead Fleetwood Mac was $36.99 for Tusk. $36.99 for Tusk. Also, we have Daniel Buzon, $310, and wasn't Hooters $15. It's $14.99. Hooters is $14.99. I'm not for sure there may be another Hooters album in here that's $5 more. Or is there two Hooters albums? Nope, there's just that one right now. That is sold to Laura for $14.99. New bid on Page and Plant for $325. And we have Debbie Winston says she'll take Fleetwood Mac. Let's go ahead and sell Darren Wortman Bluest to Colt for $55. That's sold to Darren Wortman. Let's bring over another sealed record, and let's go ahead and do a Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd warning. Ummagumma, whichever you prefer. Pink Floyd, Ummagumma. Now, there are no U.S. pressings where there's a Gigi. Okay, so to get a Gigi cover, you have to get some kind of foreign pressing. I think UK. This is actually an Italian pressing. This is what threw me off. I saw this shrink wrap on it, and this shrink wrap says Talent. It says Talent. It's written on the front. That's actually written on the shrink wrap. It says Talent. I've narrowed it down using a Pink Floyd website forum that this Talent shrink wrap was used in 1982, 1983. That's what I found out, that this Talent shrink wrap was used. That wasn't even mentioned on Discogs. $115 start, so I believe it's an 82 or 83 Italian pressing. This, as you can see, it's a little bit frayed right here, and it is completely split along the bottom, okay? The shrink wrap is completely split along the bottom. Could somebody have taken this out possibly and put it back in there? It is possible. I can't say it's completely sealed, but I would think as tight as it is, it would be hard to get back on there. However, y'all saw where Dale was able to take out shrink wrap and put them back on there when he had stuff autographed. So it is completely split along the bottom. So I can't really say that this is 100% complete. But I've narrowed it down, or sealed that is. I've narrowed it down to an 82, 83 Italian pressing. It has Talent written on the shrink wrap. We're very cool. Has the Gigi cover, which is not available in the United States. There are no U.S. pressings with that. $115 start. $115 start on that. Final call on No Quarter. Donald Roser has it for $325. Donald Roser has that for $325. That is a final call. Shannon's in on Pink Floyd at $120. We're about to sell both of those auctions. Recapping this bin, Chicago's $24.99, Chicago Transit Authority. Climax Chicago, $19.99. Also, Neil Young, this note's for you, $34.99. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, $49.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99 for The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Marillion, Clutching at Straws, that Marillion's $49.99. Men at Work Cargo, $24.99. Also, The Righteous Brothers, Saying Something, $9.99. Larry Williams wants The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's sold to Larry Williams. Andrew Gold, What's Wrong with This Picture, $9.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $34.99. Gary Puckett is $9.99. And The Pretenders 2, $19.99. Pink Floyd's now at $150. When I come back, I'm selling No Quarter. I'm grabbing the next sealed record, and I'm going to grab another Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and do Kid Rock. There are, I think, several people waiting for this record. There are 2, maybe 3 different sealed Kid Rock albums in this collection. This is one of them. I know we have another because I remember seeing a picture of it, but I really don't know what's all back there, to be honest with you. All this stuff that we're selling tonight, when I found the crate that had this in it and the Walking to Clarksdale and the sealed Rolling Stones, I was like, wow. I didn't even know, because, the only thing I've seen are the same pictures y'all have seen. And I went back there last night and did some digging. I only found 1 crate, and that's everything we're selling tonight. I picked up 1 crate, and I brought it up front, and there's many, many more crates from this collection. That is sold for $325 to Donald Roser. Extremely nice pickup there. Next, we're going to do Kid Rock. This is Kid Rock, Devil Without a Cause. This is a $250 start. It's a 2016 U.S. pressing on orange vinyl. $250 start. There's only 1 listed for sale, and it's opened, and it's more than $250. And this is a 2016 orange vinyl pressing. I have no further. That's a $250 start. Tracy Tallman's in. Let's go ahead and put up Night Ranger. This is called Midnight Madness, featuring their smash single Sister Christian. This is a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing for a $35 start. There's the vinyl. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover. $35 start on that. Where are we on Pink Floyd? Stephen Martinelli, let me know if you want back in. If not, Shannon Misjika. We may have to get a phonics on that one, but Shannon has Pink Floyd at $150. Kid Rock has a bid of $250. I'm going to go ahead and go through our vintage check condition bin for tonight. This is a vintage check condition bin for tonight. Everything in here is graded, check condition. Tracy's at $250 on Kid Rock, going twice, going 3 times. Steven's back in on Pink Floyd at $160, so we're still bidding on that. Kid Rock is winding down. No bid on Night Ranger, looking for a $35 start. Let's go through the vintage check condition bin. James Taylor, one-man dog. These are graded. So the grade I say is the condition of the vinyl, EX $17.99. If we have any first-time buyers, thank you and welcome for tuning in. We have a little over 300 viewers right now on both platforms. Thank you for tuning in tonight. If you buy something for the first time, just make sure you contact us. If you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook, we'll send you a link to our website. If you're on Facebook, please send us a Facebook message if you're a first-time buyer. I'm about to sell Kid Rock. Never mind, we just got a bid for $255. Three Dog Night. We had a near mint one earlier. This one's in VG condition, half the price, $9.99. VG's $9.99. Love Over Gold, Dire Straits. That is VG plus $24.99. And we have NXS Shabu Shaba. NXS Shabu Shaba. That is VG condition $14.99. VG condition $14.99. VG $14.99. Billy Squire, Don't Say No. EX condition $17.99 on Billy Squire. Don't Say No. Original inner sleeve. EX condition $17.99. And Genesis, self-titled, is VG plus $14.99. Genesis, VG plus $14.99. Pink Floyd is at $170. Kid Rock at $255. Kid Rock $260. Travis Wade first on NXS. Laura was second. Jared Inc. third. Sean fourth. Laura first, though, on Billy Squire, and Wesley Stover first on Genesis. No bid on Night Ranger. That's a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. I'm placing it right over here. $35 buy it now. Hey, there's an open copy. We just sold a sealed club. This is VG plus $17.99. Fire of Unknown Origin, Blue Oyster Cult, VG plus $17.99. Jay Giles Band Love Stinks, EX $17.99. Steven's out on Pink Floyd. Shannon has that for $170. The 82-83 sealed copy of Uma Guma, that is now at $170 with Shannon, which I think is a first-time buyer. I'm going to say Shannon M until I can get that last name down. That's at $170. That's a final call, and we're still bidding on Kid Rock. Gary Samuels, you're out. Tracy has it for $260. Next comment in order was John Smetzer getting the Blue Oyster Cult out of the buy it now bin. Night Ranger is sold to Terry Watts for a $35 buy it now. Hiram was second on BOC. Kelly was second on Night Ranger. Terry third to BOC. And Boss Skaggs Hits is VG plus $14.99. Jesse Hood said BOGO. BOGO was for, I'm not for sure. Let me know what BOGO was for and I'll pull it out. Aldo Nova, that is VG plus $17.99. Opening track is Fantasy. And Hank Williams Sr.'s Greatest Hits, VG plus $14.99. A tribute to Merle Haggard, that is a tribute to Bob Wills by Merle Haggard. EX condition, $12.99. $12.99. Terry Gearhart put also, he meant Aldo. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. And Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $12.99. All right, let's end both of these auctions. Kid Rock is sold to Tracy Tallman for $260. Tracy Tallman gets that for $260. Sealed Kid Rock. And we have Pink Floyd sold to possibly a new buyer, Shannon M. Shannon, that's sold to you for $170. Make sure you contact our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Thank you. We've had a lot of new buyers these first two nights. It's going to keep going again tomorrow. Paul's going to be here tomorrow. We're even going to have a bigger and better batch of sealed stuff. I don't know about better, maybe just as good, because it's hard to beat stuff like this. Oh my goodness. Bob Seger, back in 72. Bob Seger, back in 72. This is a 1973 USOG. It's the only pressing. It's never been reissued. It has one saw mark right here, $295 start. Sealed Bob Seger, back in 72, $295 start. It has one saw mark right there. It is sealed. It has a tear in the shrink right over here. Only pressing is this right here. 73 US, $295 start. Mark Fallon, that was a 1982-1983 Italian pressing. 1982-1983 Italian pressing. Kenny Case Jr. gets Merle Haggard. And we have Heartbeat City by the Cars, VG plus $24.99. Bob Seger's a $295 start. Let me also go ahead and grab this Sealed Slaughter album. Ed just brought this up to me with that Smithereens album we sold earlier. This is Slaughter, Stick It Live, a 1990 Canadian club. This was only pressed two different times on vinyl, a German club and a Canadian club. This is the 1990 Canadian club. There's only two versions, that Canadian Club and the German Club. $95 start. Sealed slaughter, stick it live. Sealed slaughter, stick it live. And that is a $95 start. Slaughter. That's up for bid. We have Def Leppard on through the night. VG Plus condition, $33.99. For Def Leppard on through the night, VG Plus, $33.99. Rubber Soul. It's a Capital Los Angeles pressing. VG condition, $24.99. That's in mono, but it's in a stereo jacket. It's in mono, but it's in a stereo jacket. VG condition, $24.99 if anybody wants. If not, I'll get that in a correct jacket. And then Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Simple Minds, a gold stamp promo with the hype sticker. VG Plus, $24.99. Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Back up to the top. Final call to get a bid in on Bob Seger. There's a few rare Bob Seger albums that you never see. One we had last night, even though it was an unofficial. We don't even see an unofficial too often, and that's Noah. Then they have Back in 72, and then we have Brand New Morning, which I'm going to do here in just a second. This is Back in 72. Also, we have Def Leppard, so did Jason Anderson. We have a bid on Slaughter for $95. Stephen Martinelli wants B. I'm assuming that was for the Beatles. Sell that to Stephen Martinelli. Looking for a $295 start on Bob Seger. Paul Simon, There Goes Ryman Simon. That is VG for $9.99. Def Leppard has already sold. Jethro Tull, War Child with the Bungle in the Jungle hype sticker. That's in VG condition, $12.99. Elvis, Moody Blue, VG Plus condition, $24.99. That's on blue vinyl, of course. Moody Blue, VG Plus, $24.99. And Rainmakers is VG Plus, $14.99. The Rainmakers, VG Plus, $14.99. I'm about to sell Bob Seger. I'm about to go over here and grab two new auctions. If you want to bid, you've probably got about 15 seconds to actually type it and hit send before it pops up on my screen before I call it sold. Slaughter just got a bid of $96 now $100. Stephen Martinelli wants Elvis. I'm going to go ahead and grab two new auctions because it looks like we got 3 bidders on Slaughter all of a sudden. I'm going to grab another sealed Pink Floyd, and I'm going to grab something else out of the Japanese bin, which is a David Bowie Golden Years, and that's going to be what's on deck. And now, 5-second countdown, 3, 2, and Bob Seger's a buy it now for $295. Back in 72, it is sealed. It has a small notch on the spine or over here on the seam, and that's sold to Stephen Martinelli for $295. Seger is gone. Michael Ling's at 100 on Slaughter. Next is David Bowie, Golden Years. Golden Years, David Bowie, Japanese. I'm pretty sure this is a compilation. Let's see here. Golden Years, Joe the Lion, Scary Monster, Wild is Wild, Fashion, Red Sail, Look Back in Anger, I Can't Explain, and Ashes to Ashes. Kind of like a compilation here from Japan. Has a Japanese insert with it, and that is a $45 start. David Bowie, Golden Years. That's a Japanese pressing, near mint and pristine. Near mint and pristine. Michael Jackson Thrillers in VG condition, $14.99. And now Adam Hartmother. This barcode on the back will narrow it down to a few different pressings, and then this barcode that's turned kind of vertically means it's a 1986 Italian pressing. A 1986 Italian pressing of Adam Hartmother, Pink Floyd. So on the back, there's a couple of tears in the shrink up here. The shrink is a little torn right up here at the top, and there is some humidity damage underneath the shrink wrap. $75 start. It is sealed Adam Hartmother from 1986 and Italian pressing. Sealed Pink Floyd. That's up for bid. We've had several sealed Pink Floyds. We've already sold one tonight. There's another one. So Stephen got Bob Seger for $295. Chris B. Jack, you were second. Striper is at 101. David Bowie's at 55. Debbie Winston first to Michael Jackson. Reed Gregory, you were second. Slaughter is called Live 5 Song Collection. Stick It Live. There was only 2 versions released, a Canadian club and a German club. This is the sealed Canadian club. The high bid is $105 of Michael Ling. $105 of Michael Ling. That's a new bid. David Bowie, there's only been one bidder. Cynthia Herdron's at $55 and no bid on Pink Floyd, $75 start. Another Phil Collins. This one's only $14.99 because it's in VG Plus condition. Also, Sammy Hagar, VOA. The cover's in shrink. The vinyl's in VG Plus, $17.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG Plus, $24.99. Rolling Stones Still Life is VG Plus, $24.99. And Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm, A Black Man's Soul, VG condition, $24.99. Wow, a '69 Pompeii Atlantic. VG condition, $24.99. That's a white label too. Don't say anything about being a promo, but I've never seen that before. Slaughter's at 106. Bowie's at 60. Jimmy LaCroix gets VO8. Slaughter's at 115. Bowie's at 70. Dan Sessler wants Ike Turner. And I'm going to go ahead and make Pink Floyd a buy it now. No one has bid. $75 buy it now on Pink Floyd. A 1986 Italian pressing. Sealed. Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. That's now a buy it now for $75 if anybody wants it. We have Ike, Brian Lacey, you were second on Ike. Donald Roser third. Michael Ling, 120 on Slaughter. Jason Anderson's going to get the Pink Floyd for a $75 buy it now. Bowie's now at $75. So Slaughter and Bowie are up for bid. Let's go ahead and pull out another wow record. Here's what I have in an auction bin. Scorpions, Boingo, Duran Duran, Talking Heads, Grateful Dead, David Gilmour, and AC/DC. Here's what I have sealed. Grateful Dead, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, Led Zeppelin, Kate Bush, Pink Floyd, Paul McCartney, Creed, The Band, Greta Van Fleet, Boston, Pink Floyd, Walking into Clarksdale, which is what I'm doing next, Neil Young, Bonham, Fleetwood Mac, B-52s, The Beatles, Fleetwood Mac, Bad Company, and Samantha Fox. That's all sealed, and then I have a whole bin of Japanese stuff as well. Our next sealed record here is a $275 start. Another one. Never been reissued, not available for streaming, an incredible album, Walking into Clarksdale, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. It is perfectly sealed. It is perfectly sealed with the hop stickers, and this is a $275 start. $275 start. Any other sealed records are $400 plus for this one. This is a $275 start, Walking into Clarksdale. Page and Plant, wow. Page and Plant, $275 start. Back up to the top, we have Slaughter at 120. We had Bowie at 75. Bowie at 95. We have Sabbath, Stephen Martinelli. That was a request. More Sabbath. Witch, Duran Duran, Rio, Grateful Dead, Sabbath, Fleetwood Mac. Page and Plant, 275, 300. And we have Dolly, Dolly, Dolly in shrink wrap with hop sticker. The vinyl's in VG condition. $16.99. It's called Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. That's in VG condition, $16.99. And Journey Escape, and that's VG condition, $9.99. Journey Escape, VG condition. Don't stop believing. All right, update on Slaughter. I haven't seen a bid in a while. Michael Ling has it for $120. Michael Ling has Slaughter, Stick It Live, the sealed Canadian club. There was only 2 pressings of that. The Canadian club and the German version. Michael Ling has it for $120. This is the Canadian version. $120 on Slaughter. I don't see any other bids. Then we had a new bid on David Bowie for $100, the Japanese pressing of Golden Years. And next was Travis Wade on Dolly Parton. That sold to Travis Wade. Debbie Winstead was second. Angela third. Mark Trahan put BS H&H. BS H&H. And also, we sold Sammy Hagar earlier, Tanner, and I didn't pull it. I think I pulled the wrong, I pulled the wrong record. Jimmy LaCroix. I pulled Rolling Stones and not Sammy Hagar for you. So Dolly went to Travis, Debbie second, Angela third. Mark Trahan put BS H&H. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Is that something from earlier? BS H&H. I'm going to just say I don't know what that is right now. Bowie's at 115. Tim Jernigan gets J for Journey. Laura, you were second. Debbie Winstead was third. Highest bid on Page and Plant right now is with John Leal. Joe Willinger, you're out. John Leal has that for $300. A perfectly sealed copy of Walking into Clarksdale. High bid on Bowie is at $115, and Slaughter is sold to Michael Ling for $120. That is sold to Michael Ling for $120. Tanner, this was sold to Jason Anderson for $75. Bowie is now at $115. Let's recap this vinyl right quick. This is James Taylor, EX condition, $17.99. Three Dog Night, live at the Forum, VG condition, $9.99. Love and Gold, Dire Straits, VG plus, $24.99. Love Stinks, Jay Giles Band, EX condition, $17.99. Boz Scaggs, Hits, that's Boz Scaggs' Greatest Hits, VG plus, $14.99. Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, VG plus, $14.99. Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Lots of greatest hits there. And the Cars, Heartbeat City, that's $24.99. I'm about to sell Bowie for $115. Laura Goddell, let me know if you're done bidding. If you're done bidding, just say Bowie out. That way I know you're done. Or you can bid again. Page and Plant is at $320. Debbie Winstead wants BS. That was probably for Boz Scaggs. Sell that to Debbie Winstead. Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time with Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, VG plus $24.99. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. VG $9.99. Jethro Tull, War Child with Bungle in the Jungle, VG $12.99. And the Rainmakers is VG plus $14.99. Laura's out. This is sold for $115 to Cynthia Herdron. The Page and Plant is now at $330 with John Lill. It's time for a couple more sealed auctions. There was a lot of requests for Black Sabbath there. Let's go ahead and run one. Heaven and Hell. It was first in the crate. A 1980 U.S. Club, perfectly sealed. U.S. Club, $85 start. The first Dio album, Heaven and Hell, very nicely sealed. 1980 U.S. Club, $85 start for Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Also, like I said, I didn't read off. Here's some stuff that may have been posted in the video that's not going to be run tonight. I don't have enough information on yet. Tonight, I'm most likely not going to run the Bob Dylan or the Buckingham Nicks or the Space Oddity, Creamed Israeli Gears, the Axis Bold as Love, the Magical Mystery Tour. Probably not going to run the Fleetwood Mac, Black Sabbath, or George Harrison. So that was a couple what I call biggies that I need to do a couple more. I need to do a couple more checks with some in-house people here before I put them up for sale. Some of those get very confusing, very complex to look up. Phil Collins Face Value, VG plus $14.99. Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG plus $24.99. And the Rolling Stones Still Life, VG plus $24.99. All right, so Debbie Winston got Boz Skaggs. Page and Plant, $330. Blade Singletary on Jethro Tull. Laura Goddard, you were second. Page and Plant, $335. Black Sabbath, $85. Black Sabbath was a 1980 U.S. Club, Heaven and Hell, very nicely sealed. $85 of Mark Trahan. Mike Miles wants Fleetwood. Fleetwood, was that something that was in here? What was Fleetwood Mac? Was there a Fleetwood Mac left in here? Fleetwood Mac? I don't think there was. And then we have, here we go. The Fleetwood Mac, we have a sealed Fleetwood Mac self-titled. And I'm pretty sure it's OG. It has the textured cover and it has the blue hop sticker on it, the blue font hop sticker. But just like autographs, I don't put anything up for sale. I'm not going to run an auction. I'm not going to put something up for sale unless we know exactly what it is. And of course, some of these you can't really determine. Some of these you can't really determine. No Magical Mystery Tour tonight. I've got to figure out exactly which one it is before I put it up for auction. No, but I have a lot more over here. But like I said, some of those, like Creamed Israeli Gears, I'm not really for sure on it. So there's some of those that they'll be here tomorrow. Don't worry. It's not like I'm going to throw them in an incinerator. They're going to be here tomorrow. They're going to be available for tomorrow. So, okay, so back up to the top. Black Sabbath is at 88. Page and Plant was at 355. So Page and Plant's at 355 and Black Sabbath's at 120. New copies of Heaven and Hell are $44.99 if you want a new remastered expanded. Okay, now which B-52s? I think it's Cosmic. Cosmic thing. All right. I'll make sure I didn't miss any other claims from that last bin. There's a lot of questions, a lot of comments, but I don't see anything that says I'll take this, I'll take that. Black Sabbath's at 120, Page and Plant's at 360. We have Genesis, $19.99. This is a new crate of new vintage stuff. Original inner sleeve, Genesis, that's $19.99 for Genesis self-titled. Jets and Gilberto, $49.99 for Jets and Gilberto. Black Verve label, looks like it's very nice. Gatefold, $49.99. We have, this is Sammy Hagar, $24.99. $24.99. This is Sammy Hagar. It is very clean. It has the original inner sleeve with it, $24.99. And the Righteous Brothers Soul and Inspiration, $9.99. Laura Goddard wants Genesis. G-Shock wants Getz. And Joanna gets Sammy Hagar. Those are all sold. Righteous Brothers, the only thing left in there. Joe just said he's officially out on Page and Plant. John Leo, you have this for $360. The original OG pressing, never been reissued. Walk into the Clarksdale, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. High bid is with John Leo at $360. Black Sabbath was at $121 and then $135. Stephen Martinelli has it for $135. That's the high bid on both those auctions. Final call on the Page Plant. Final call on Black Sabbath for $135. The Guess Who live at the Paramount, $19.99 on the Guess Who. Joe Jackson Night and Day, $19.99 for Joe Jackson. The Guess Who Flavors is $14.99. Also, Rockin' Elvis, the 60, 20 great tracks. There's another Elvis compilation from the UK. That's a UK compilation. That's why we don't see that one too often. 1999. The best of the Guess Who. Gatefold. We had Guess Who live. Here's the best of the Gatefold. What did I just say? I was about to say Gatefold. I'm going to have to get slapped. How about I take a drink of Monster and just get reset with my mental capacity there? Almost sounded like I got electrocuted there. Okay. Back up to time. Time for Monster. Exactly. I had to take a sip there. All right. Stephen Martinelli, first on JW. He wants to Guess Who live. That's so to Stephen Martinelli. Ryan Vaughn, first to RB. That was the Righteous Brothers. Debbie Winstead put L for Elvis. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Stephen Martinelli got the live, and Regina, you were second on Elvis. We have Pure Prairie League, 2-Lane Highway, $14.99. And Al Green, Love Ritual. Al Green is $29.99. Never seen that before. It's rare and unreleased tracks from 68 to 76, $29.99. We got a new bid on Black Sabbath, but we are done on another Grail here. Everybody take a good look at it. It could be another year and a half before we see this record. John Lill's at $360, and that's the high bid. Black Sabbath is at $140. That's the new auction. Thomas Hujar and AG for Al Green. And Black Sabbath's at $141. Page and Plant. That is sold.
Oh,
yeah, it's sold. Okay. Yeah, it's sold. Gotcha. John Lill, $360. Okay, next auction is Grateful Dead, American Beauty. This is a 1983 U.S. Club, an 83 U.S. Club album, which means it's not going to have any punch holes. It is a beautiful copy, sealed, $55 start. Yes, congratulations, John Lill. Very nice record there. Don't get that one very often. I think y'all know how many records we buy every year and how many we get of those, like one every 100,000 or something. Grateful Dead is a $55 start, 83 club copy. Let's go ahead and put up something very interesting here. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. Check this out. So, in the United States, at least, the only pressings with the lenticular cover were in the United States. This is sealed. This is sealed Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. It's a 1967 lenticular cover. It is stereo. Boy, if this said mono on the spine, holy moly. I don't know if I would have probably passed out. This is a stereo pressing. 1967. Now, if you just narrow it down in the U.S. on Discogs to 67 stereo lenticular, there's still about 30 different versions, give or take, but they're all still 67. And of course, you can't really narrow this one down because it is sealed. $325 start. It is from 67. It's got a lenticular cover, and it is sealed. It has a tear in the shrink right here, and it has a tear in the shrink right there. $325 start. Their Satanic Majesty's Request. A 67 stereo copy, sealed, $325 start. Grateful Dead has a bid. Let me go back to the top. Black Sabbath was at $150. Grateful Dead, $55, $55, $55. We have Black Sabbath at $151. Grateful Dead, $55. Black Sabbath, $170. And Grateful Dead, $65. There we have it. Ronnie James Dio, Heaven and Hell, Black Sabbath. It's a sealed club copy. That's going to sound great when you first open that up. And we have Andrew Gold, All This and Heaven 2, $14.99. $14.99. This is All This and Heaven 2, Andrew Gold, $14.99. The Grateful Dead is an 83 sealed club. 83 sealed club on the Grateful Dead, $65. The Black Sabbath was also a sealed club. It is at $170. And the Stones is a sealed U.S. original, $67, $325. Hall & Oates, Greatest Hits. Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Rich Girl, Kiss on My List, and etc. That's called Rock and Soul Part 1, $19.99. Marshall Tucker Band is $14.99. Long Hard Ride, Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. Strange Southern Rock, the Marshall Tucker Band, Bronny Bramlett, and Grinder Switch. Wow, that's interesting. It's a UK Capricorn compilation. Never seen that before. I said strange. I meant straight. Straight Southern Rock sampler. $19.99. Never seen that before. I think I said strange. And we have Greatest Hits Marshall Tucker Band. This is $24.99. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Okay, we had a Grateful Dead at 70. That was a new bid. Stephen Martinelli's out. Eddie Beeson got Hall & Oates. Are we done? Are we done on the Black Sabbath? Let me see if anybody said out. Mark was out, and I think he was the next bidder. So, yes, Stephen has that. I'm about to sell it for $170. The high bid on Grateful Dead is now $70 with Adam Garvey. Stephen Martinelli's out, and I'm about to end the Rolling Stones. Now, I saw some comps that had sold in the $500 range for this exact same 67 stereo. This exact same 67 stereo. Here's the Rolling Stones. It is a 67 stereo pressing of their Satanic Majesty's Request, and it's sealed. There's the front. There's the lenticular. There's the spine. Has one tear in the shrink there, and one tear in the shrink there. Actually, kind of a double tear right there. There's the back. Stereo MPS2. And the only, like I said, the only copies, except for the record store, the blatantly new record store day pressing, that came out, like Craig just mentioned. This is the only like vintage copy that came with a lenticular cover. There is, of course, a new record store day, but it would be obviously much different. I think it had a sticker on it and everything. This is obviously from 67. Okay. And where did we get to? Hall & Oates, Nobody Wants Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. And Tina Turner, Private Eyes, $24.99. Tina Turner, Private Eyes. This is $24.99. Tina Turner, Private Eyes. That's a very clean copy. What's Love got to do with it? Tina Turner, that is $24.99. And James Taylor, Never Die Young, $16.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, original on her sleeve, $16.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young. Black Sabbath is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $170. Thank you, Ed. Have a good night. Ed's checking out. He's been back there shipping and sorting. And Black Sabbath is sold, or excuse me, Grateful Dead is sold to Adam Garvey for $70. Is there staining or dock spots on the top left of the lenticular? There is, it looks like, I don't know what that is right there. It looks like there's this like kind of a imperfection around the borders of the lenticular. It looks like around the kind of, or actually just right up here and this side, just kind of some odd looking discoloration. Yeah, right in that area. It was an adhesive, that was originally adhesive to the cover. Of course, we actually have one in the back up above where Ed works, where we have it framed. Somebody framed it. I think Wayne's collection, where somebody peeled this off. So many people like would pop this off or peel it off. I've had so many copies where this lenticular piece was peeled off. And the Hall & Oates album was not sealed. No, it was open. Debbie Winston wants the first Marshall Tucker. That was this one right here, Long Hard Ride. That's the one you're getting unless you say otherwise. And we have Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, $24.99. I'm going to give Rolling Stones a few more moments before I make it a buy it now. And let me go ahead and grab our next couple auctions. How about Duran Duran Rio? And let's go ahead and put up the Pink Floyd that was requested. Oh my goodness. Here we go. We have Rolling Stones is a buy it now, $325 if anybody wants it. Their Satanic Majesty's Request, $325, buy it now. Stones, there it is. Duran Duran Rio, this is a $25 start. Duran Duran Rio, it is a U.S. club. It is a U.S. club. $25 start, extremely nice vinyl. Duran Duran Rio, $25 start on Duran Duran Rio. U.S. Club, EX Plus Nimrit minus vinyl, VG Plus cover. All right, this is a Pink Floyd Grail, one of the best sounding Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moons that you can own. It's a 2003 pressing, 180 gram, perfectly sealed. It's an all analog cut, 30th anniversary. It's a $225 start and it's sealed. One of the best listening experiences you can buy for Dark Side of the Moon. The 30th anniversary. It has the original packaging Everybody buys it though because it is pure analog Dark Side of the Moon, $225. About the next best thing you get is the UK original first pressing, which will run you north of $500. And I don't know if there even is one that exists sealed. That's a $225 start. Court Gabot gets the Rolling Stones. Nice pickup there. I consider this as like absolutely incredible. When I picked this up, I was like, wow. I've only ever seen one other sealed copy. And John Young brought it with him whenever he visited the store. I'm pretty sure you had this, right, John Young? That's the only ever time I've ever seen another sealed copy. Was the one John Young had in his collection. That is sold to Court Gabot for $325. Duran Duran, $25, $25, $35. And we have Rio at $30. Not Dio, Rio. This is this better than UKOG? Most people, it's definitely better than the Mo-Fi, because I don't think the Mo-Fi is analog. Most people will tell you this and the UKOG are the best two sounding Dark Side of the Moons you can get. That is very desirable. $225 start. $225 start on Dark Side of the Moon. Hall & Oates, oh yeah, $19.99. And we have Ian Gom, Gom with the Wind, $9.99. Also, Genesis, Three Sides Live, $34.99. And Three Dog Night Cyan featuring Shambhala, $19.99. Rio's at $37 with Hiram. Three Dog Night's wanting to slide out of my hands. Let's put up another Japanese auction. The Japanese bin, I have the Beatles, REO, Youthquake, Elton John, Led Zeppelin, ELO. Let's run the ELO Discovery. This looks like a near mint and pristine. This is a near mint and pristine ELO Discovery. $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has another Japanese insert. It has the original. How many inserts does it have? This is the original inner sleeve. That's the original inner sleeve. Very nice cover with Obi, ELO Discovery, gatefold, $45 start there. Pink Floyd is at $225 with Zachary P. Rio's at $37. Those are going once, going twice. Tears for Fears is $34.99. Songs from the Big Chair, very clean copy, $34.99. Nicholas wants Three Dog Night. That is sold to Nicholas. We have another bid. Let me swap out my mics right quick. Give me 1 second. Let me see what the battery looks like. The battery is 2/3 full, but they say I need to swap out. Okay, fresh mic, and this one's fully charged. It must not get too, I don't know what happens. Anyway, so we have two people. Never mind, we got a new bid at $235 on Dark Side of the Moon. Eddie Beeson wants Tears for Fears. And we have Billy Joe Glass Houses, $14.99. And we have Mick Vicar. Mick Vicar, that is $19.99. Mick Vicar, that's a soundtrack. Roger Daltrey. Pure Perry League, If the Shoe Fits, $14.99. And Sade, Diamond Life, $49.99. So I already did a final call on Rio, right? Hiram had that for $37. Nobody else bid. This is sold to Hiram for $37. Pink Floyd's now at $240 with Zachary P. Final call to get a bid in on ELO for $45. Let me go ahead and grab another sealed record. Let's do that Grail Seeger album over here. We have Bob Seger, Brand New Morning. This is a 1971 U.S. pressing. This is a $195 start. Sealed Bob Seger, Brand New Morning. Now, once again, there's only like one version of this, and then, of course, there's different pressing plants. No way to determine the pressing plant. Bob Seger, Brand New Morning, never been reissued, not available for streaming, one of those weird oddball releases from a big artist. I don't really understand it. $195 start. Creamed Israeli Gears will not be sold tonight. That one will be available for tomorrow. So $195 start. This is Bob Seger, Brand New Morning. It does have a tear in the shrink wrap right here. Does have a tear in the shrink wrap right there. The corners are very nice. 1, 2. This one's a little bit exposed, and there's a little bit of a wear right up here. But that is a tough, man. Even if I found an open copy, I'd be like, wow, that's a tough one to get right there. Brand New Morning, Bob Seger, now up for bid. Pink Floyd, $245, $250. Seger, $195, $195, $197, $200. Let's go ahead and make ELO a buy it now. ELO's a buy it now for $45. Electric Light Orchestra, buy it now for $45. Japanese pressing. Somebody needs to be all over that. What fantastic music is on that album. Oh my goodness. We have Jerry Rafferty, City to City. $19.99. Also, Herb Albert, the Tijuana Brass, 4-sider, $24.99 for Herb Albert. And the Roaring Silence, Manfred Mann, Blinded by the Light, $19.99. $19.99. Also, Sheila E. is $26.99. And Chicago's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $9.99. Davey Winston gets ELO for a $45 buy it now. Seeger is at $210. Pink Floyd's at $255. And Shannon, we've already sold Tears for Fears. I will run Boston right now, actually. Boston. I have Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Kate Bush, Pink Floyd, Paul McCartney, Creed, The Band, Greta Van Fleet, Boston. This, the information, Seth helped me out on a couple of these. Seth said the hype stickers seem to be only on the 77 US repress, either specialty or Pittman press, very small tear and shrink at opening, sticker residue at the top right corner. So evidently this hype sticker was only on the 77 US repress, which I'm pretty sure I've had orange labels with that sticker on it as well. So this one, I don't really know for sure. We're going to put it up for a $45 start. It is sealed Boston with the hype sticker, $45 start. $45 start. Sealed Boston with the hype sticker. So, you know, that's one of those I think it's pretty tough to tell unless you cracked it open. Because I know I've had orange label, epic orange label with that hype sticker on it that was in shrink wrap. So that one's kind of tough to say. But it's sealed and it has a hype sticker, sold as is, $45 start. ELO. So Seeger, $210. Floyd, $255. Bob Seeger, $220. We have how much on Manfred Mann? $19.99. $19.99. Boston, $45. Boston, $50. Boston, $50. Boston, $50. Boston, $50. Boston, $60. Boston 60, Boston 51, and Dave Clark 5, Try Too Hard, $9.99. We still got bids going on all three auctions. That's OG Dave Clark Try Too Hard. That is $9.99. JJ Wilson wants Manfred Mann. Let's go through this crate one more time. This is new vintage arrivals. This is the fourth crate of new vintage stuff we've gone through tonight. Let's run through it one more time. These are priced as marked. We have an out on Pink Floyd, so let me go back up and see who was the next bidder. The last bid I had on Pink Floyd is $265 of Dan Sessler. This is the 30th anniversary, Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, a very, very desirable pressing of Pink Floyd. Dan Sessler has that for $255. We have one of our first outs. That is now $255. Stephen Martinelli's at $80 on Boston, and the highest bid I see on Seeger is $235. That's for that sealed OG New Morning. Let's go through this bin one more time. Joe Jackson Night and Day, $19.99. The Guess Who flavors, $14.99. The Best of the Guess Who, American Woman, tan label, gatefold, $19.99. No condition notes. The Best of the Guess Who. Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway, $14.99. Andrew Gold, All This in Heaven too, $14.99 on Andrew Gold. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. Straight Southern Rock, Marshall Tucker Band, Bonnie Bramlett, and Grinder Switch, $19.99. Joe Maynard wants Joe Jackson, and Debbie Winston wants the Guess Who. Now, Debbie, there was two Guess Who's. There was Flavors and Best Of. Let me know which one you want. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $24.99. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer. What's Love got to do with it? $24.99. All right, so Pink Floyd's done. Thank you, Dan Sessler. That is sold to you for Pink Floyd was $255 to Dan Sessler. Sold. Bob Seeger just hit $250. And Boston is at $100. Boston's at $100. Bob Seeger's now at $260. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $16.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $16.99. What's the song on here I like? Maybe it's Never Die Young. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, $24.99. Hall & Oates, Oh Yeah, $19.99. And Ian Gom, Gom of the Wind, $9.99. Zachary said he had Pink Floyd at $257. Zachary says he has Pink Floyd at $257. Zachary says he has Pink Floyd. He had Pink Floyd at $257. Pink Floyd at $257. Where was Dan Sessler's bid? Dan Sessler was after that at $255 maybe. Let's bring that back over. Dan and Zach, we're not done on this. Go ahead and just bid that again, Zachary. If anybody ever hears me doing a final call and it's not your bid, just go ahead and bid it again. Because that means it's got overlooked and buried with everybody else's bids. Zachary, just go ahead and bid $257. That was on my phone. Sorry, Dan Sessler, and sorry, Zachary. It was in on my screen, though. Zachary was in at 257. And that was actually before Dan's 255. That's why it got buried. It was actually 257, then 255. Fred Carnell wants Marshall Tucker for $24.99. Seeger's at 265. Boston's at 115. Tim Turner claims straight Southern Rock. Tim Turner, are you still watching? Because I don't see that on my screen unless it was earlier. Tim Turner. If you want that, it's still available. Genesis 3 Sides Live is $34.99. We have Billy Joel, Glass Houses for $14.99. Also, Mick Vicar soundtrack, that's $19.99. Pure Perry League, If the Shoe Fits, $14.99. Shaw Day Diamond Life, $49.99. Tim Turner does want straight Southern Rock. That is sold to Tim Turner. The first Guess Who? She wants Flavors. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Let me see where that was. The first one. Okay. So we have that, and let's see here. Floyd, 265. Zachary, you're out on Pink Floyd. High bids at 265. Boston's at 125. City to City, everybody needs that. Herb Albert, 4 Cider. Sheila E. was $26.99. Chicago 2 is $9.99. And Dave Clark 5 is $9.99. Jamie McCord wants BJ, and BJ was for Billy Joel. And that is sold to Jamie McCord. Okay, so Zachary, let me know if you want back in. Now Dan Sessler has it for $265. He was already celebrating. Final call for $265. Boston is with Brett Hamilton. Sealed Boston with Hop Sticker. High bid. Brett Hamilton, $125. Sealed Boston. Now, I think we're done on Seeger, but there was a lot of bidders and a lot of activity. Final call on Bob Seeger, brand new morning. If you are not, Nicholas at $265. Nicholas has it for $265. If that's not you, or you want to bid higher, now's the time. Final call for $265. Boston has a bid for $130. Zachary's out on Pink Floyd. Let's sell that to Dan Sessler for $265. Now, Dan, it's yours. $265. That was already recapped. I'm going to move that right over here. Is Sheila E. Club or Retail. Davey Winston also wants Chicago. And Sheila E. is a U.S. retail copy, $26.99. U.S. retail copy, $26.99. Whoop, I just smashed into the GoPro. I think it's okay, though. Let me condense this bin here. That was a great crate of vintage. John put out some great vintage stuff tonight. Boy, do we have a lot of auctions to go through. Okay, I've really not went through hardly any new vinyl tonight. But with that being said, if you like vintage, you have found the right place, because we're going to be doing some more vintage right now, and it's going to be buy it now, best offer, actually. Buy it now, best offer. John Leal will take the Sheila E. I think we're done on Seeger, and we're still bidding on Boston, so let me go ahead and grab some new auctions. I still got so much over here. Let me see what we have. Black Sabbath with Ozzy. I don't know if I have any blacks. There's one Black Sabbath album left, but Ozzy's not on it. It's the Eternal Idol. Let's also go ahead and grab Led Zeppelin, and let me go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't think I got any more Black Sabbath Ozzy. At least I don't have any ready for tonight. This is kind of all over the place. This is it looks like it's mostly check condition. It looks like it's mostly check condition, but this is going to be a buy it now, best offer bin. Buy it now, best offer bin. All right, a Seeger Grail is sold. A Seeger Grail is sold to Nicholas. I call him Nicholas A. Nicholas A gets the Bob Seeger for $265. That is sold. Sealed copy of Brand New Morning. Boston, Brett Hamilton has that at $135. Brett Hamilton, $135. Final call on that. Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. A 1987 U.S. Club. This album has never been reissued. 87 U.S. Club for The Eternal Idol. $85 start. $85 start. Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. This is a U.S. Club. $85 start. It has a tear in the shrink wrap here. A little bit of wear down here in this corner. A little bit of wear in that corner. The corners have some wear. It is sealed, and it is an $85 start. Next is going to be a sealed Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is a 1987 U.S. pressing. This one was easy. I was worried this one would be complex, but it has a barcode on the back, which narrows it down to a 1987 U.S. pressing. It does have the hop sticker. Very, very cool. It has the Led Zeppelin hop sticker on the front. It is sealed and it's perfectly sealed. And that is Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, $195 start. Sealed Led Zeppelin, $195 start. J.J. Wilson says he wants the Marshall Tucker Band album if it's from the 70s. He wants the Marshall Tucker Band album if it's from the 70s. Marshall Tucker Band. There's the 10th album, and it has a copyright date of 1979. 1979. Marshall Tucker Band. We're going to give that to J.J. Wilson. All right, we have Boston. We had a new bid on Boston for 140. Sabbath at 90. Sabbath at 90. Boston 150. Billy Idol. The Eternal Idol, 95. Led Zeppelin 220. All three bids, all three auctions are currently getting bids. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer, which means you can go ahead and buy it or you can make an offer on it. And I'm either going to say yes or I'm going to counter. I'm never going to say no. I'm either going to say yes or I'm going to counter. Traffic when the eagle flies. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Traffic when the eagle flies. James Gang passing through. VG Plus $14.99. James Gang passing through. VG Plus $14.99. Paul McCartney Tug of War. VG Plus $19.99. Paul McCartney Tug of War. Eric Clapton another ticket. The hop sticker was saved. Somebody cut the hop sticker out of the shrink wrap. That's in VG condition, $14.99. And Graham Nash and David Crosby. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Led Zeppelin just got a new bid. This is now at $225 of Daniel Bouzadin. Sealed Led Zeppelin physical graffiti with hop sticker. That's now at $225. Black Sabbath has a high bid of $95. $95 with Hiram. That's what I'm seeing. $95 of Hiram. If you're higher or want to bid higher than Hiram, bid more than $95. Boston just got a new bid for $175. $175. Greta Van Fleet has not sold yet. Buffalo Springfield, last time around, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Original label, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at $230, and there was a claim somewhere in there. Rachel wants the Paul McCartney. That's sold to Rachel. Thank you. Almost missed that one. Also, Buffalo Springfield. This is VG Plus, $24.99. This collector, this was somebody, he bought most of these records from us. As you can tell, a little bit different. He had them all very nicely cleaned in anti-static inner sleeves. That is VG Plus $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at $235 now. Rogers in on Sabbath at $100. And Boston's at $175. Brett Hamilton, you're back out on Boston. It's now at $175. Comes a time, Neil Young, VG Plus $24.99. Also, Tonight's Tonight. That's a lot of Springfield and Neil Young, which is Neil Young, for the most part. VG $14.99. That's Tonight's Tonight, VG condition. So lots of Buffalo Springfield and Neil Young there. 2 Springfields, 2 Neil Youngs, and 3 Dog Night. That's the third time tonight we've had 3 Dog Night live at the Forum. That's VG Plus $14.99. Waylon Jennings, Nashville Rebel, VG condition, $19.99 for Nashville Rebel. That's an OG pressing on RCA Victor. And we have Hank Williams Jr. 14 Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. All right, we have an out on Led Zeppelin. That means Daniel Bouzadin, you have the sealed Led Zeppelin with hop sticker at $235. Final call, Stephen Martinelli's out. If you want to bid, now's the time. We have a new bid on Black Sabbath. Anybody else that was bidding, you're now out. The high bid is with Roger Monk at $100. The Eternal Idol. It's never been reissued. And I was making sure that we were done on Boston. I was waiting for one person, Brett Hamilton. The new high bid on Boston is $175 of Court Cabot. Brett Hamilton, let me know if you want in. Several people on Waylon and Hank. First to Waylon was Shane Devers. Thomas was second. And first to Hank Jr. was Shane Devers. He was first. Joanne Epperson second on Waylon. And we have an out on Boston, and we have a new bid on Black Sabbath. Rye Cooter. Rye Cooter is VG Plus $9.99. Rye Cooter is VG Plus $9.99 Into the Purple Valley. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, VG $24.99. That's an OG pressing. Check that out. Blue chest label, VG condition, $24.99 on Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. And Elton John, Honky Chateau, VG Plus $24.99. Adam Garvey on Rye Cooter. So new bids on Sabbath. Led Zeppelin, though, is done. Led Zeppelin is sold to Daniel Bouzide for $235, and Court Cabot gets Boston, I believe, for $175. Yep, Court Cabot gets Boston for $175. That is sold. Black Sabbath is at $115. Josie Sinkbell wants RC. Rye Cooter, that means you're second. Still got Chuck Berry, still got Rocket Man. That is VG plus $24.99. Brian, you hopped on the wrong time. Boston was on its last lap. It's already sold. Buffalo Springfield again. VG $14.99. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a 3-piece bundle deal on Buffalo Springfield. These are 24, 24, and 14. How about $15 off, 10, 20, and 20? $50 even for 3 Buffalo Springfield albums. 3 Buffalo Springfield albums. Those are the 3 Buffalo Springfield albums. $15 off if you buy all 3 of them. Robotech BMG Collection Volume 1. That's VG $49.99. Japanese anime VG condition $49.99. And the History of the Bonzos, that's VG for $19.99. The high bid on Black Sabbath is $115 with Stephen Martinelli. Roger Monk, you're out. Eddie Beeson says he is out for sure. Stephen has that for $115. Next Japanese pressing is Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. This also comes with the lyric book and another Japanese lyric book. The cover is fantastic with the obi. $45 start. Elton's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Let's grab some more sealed stuff. Over here, I have a sealed half-speed master. This is a big one. This is a very desirable half-speed master, Pink Floyd. This is a 1980 U.S. pressing. There are none sealed on Discogs. This is sealed. This has never been opened. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, half-speed master, $325 start. Does have the hop sticker on it, $325 start. $325 start. There are some open copies that have sold for more than that recently. $325 start. Sealed half-speed master. One of the more desirable pressings of that record. That's one of the more desirable pressings of that record for the audiophile listening experience. We have a bid of Chuck Berry for $20 with Jason Waldron. Let's go ahead and pull Chuck Berry for Jason for $20. Paul Brothers wants RoboCop. Sell that to Paul Brothers. Roger Monk is at $120 on Black Sabbath. Elton John Elton John $45. Stephen Martinelli's back in on Sabbath at $130. And we have Soul Survivors. This is VG plus $14.99, featuring their hit Expressway to Your Heart. That's a vintage 60s record, VG plus $16.99. Soul Survivors, that's VG plus $16.99. And Kansas, their self-titled debut, VG condition $9.99 on Kansas. Faithful, Todd Rundgren, VG $9.99. And another Buffalo Springfield in VG condition, Buffalo Springfield again, VG $14.99. So, final call to get a bid in on Pink Floyd for $325. Elton John, we have one bid for $45 with Heidi Bowman. 2 other people bid $45, but no one else has bid again. That's a final call for $45. Cindy Jones first to the Soul Survivors. Eddie Beeson, you were second. And Black Sabbath is a final call. If you're not Stephen Martinelli, you don't have it for $130. Roger Monk, you're out. Let me know if you want to bid again. Kevin's in on Pink Floyd at $325. New Riders of the Purple Sage, that's VG for $9.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG plus $14.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, VG plus $14.99. And Ray Charles, Genius and Soul Equal Jazz. That's an original Impulse record, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Rachel wants John Lennon. That's sold to Rachel. And Greg Allman, Laid Back, Greg Allman solo album, VG plus $19.99 for Greg Allman, Laid Back. Rachel got John Lennon. Joanne was second. Cindy Jones first on Ray Charles. Let's sell Elton John for $45. Nobody bid again. That means Heidi Bowman gets that for $45. Also, Black Sabbath. I'm going to do a 10-second mental clock countdown on that. The high bid is $130 with Stephen Martinelli. And Pink Floyd, only one bid with Kevin Crow. I'm about to sell that for $325 and put up 3 new sealed records. Next is Chris Bijak. You were second on Ray Charles. We have J.D. Blackfoot, The Songs of Crazy Horse. VG condition, $14.99. J.D. Blackfoot, The Songs of Crazy Horse. And Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. EX condition, $32.99. Has the original inner sleeve, a classic live Neil Young album. That That's EX condition, $32.99. An Evening with Dylan Thomas, VG Plus, $19.99. Roger Monk says he's out very painfully on Black Sabbath. That means that's sold to Stephen Martinelli for $130. Pink Floyd is sold to Kevin Crowd. Nice pickup there. Only one bid on Pink Floyd, $325. That is sold. Anthony Gray wants Rust Never Sleeps. Stephen Martinelli, you were second. Tanner, I'm going to lay that kind of right there in the middle. There's an auction. Buy it now. Time for 3 new sealed records. Let's do Pink Floyd, Greta Van Fleet, and let me see what else is maybe somebody's waiting on. A long time ago, I mentioned this one right here, Creed, Human Clay. Let's do this one right here. And then I've got some USOG stuff I hadn't auctioned either. Wow, take a look at this. First, Pink Floyd, Division Bell. This is a 1994 US. Now, the problem with this one is if it's sealed, you can't confirm if it's the blue or the black. This is a sealed 1994 pressing of Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, $195 start. 1994 USOG. It's either the limited edition. Actually, it's weird. I think they put the blue vinyl as not limited edition, and then they put the black as a limited edition. Either way, not a lot of vinyl being pressed in 94, but they did for the Division Bell. But it's still pretty scarce. We don't get it too often. $195 start on that. Greta Van Fleet. Greta Van Fleet is a 2017 US pressing. Perfect Shrink and Corners, $115 start, and this is sealed. This is the 2017 Black Smoke Rising, a grail for a lot of Greta Van Fleet fans. $115 start on that. $115 start on Greta Van Fleet. There'll be some activity on that one. And I don't think I've ever had this before. Wow. OG Creed, Human Clay. I've never had an OG of this. We usually keep the repress in stock, and I'm actually sold out at the moment. This is a 1992 US limited edition. 1999 US limited edition. Perfect Shrink and Corners. This is a $200 start. Sealed Human Clay. Limited edition 2LP. OG from 1999. Now, that is something we won't see too often. That is Creed, OG from 1999. Human Clay, $200 start. 3 new auctions. Okay, back up to the top. We have Pink Floyd, 200. Pink Floyd, 200. Greta Van Fleet, 115. Greta Van Fleet, 115. Pink Floyd, 210. Greta Van Fleet, 120. Creed, 200. Greta Van Fleet, 120. We have Love Letters from Elvis, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Was that only through their fan club? Which one? Greta Van Fleet? I don't think so. Or are you talking about Creed? I don't think either one was. Allman Brothers, Beginnings, VG Plus, $24.99. Victoria Rachel's first on Elvis Presley. Debbie Winston was second. Stephen Martinelli third. Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. Bad Company, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, the Buddy Holly story. Wow, and shrink wrap. VG condition, $19.99. It's on the second label. Nice jacket, though. Buddy Holly story in shrink wrap. VG, $19.99. Rock Pile, Seconds of Pleasure. VG Plus, $14.99. And Black Oak, Arkansas, self-titled VG, $9.99. That is an OG Richmond pressing. VG, $9.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG, $9.99. VG, $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. Anything on Atco or Atlantic, if you want to know, I've looked at so many Led Zeppelin, Atlantic, and Atco labels. I can look at these and identify the pressing in 2 seconds. A lot of it's right here in this matrix. Let me get my camera centered. A lot of it's right here in this matrix prefix, that prefix, the suffix, also this address, and then every once in a while I glance down here in the dead wax. But I've looked at so many Led Zeppelin, Atlantic Records, which Atco was a subsidiary of Atlantic. I can look at those and be like, tell you what it is in 2 seconds. That's how I look at those. Even though if it's not on the back, I can identify those pretty fast, if you're ever wondering what I'm doing there. Greta Van Fleet, 122. Pink Floyd, 220. Pink Floyd, 225. Adam Garvey wants the Allman Brothers Beginnings. That's sold to Adam Garvey. Eddie Beeson gets the Buddy Holly. Adam Garvey was second. Christopher second on Buddy Holly. Blade Singletary offered $10 for Bad Company. Sold. Heidi Bowman wants Black Oak, Arkansas. And Cindy Jones wants Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Sean Jones wants to see the Division Bell again. Stephen Tuttle wants to know the Greta Van Fleet tracks. And I'm not for sure where we're at on Creed, but I'll give you an update in 1 second. Let's go down through the line one at a time. This is a 1994 US pressing. This is a 1994 US pressing. So the sealed 94 US pressings, the sealed 94 US pressings, they are two different versions. There's going to be one on black vinyl, and there's going to be one on like a translucent blue vinyl. This is kind of impossible to tell because it's sealed. It's one of the two. That is the Division Bell, and the high bid is with Adam Garvey at $225. $225 on the Division Bell. That is Pink Floyd. It's 1994. One of two versions. $225 on that one. Next is Greta Van Fleet. Greta Van Fleet, Black Smoke Rising from 2017, U.S. sealed, and I will say perfectly sealed. The last bid I see is Dwayne Sevilla at $122. So that's the high bid, $122. If anybody's in for more or wants to be in for more, let me know, but that's at $122. Now we have $130. That just came in. And now time for Creed Human Clay. Michael Knapp believes this was maybe only offered through their fan club. That could be true. Seth did the research on this one for me. He didn't make a note of that, but that's a possibility. He was just doing price researching for me and trying to confirm which pressing. But this, of course, is from 1999, Human Clay. This has been reissued, but I've never seen an original. 1999, not a lot of vinyl being made. Even in 1994, cassettes and CDs were obviously the dominant format. 20 years later, everything's back to vinyl, or 30 years later, everything's back to vinyl, 25, 30 years later. Creed, and let me check my comments. The high bid on Creed, I think Stephen Martinelli's the lone bidder at $200. Stephen Martinelli's the lone bidder at $200. Are You Ready? What If? With Arms Wide Open. That's the other one. I knew Higher was on there. With Arms Wide Open's on there. That is Creed. Now it's at $204. So all three auctions just got new bids. We also had some claims. J.J. Wilson wants Todd and Kansas. Todd and Kansas. There's Todd Rundgren. There's Kansas. Those are sold to J.J. Wilson. Nobody wants my Buffalo Springfield bundle. What if I knock it down another $10? These were priced for $24.99, $24.99, $14.99. I did $15 off for to make everything $50. How about I do $25 off and we sell the 4 Buffalo Springfield albums for $40? $40 on Buffalo Springfield. $40 on Buffalo Springfield. I'm going to leave those out. There's another. That's now $25 off. We have Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. VG Plus $14.99. Also, James Gang, Passing Through. VG Plus $14.99. Lucas is going to take my Buffalo Springfield deal. There we go. That's sold to Lucas. All three of those, Tanner, for $40. Debbie second, Blade third. Eric Clapton, another ticket. VG $14.99. Graham Nash, David Crosby. VG $9.99. Neil Young, Comes a Time. VG Plus $24.99. Man, Creed has some great music. Some people give Creed a bad rap. I've never understood that. Man, they've got some amazing music. My Own Prison and Torn on that other album. Oh my gosh. Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight. VG $14.99. Three Dog Night, captured live at the Forum. VG Plus $14.99. And Elton John. Surprised no one bought this. It's an original uni pressing. VG Plus $24.99. Honky Cat, Mellow, Rocket Man. $24.99. Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters. That's a great Elton John album. The Histories of the Bonzo still available. VG $19.99. Buffalo Springfield. There's a stray one. VG $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer, by the way. VG $14.99. That has Rock and Roll Woman on it. That's a great song. A Steve Stills original. VG $14.99. Also, we have back up at the top. So, we had Greta Van Fleet, $140. Creed, $220. Greta Van Fleet, $145. Greta Van Fleet, $141. Creed, $255. Lucas got the Buffalo Springfield bundle. Davey was second. Sean's out on Pink Floyd. Blade was third on Buffalo Springfield. Creed, $240. Greta Van Fleet out. Creed, $250. J.J. Wilson wants Traffic. That's sold to J.J. Wilson. Cindy Jones wants Neil. And that was for Neil Young, and I think she said the first one, Comes a Time. That is sold to Cindy Jones. Joanne Epperson put J.E. J.E. was for, let me know what that was for, Joanne Epperson. I just see a J.E. comment. And then Blade Singletary offered $10 for Three Dog Night. Sold. Sell that to Blade Singletary for $10. Greta Van Fleet, $155. Debbie Winstead said, Elton John best price. Joanne said her autocorrect was for Elton John. So J.E., she's already actually claimed this. This is sold to Joanne Epperson. Joanne Epperson. Davey Winstead, you would have been second. Also, we have New Riders. That's VG for $9.99. Also, Greg Allman, Laid Back. VG plus $19.99. And we have J.D. Blackfoot, The Songs of Crazy Horse. This is VG $14.99. An Evening with Dylan Thomas, VG plus $19.99. And Rockpile Seconds of Pleasure, VG plus $14.99. Update on all three auctions. So Creed is now at $280 with Stephen Martinelli. Sealed, $19.99, limited edition, Creed Human Clay. That is now at $280 with Stephen Martinelli. Now $285, that just came in with Calvin Ward. Scott Snee said he'll give $15 for the Bonzos. Sell that to Scott Snee. Now Greta Van Fleet. Christopher Morris at $155. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in its jacket, but I don't know if we're done on that one yet. Christopher Morris has it for $155. Creed's now at $300. And Pink Floyd, I hadn't seen a bid on PF in a while for Pink Floyd. I see Pink Floyd. Court Gabot at $230. Anybody higher? Court Gabot has it for $230. Sealed Division Bell, $230. Let's see what Seth's uncle has commented. Seth's uncle says, over here wondering how this thief made the Apple family Christmas calendar. Wow, I'm on the Apple family Christmas calendar? If you want to, now, your nephew, he's not here tonight. He has skipped out. What is he, coaching? Is he supposed to be coaching basketball or something tonight? He's about to get fired is what's about to happen. Anthony Gray said he'd give 10 for the almond. Anthony, that's the only record I'm going to counter. I'll split the difference with you, and I'll sell that to you for $15. $15 on that. We have a new bid on Pink Floyd for $235. We have a new bid on Greta Van Fleet for $160. And we have a new bid on Creed for $300. He said he quit. Seth quit? That's, well, good. Seth, you're fired. All right, and I'll split the difference of that for $15. Actually, Seth helped us out a lot. Most of these auctions were auctioning tonight. He did all the research on them. He did about half of them. I did the other half. So we wouldn't be having much of a sale right now if it wasn't for him doing some research this morning. I feel like he could have got a lot more done. I left him a whole crate, and he did about this many. So he's got to pick up the pace a little bit. Anthony Gray, he was probably Snapchatting. Yeah, he's probably Snapchatting and playing, what's he play, Fortnite? No, what's the thing? RuneScape. Oh my gosh. If that man has his laptop open, he's playing RuneScape. I've seen him walk into the bathroom with it before. He's walked into the bathroom before with his laptop trying to play RuneScape. And I'm like, what in the world? Okay, Pink Floyd, $245. Greta Van Fleet, $160. Where are we on Creed? Calvin Ward, you're out. Have you officially set out? You haven't set out. But Stephen Martinelli has Creed for $300. We've went through that crate twice, and that's all that's left. Rockpile, Dylan Thomas, Crazy Horse, New Riders, Buffalo Springfield, Neil Young, Graham Nash, David Crosby, Clapton, and James Gang. It's time for another crate. Those are all buy it now best offer. That was a good one. I filled that one up just a moment ago from over there. Tanner, I don't know if you want to do that again. Maybe the bin in front of it because I kind of need a new crate to go through. I'm going to grab... I was just going to fill up maybe one of these bins over here, just one of these here. If you can do that. I got another one over here I'm going to do for half off, but that one right there looks pretty good. We can do that one for buy it now. Maybe the back half of it. I think that's some older stuff. And I do have another crate here. And I like the way this looks. I think there's a couple stray Christmas records in here, but man, there's some great titles in here. And yeah, those are going to be buy it now best offer. So Tanner's going to fix us up another bin. We literally have thousands of vintage LPs, not an exaggeration. And they're everywhere. We just have to bring them over here. So we have an out on Creed. That means Stephen Martinelli gets this for $300. Creed is sold for $300 to Stephen Martinelli. Greta Van Fleet, I saw some new bids pop up. Greta Van Fleet was at $165 of Christopher Morris. $165 of Christopher Morris. $165 of Christopher Morris. Anybody else bidding? Let me know. Pink Floyd is at $265. That's where we're at on those. Okay. Haven't played RuneScape in like 8 years. Seth has been playing it for 8 years. Actually, I think one of the first times I ever met him was over at Tanner's house, and he had that laptop in his lap playing RuneScape, and he hasn't looked back since. Next auction is Bonham. This is a 1992 sealed Euro pressing, $75 start. Bonham, Mad Hatter. Don't see this too often. This is a $275 start. That is as in Jason Bonham, as in John Bonham's son. That is Bonham, and that's Mad Hatter. It's a $75 start. $75 start on Bonham, and that is a tiny corner bump in the top right, otherwise perfect. It has a tiny, tiny, minuscule corner bump. Other than that, it is perfectly sealed. Bonham is a $75 start. $75 start, and that is sealed. Bonham. Never had that one before, I don't think. Pink Floyd out. Greta Van Fleet out. Greta Van Fleet 175. Then we have an out. And we have Pink Floyd at 265, and we have an out. New Riders condition. Anthony Gray wants to know the condition of the New Riders album from the previous bin. The condition of the New Riders was VG $9.99. VG $9.99. That's available if you want it. Okay, let's go through another crate of buy it now best offer. I'm about to sell Greta Van Fleet for $175. If you want to bid, now's the time. And I'm about to sell Pink Floyd for $265. Court Gabot has high bid on both of them. Everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. That means you can go ahead and claim it. Or if you maybe want to risk getting it for a little bit cheaper price, you can go ahead and top out an offer. Sometimes people can get in offers faster than people can actually claim it. Totally up to you. That's $34.99. $34.99. Eagles on the border. OG textured. $34.99 for Eagles on the border. The Drifters Golden Hits. $19.99 in shrink wrap. Under the boardwalk. The Drifters Golden Hits. $19.99. Shades of Deep Purple. Wow. $34.99. It does have a seam split up at the top. $34.99 for Shades of Deep Purple. $34.99 for Shades of Deep Purple. And Eagles Live, $34.99. Eagles Live, $34.99 for the Eagles Live. Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold, an amazing compilation of Gordon Lightfoot music. It's a 2 LP for $29.99. No condition notes, no ring wear on the cover, except maybe a little on the back. That's unusual, $29.99. Can you confirm the starting bid on Bonham? Bonham was a $75 start. Bonham was $75. John Leal bid $75, $75, $80, now $85. We're correct on that one. John Leal has it for $85. Let's go ahead and sell Court Gabot both of these records. He gets Greta Van Fleet for $175. He gets Pink Floyd for $265. Let's put up some other stuff. I still have sealed albums. There's Bonham, though, and I've got some U.S. stuff that's been neglected over here. Let's go ahead and run that. We've got AC/DC and Talking Heads. Talking Heads is a 1978 Jacksonville OG for a $35 start. We haven't had any OG Talking Heads in a while. It's been asked about a bunch. This has the original inner sleeve, more songs about buildings and food, more songs about buildings and food. OG pressing from 78. This is a $35 start. $35 start. That is a 78 Jacksonville press. There's the cover. Very nice. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Let's put those right there. And now we have AC/DC Let There Be Rock. This is OG specialty press from 1976. Don't get a lot of AC/DC high grade. If we do, we normally auction them. Look how nice this is. Atco OG specialty press, $35 start. It is a Porky prime cut. It is a Porky prime cut. Right here on the dead wax, it says Porky prime cut. That's what you want to see on an AC/DC record, especially this one. Let There Be Rock, $35 start. Back up to the top, we have some questions and some bids. Bonham was at 80. Bonham was at 85. Has the sealed metal gone up tonight? I don't think I'm going to run it tonight because I don't know exactly what pressing it is. Bonham at 95. I have not sold Flaming Pie, but we are running that one tonight. Talking Heads 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 35, AC/DC 40, AC/DC 40. But before all that, we already have a $50 bid, and we're at $50 on that. Golden Earring, Moontan, $34.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. First track is Radar Love, $34.99. So only one bid on Talking Heads. That's with Joe Maynard at $35. Going once, going twice. John Leal's out on Bonham. That's because, did somebody bid more than $95? John Leal's at 95. Cynthia bid first. That's what happened. Cynthia came in first at 95. Then John was second. He's not bidding anymore. He said out. So Cynthia has Bonham for $95. This is Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG Plus condition, $29.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG Plus, $29.99. This is Rock of Ages, the band, live in concert. VG Plus, $29.99. AC/DC, 52. AC/DC 53, Heidi offer 25 for golden earrings, sold. Sell that to Heidi for $25. Wildlife, Wings, Wildlife, Paul McCartney, VG Plus 19.99. That's in VG Plus condition, 19.99. Nice looking jacket. And Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus condition, $24.99. AC/DC's at $53 with Wayne Carr. That's going once, going twice. Final call on Talking Heads. We have a $35 bid on Talking Heads. That's going twice, going three times. And Bonham, this is Bonham Mad Hatter. Bonham is a final call for 95 with Cynthia Herdron. 95 with Cynthia Herdron. We are about to sell that. I think I've actually said final call. We have Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $24.99. This has the original inner sleeve with it. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $24.99. And Carole King, her greatest hits, Jazzman. That sells it right away. So Far Away. Sweet Seas is another good one. I Feel the Earth Move. Nightingale, $14.99. And Gentle Giant, Giant for a Day, $19.99. Boy, there's some great titles in here. And technically, they're all on sale. The only thing you have to do is name the price. Cynthia Herdron gets Bonham for $95. This is sold to Cynthia for $95. Jake, I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat on. Jake just walked in here without a hat on, and I'm like, who is this guy? Joe Maynard gets Talking Heads for $35. And the high bid on AC/DC is $60 with Stephen Martinelli. I was wearing a hat the other day, and Paul said that was the first time he's ever seen me with a hat on. I feel like a hat's obscured my vision. Okay, it's time for some new auctions. We have down to one. Let's run the Flamin' Pie, and somebody just asked about the band. Let's put them up. A very desirable Paul McCartney album because it's scarce, and that's called Flamin' Pie. And plus, it's Paul McCartney. This is a 1997 U.S. pressing. It is a perfectly sealed copy. Corners, shrink wrap, hot sticker. This is a $95 start for Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie, sealed. Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie, sealed, $95. The band, Jubilation. And the last time we had one of these, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. That was the first time I've seen one. Here's another one. We have a 1998 U.S. limited edition purple marble vinyl. Zero for sale on Discogs. Zero for sale on Discogs. $375 start. And I think that's what we sold the last one for. The band, Jubilation, $375 start. 1998 sealed purple marbled vinyl. Bill Ritzy, your bid on Bonham came in late. I've already sold it. We got a $9.99 offer on Carole King. Let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher Morris. Nice pickup there. We have an out on AC/DC. Stephen Martinelli has that for $60. And we have a 95 start on Paul McCartney, $375 on the band. First time I've ever seen it backwards. Yes, I was doing a sale. I have to turn it around backwards whenever I'm selling records. That means I am selling records in a very serious fashion. Okay, we have the Eurythmics Revenge for $19.99. The Eurythmics is $19.99, has the original inner sleeve with it. $19.99 for the Eurythmics. And Malcolm X, By Any Means Necessary. Malcolm X is in VG condition, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, VG Plus, $24.99. Original inner sleeve, Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, VG Plus, $24.99. And Martha Reeves and the Vandellas Anthology, that's a 2LP compilation, $22.99. AC/DC is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $60. I hope everybody was done bidding. That's now sold. Paul McCartney, final call to get bids in on these. $95 on Flamin' Pie, $375 start on the band, Jubilation. That one is rare. Rachel is going to get the Dylan album. That is sold to Rachel. And we have Backdoor Men, The Shadows of Night. That is $24.99. It is a reissue. It's possibly an unofficial, Paul said. $24.99. Chris is in on Macca, Paul M, Paul McCartney for $95. Our next auction is going to be a Scorpions Blackout, and I think this is USOG, and it's a nice copy. $30 start for Blackout by the Scorpions. Has the original inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl, $30 start. Either way, I hadn't done the matrix test. It's a club. It is a CRC. This is a CRC pressing. Let me retract everything I've said. Let me start over. This is a very nice copy of Scorpions Blackout, CRC pressing, Columbia Record Club, $30 start on that. That is so nice. I was looking at it. I was like, this is nice. We have Flamin' Pie at $100. Barry Price says Flamin' Pie is a steal at that price. Barry Price would know because he owned these records before we did. That is now at $100. We have Mac at $105. Adam's at $35 on Scorpions, and he says good night. Adam, are you still bidding on Scorpions? You might want to hang around to make sure you've won it. Buffalo Springfield, again, that's the third copy we've had in the last 20 minutes. This one's better than any one we've had so far. VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. And the Chipmunks, songs from our TV shows. The Chipmunks is $24.99, featuring the Chipettes, $24.99. And Quicksilver Anthology, $32.99. This is a Quicksilver 2LP compilation, $32.99. The Band, Jubilation. The Band is a buy it now for $375. Jubilation, 1998, purple vinyl, $375 if anybody wants that. Our next auction is going to be the Honey Drippers, a Japanese pressing, Page and Plant, in shrink wrap with the obi, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. Also, Nile Rodgers played on the album. There's Page, there's Plant. $35 start. It's in shrink wrap with the obi. That's now up for bid. Final call on the Scorpions for $35 with Adam Garvey. Dan Davis gets the Chipmunks, and we're selling Jason Short, Buffalo Springfield for $20. Charlie DeFrank, let me know if you want backing on Paul McCartney. Chris Bijak has it for $105. You are out. You are out. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. No condition notes on this one. $34.99 for Hard Rain. That is Bob Dylan, $34.99. And Buffalo Springfield. Wow, this is Buffalo Springfield night. No condition notes on this one. This is the first one we've had that's not check condition. That is $36.99. Very, very nice. $36.99. Charlie's backing on Paul at $110. And Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $34.99. We can go ahead and sell Adam Garvey, the Scorpions, for $35. If you want to bid $35 on the Honey Drippers, now's your time. Let's bring over another sealed record. I've been waiting to do this one. I kind of wanted to keep it myself. Take a look at this. Never seen this before. This album's in print, but not like this. Not on Classic Records, 200 gram. Neil Young's Greatest Hits, a 2005 U.S. pressing on 200 gram. We're pretty sure it never did come sealed. It just came in this bag with this Classic Records like strip over it, which normally was cut or peeled off. So it's not really a shrink-wrapped record. We're going to advertise it sealed because we don't believe it's ever been removed. And I believe they come on colored vinyl. Let me see what Seth left me here. He says red, white, and blue. I guess they're different colors, maybe? $125 start. So this is Neil Young's Greatest Hits. But when I first looked at this, I was like, wow. Because obviously I'm a Neil Young fan, especially with the tracks that's on this one. And it's on Classic Records on 200 gram Quiax Records. Quiax vinyl, that is. That is a $125 start. I think it's a great price, whether it's sealed or if it was opened. $125 on that. Okay, all righty, here we go. Paul McCartney was at $110. That means, Chris Bijak, you're out on Paul McCartney. Also, we have Dylan. We had a $25 offer on Dylan with Rachel. Rachel, you get Bob Dylan for $25. The Honey Drippers, we have a bid of $35, going once, going twice. Joanne, you were second. Neil Young, $125, $125, $130. And Kara also bid $35 on the Honey Drippers. 3 people are at $25 on the Honey Drippers. We're waiting for one person to say out on Paul McCartney or bid again. Music to trim your tree by. $4.99. I told y'all there were some stray Christmas records in here. Music to trim your tree by. Christmas music. Deck the Halls is the first track. $4.99. Also, German Christmas sing-alongs. $4.99. German Christmas sing-alongs. Jesse Crawford, Organ and Chimes at Christmas. $4.99. We have Letterman, the Christmas This Year, the Letterman Christmas album, $4.99. That Christmas Feeling, $4.99. The 12 Days of Christmas, $4.99. We have Christmas music from Williamsburg, $4.99. Your favorite songs of Christmas, $9.99. Oh Tannenbaum, Christmas on the Rhine, $4.99. All-time greatest hits of the Mamas and Papas. This is not a Christmas album. This is a Mamas and Papas hits compilation on 2LP, $26.99, all-time greatest hits. Cassie, you're first to Christmas. Let me know which one you want, or if you want a bundle deal on all of them, I'll make you a bundle deal on all those Christmas albums. A deal, an offer you can't refuse if you're interested in all of them. Back up to the top, Neil Young was at 125, 125, 130. We had 3 people on the Honey Drippers. Cassie was in first. Daniel Cody bet 150 on Neil Young, 155 on Neil Young, 36 on the Honey Drippers, 175 on Neil Young, and we have an out on Neil Young. Paul McCartney, I guess no one else bid again. We had 110 with Charlie DeFrank. Sold to Charlie DeFrank for $110. That was Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie. I think we had an open copy not too long ago. We sold for more than that. Honey Drippers is now at 36 with Jackie Reynolds, and Neil Young's at 175. These here, if you buy all of these, I will do one. A couple were marked 10. 2 were marked 10. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 4 times, $36. $36 on that. $36. It's getting late. Auctions are selling cheaper than what they're supposed to. Hope everybody's paying close attention. $36 on those 9 Christmas albums. Steppenwolf Monster, $9.99. She said sold. Tanner, we need 9 $4 stickies with Cassie Center's name on them. Those are all sold. Jimmy Witherspoon, handbags and glad rags, EX condition, $14.99. And Joni Mitchell, Hijara, that's VG for $9.99. Neil Young is the final call to Daniel Cody for $175. The Honey Drippers is at $37 with Kara Bauer. The Hissing of Summer Lawns, also by Joni Mitchell, VG $9.99. Paul Simon, VG $9.99. And Graham Nash and David Crosby, that is EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99 on Graham Nash and David Crosby. Next is Cynthia Herdron, put JM for Joni Mitchell. So let me know which one you want, Cynthia. There was Hijara or the Hissing of Summer Lawns. Jane Fink, you're second. Garrett, you were third. Honey Drippers is at 40. We have Kara out on the Honey Drippers. This is sold to Daniel Cody for $175. We have the Honey Drippers at $40 with Jackie Reynolds. That's now going once, going twice. The next sealed auction is going to be the B-52's Cosmic Thing. And we also have a Samantha Fox record that is sealed. Very cool. All right, let's see what we have here. B-52, Samantha Fox, Kate Bush. And we have Cynthia Herdron said sold on Joni Mitchell. Joni Mitchell sold to Cynthia and Cynthia. Jane was second, Garrett third. We have the Honey Drippers is sold to Jackie Reynolds for $40. And here's our next auctions. The B-52's Cosmic Thing. This is a 1989 U.S. specialty pressing. It does have a saw mark up here on the top left corner. It is a saw mark, and this is a $50 start. There are none listed for sale sealed. B-52's Cosmic Thing, $50 start. Love Shack Baby, that's on that album. $50 start. B-52's Cosmic Thing. Samantha Fox, this is going to be a 1987 U.S. pressing, just a $15 start. Sealed Samantha Fox, $15 start on Samantha Fox. $15 start on that. B-52's 50, Samantha Fox 15. And let's see what else I have over here. Let's do the Grateful Dead in the Dark. A 1987 club copy. Extremely nice. $45 start. The Grateful Dead in the Dark. $45 start. Gatefold, 87 club. Extremely nice. With the original inner sleeve. $45 start. EX Plus. Wow, that's truly near mint minus on that one. Very nice cover, $45 start. Grateful Dead, $45. Fox, $15. Let's finish up this crate. Diamond Dogs, David Bowie, a 1980 Canadian pressing, $39.99. A 1980 Canadian pressing, $39.99 for Diamond Dogs. We have Genesis Live, $19.99 for Genesis Live. Genesis Live, we have an empty stray sleeve if you need that, Tanner. There's an empty stray sleeve. American Beauty, a Winchester press, $44.99. What's that doing in there? $44.99. That's a later reissue, but that's a US, not an OG, but a US pressing, $44.99. And Peter Gabriel, $36.99, a half-speed master of his 4th album with Shock the Monkey on it. I always mention that track. I think everybody knows that one. Grateful Dead, $45. Cynthia Herdron, first on David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. The only thing that doesn't have a bid right now is the B-52s. We're looking for a $50 start on that. Final call to lock in a bid. Samantha Fox is now at $16, and then it had an $18 bid. The Grateful Dead has a what happened here? Anthony, were you offering $40 on the Grateful Dead? If so, that's sold. And now I think Josie has bid 46 on In the Dark. Paul T's at 50 on the B-52s. Last record was Fair Warning, Van Halen, $44.99. Original inner sleeve. First track is, wow, this is a nice copy. First track is Mean Street, $44.99. Also Chained, Unchained is on that one, $44.99. So Anthony got the Grateful Dead for $40. We had a $46 bid on this, a $50 bid on that, a $20 bid on this, and now a $22 bid on that. Charlie Leeds has Fox for $22. Let me adjust my neck, spine, knuckles, back, knees, feet. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. I knew it. About this time, my body's ready for a stretch. It happens every night. It's like clockwork, Tanner. 10 o'clock, it's time for the 7-inning stretch. We're entering phase 2 of Collectco. What day is this? Tuesday? Tuesday? The days run together. When you just take 4-hour naps, I really don't keep up with what day it is. I know what time I'm supposed to go live, and that's all I do. Paul T gets the B-52s for $50. Only bid on the B-52s, sold, $50. Fox is at 22. Fred Carnell, you're out. And Anthony Gray, let me know if you want back in on the Grateful Dead. The high bid on this is 46 with Josie Sinkbell. Top copy. It is a club copy. Van Halen from tonight and the leftover one from last night deal. Van Halen from tonight and the leftover one from last night. The one from last night, I have no clue where that is. I took all those to the back and put them in bins. There's no telling. Now, if you're interested in this one, it's available, and I'm not for sure on. You might have to refresh my name on titles because we have a lot. Van Halen doesn't have a lot of albums, but we get a lot of them in. I have this, and I'll actually put it on sale tonight if anybody wants a copy. That is Anthony Gray's for $40. $24.99 on sale. Mammoth 2 on the indie exclusive yellow vinyl. I'll actually do them on sale because I have way too many copies. I'd like to sell about 5 or 10 copies right now. That is Mammoth 2. That is Eddie Van Halen's son, his band, Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth 2, $24.99. It's on indie exclusive yellow vinyl. I've got several copies in stock if anybody wants one. So, new bid. I'm waiting for Fred Carnell to say if he's in or out on Samantha Fox. Charlie has it for $22. Anthony Gray is the new bidder on Grateful Dead for $48. Josie's out. Garrett says he'll take a Mammoth for $24.99. Anybody else on Mammoth 2? Tonight only. If I sell a few, they're going to go back up to $33.99. They're $24.99 right now. I'll keep those right there. Fred Carnell's at $25 on Samantha Fox. I think we're almost done on the Grateful Dead. Anthony has that for $48. Nicholas says he'll take a Mammoth for $24.99. There's another one, but I got plenty more right here behind me. Here's another record I hadn't shown in probably about a week or maybe 2 weeks. Maybe since the week before, the last week of the year or before Christmas. I still have Temple the Dog in stock. These are $39.99. This is the 2 LP version. Temple of the Dog. And like I said, when these go out of stock and there's no really inventory, when local stores don't have them, when Amazon runs out, it usually automatically goes to about a $100 record, and that is Temple the Dog, 2 LP. The only thing you need to know are these 2 words, Hunger Strike. Hunger Strike. It's on there. An anthem. I'm going hungry. That's how I feel right now. I'm going to Waffle House. I'm about to start singing it like Chris Cornell. I'm going to Waffle House. Tanner's shaking his head no. Tanner's against Waffle House. All right, so Nicholas got a Mammoth. This one's Brian Frinfrox, and Brian Arrigo wants a Wolfgang Van Halen. I've got another one right here, and I have Temple the Dog for $39.99. Let's end some auctions. Actually, now Charlie Leeds, let me know if you want back in on Samantha Fox. Let me know if you want back in on Samantha Fox. Roger Monk wants a Mammoth. Sell that to Roger Monk for $24.99 as well. And Brian C. wants a Temple the Dog at sticker. We need 2 more Temple the Dogs. No, we need 2 more Mammoths. Whoop. We need 2 more Mammoths. We need one for Jamie McCord, and we need one for Tim Turner. Tanner, if you could make me a sticky note, I need to order some more of the first one. If anybody wants on a waiting list for the first Mammoth album, I think they're about the same price, and I'm pretty sure they still press them on indie exclusive black ice colored vinyl. And if anybody wants one of those, let me know. There's another Mammoth to Jamie McCord. There's another one for Tim Turner. Charlie's back in on Samantha Fox at $26. Let's go ahead and sell this Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead is sold to Anthony Gray for $48. Fred, I'm going to lay that on the corner, Tanner. Fred, you're out on Fox, and let's put up another auction. This is Boingo, Oingo Boingo, and I've got a sealed Fleetwood Mac Tango in the night. Now, we sold an opened OG copy the other night for $59.99. This one is sealed with hop sticker, just a $65 start. Just a $65 start. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, featuring the hit single Big Love. But man, they forget to mention Little Lies is on here, and Everywhere. I love the Christine McVie song Everywhere. $65 start, sealed Fleetwood Mac, now up for bid. And that is a 1987 U.S. Allied. U.S. Allied, meaning that is a U.S. OG pressing of that album. We have 2 bids already at $65. Next is Boingo. This is in shrink wrap with a hop sticker. $55 start. Don't get this too often. It does have a clip corner, meaning it was a cutout record. $55 start for Boingo. Oingo Boingo. $55 start. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, $55 start. Samantha Fox is sold. Fred Cardinell's out. That is sold to Charlie Leeds for $26. Now, we've sold a couple more mammoths, it looks like. The last thing, who was the last person I read off? Tim Turner? Yeah. I think Debbie Winston needs one. Dan Gruce wants one, and Jamie McCord wants on the Mammoth 1 waiting list. The Mammoth 1 waiting list. So 2 more mammoths sold. There's one, there's another. I'm going to grab another one to keep over here. I have 1, 2, 4. I got 6 copies of Mammoth left. Mammoth 2, that is. And that is on the indie exclusive Canary Yellow vinyl. So this copy sold to Debbie Winston. That sold to Dan Gruce, $24.99. There's another copy if anybody wants it. And we have one person on a waiting list for Mammoth 1. Fleetwood Mac, 65, 65, 65, 66, 70, and 73. Oingo Boingo is a $55 start. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. That is sealed Fleetwood Mac, 71. The price, Garrett, I think it's pretty close to this. I know it's no less than 30, and I don't think it's more than $36.99. It's either 30, it's somewhere in that ballpark. It may be $29.90 or $31, somewhere right in there. We kind of have a formula we use to price new vinyl. So I have another Fleetwood Mac after this one, and I have a sealed Beatles picture disc. Check this out. This is the Beatles picture disc, a 1978 U.S. limited edition picture disc. This is a $60 start. Abbey Road sealed picture disc from 1978. Those were pressed in the U.S. They are official. That is the actual album. Come Together, Something, Maxwell Silverhammer, Oh Darling, Octopus's Garden, I Want You, She's So Heavy, and then the epic B-side, Here Comes the Sun, Because You Never Give Me Your Money, Sun King, and then the melody starts, Mean Mr. Mustard, Polythene Pam, She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, Golden Slumbers, Carry the Weight. That's actually the melody, Golden Slumbers, Carry the Weight, the end of Her Majesty's. But pretty much right there from Mean Mr. Mustard on, it's all like one song. That is a $60 start. The Beatles Abbey Road picture disc from 1978. Now, I don't think Jason Anderson, it was the one with the slick back hair. You're talking about 1984. I think somebody bought that. 1984. The Van Halen albums that we would have are the first one. You already bought Van Halen 2 tonight. The third Van Halen album is, well, there's also Diver Down, Women and Children First. I haven't seen those in a while. And then, of course, then the Hagar stuff starts with 5150, Fair Warning. I guess there's 5 Roth albums. 1, 2, Fair Warning, Diver Down, Women and Children First. And then it goes to 5150. This is $44.99. Jason Anderson, I think, has dibs on it if he wants it. It has the original inner sleeve. It's $44.99. That is available if anybody wants it. Then I got distracted with all the mammoths, but that's okay because we sold a bunch of them. Fleetwood Mac is now at $75. And Greg, this is $44.99. I'll just leave that out. And I'm going to make Boingo a $55 buy it now. That's less than what we had it stickered for. If anybody wants it, it's a $55 buy it now. This was actually in a bin, and I decided to pull it out and try to auction it, but no activity, so that's a buy it now for $55. Scott Jokumstaller wants a Mammoth 2, and these are on sale tonight for $24.99. $24.99 on those. That's sold to Scott Jokumstaller. This Boingo is a $55 buy it now. Fair Warning was a super nice copy for $44.99. Fleetwood Mac is at $80 with Cynthia Herdren, and we have no bid on Abbey Road we're looking for Abbey Road. I forgot 1984. Yes, I forgot 1984. That is correct. I left out one. A very big one, 84. That was the last one. And then there was no more Roth. Then we went to the Hagar era. And those are pretty tough to find. We sold Balance last night for $500. We had a VG Plus 5150, but the other one's kind of in there between OU 812. We never get that one in. And then, of course, then the rest of them are, see, I'm forgetting one of those too. Okay, Fleetwood Mac's at 85. Abbey Road is a $60 start. Sealed picture disc, $60 start. If anybody wants Mammoths, we have them. Let's do a quick recap of this bin. I'm just going to read titles, maybe some prices, and then we have another bin of Buy It Now Best Offer to go through as well. I still got auctions, including sealed, Japanese, and a couple other stray USOGs as well. We have Eagles on the border, $34.99. The Drifters Golden Hits, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Shades of Deep Purple, $34.99. $34.99. Eagles Live, $34.99. Eagles Live, $34.99. There's another Roth. There's 7. 34. All right, let's figure this out. Van Halen 1, 2. Diver Down. This is not in order. Diver Down. Fair Warning. Women and Children First. 1984. That's the 6 Roth albums, right? Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold, $29.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold, $29.99. This is a 2 LP Gordon Lightfoot compilation, $29.99. Surprised no one's bought that or made an offer. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $29.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, that is $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. And Rock of Ages, the band, VG Plus $29.99. Ah, that album, yes. I'm thinking about just the original 6 there. My bad. Yes, I was just talking about the ones that are kind of available on vinyl. VG Plus $19.99, Wings Wildlife. VG Plus $19.99, Wings Wildlife. Also, Bruce Springsteen, The River. VG Plus $24.99. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. $24.99 for Paul McCartney, Tug of War. This has the original inner sleeve with it. $24.99 for Paul McCartney, Tug of War. And Gentle Giant, Giant for a Day. That's $19.99. I think we're done on Fleetwood Mac. This is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $95. We have Abbey Road is sold for $60. Those are both sold. The Eurythmics is $19.99. Also, Malcolm X, By Any Means Necessary. VG, $19.99. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, $22.99. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. That's a 2 LP compilation, $22.99. Yes, the Eagles and the Drifters, Alex, are both very nice copies. That's $34.99 and 30. Oh, that's the Deep Purple. Eagles, $34.99. About a VG Plus or better cover. This is very clean. Yes, I can still get the, we actually have those available. I'm sure there's some in the back. The Van Halen Sammy Hagar era, we still have those box sets. And we have, let's see here, Drifters. And the Drifters was near mint and shrink wrap. Drifters near mint and shrink wrap. Yes, that is right here. That is $19.99. $19.99. Okay. And we have Michael Anthony didn't play on A Different Kind of Truth. And then Different Kind of Truth on vinyl. That was released on vinyl, or is that a bootleg? Or is that a unofficial? I don't know if is that on vinyl? I've never seen that before. It's time for 3 new auctions. David Gilmour, Fleetwood Mac, and Kate Bush. We have David Gilmour, About Face, a very clean copy for a $20 start. David Gilmour, About Face. This has the original inner sleeve with it. $20 start. One of David Gilmour of Pink Floyd's solo albums, and it's a very nice copy. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. $20 start on David Gilmour, About Face. Kate Bush is sealed. Kate Bush is going to be a $35 start. This is a 1982 U.S. pressing. It's either SRC or Jacksonville. It does have a punch hole right here. It is sealed. $35 start for Kate Bush, The Dreaming. $35 start. Kate Bush, The Dreaming. And we have Fleetwood Mac, almost said Fleetwood Mask, because it's called Fleetwood Mac Behind the Mask. We had an open copy earlier. This one is sealed. It's a 1990 US. We had a Euro copy earlier. This is a 1990 sealed. It is a $55 start, sealed Fleetwood Mac. The open copy brought more than that earlier. This one's sealed. It does have a saw mark on the bottom, and that is a $55 start. $55 start. I don't think I've ever seen a different kind of truth on vinyl. That's got to be pricey. Okay, back up to the top. So we have Drifters and Eagles. That is Eagles Live for $45 with Alex Roman. Let me find the Eagles Live. These right here. Sell those to Alex Roman. Both for $45. Those are sold. Next is the Van Halen box is $134.99. $134.99 on that. Next is Van Halen Fleetwood Mac 55, Kate Bush 40, Fleetwood Mac 65. The only thing that doesn't have a bid right now is David Gilmour for $20. Backdoor Men, The Shadows of Night, $24.99. Quicksilver Anthology, $32.99. Buffalo Springfield, $36.99. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $34.99. Mamas and Papas, Monday, California Dreaming, I Call Your Name, $26.99. Steppenwolf Monster is $9.99. David Gilmour is at $20. What's in the Van Halen box? You get 5150, OU812, Balance, the other album I can't remember, and another disc. It's all the Hagar era of Van Halen, $134.99. Jimmy Witherspoon, Handbags and Glad Rags, EX $14.99. Paul Simon is VG $9.99. Also, Graham Nash and David Crosby, EX $17.99. We don't have a Van Halen over there, do we, Tanner? There's no Van Halens. I bet we'll have to pull one out of the backs. I'm sure there's some back there that hadn't been paid for. If not, we can order them. So, yes, Tanner, go get some. That was one of our biggest pre-orders last year, and of course, our huge pre-orders. We have all these first-time people who never pay us. So all these big box sets, we always say you have to pay for it or we'll block you. So we had a bunch of people pre-order Dolly and never paid for it. We blocked all them. And we had a bunch of people pre-order the Van Halen box set and didn't pay for it. We blocked all those people. So if we ever put a box set up for pre-order, you have to pay for it. That's like a must because we have to order those by, it's not like we just have them growing on trees in the back. We have to order them and pay money for them. And that ties up a lot of our money. So if you don't pay for it, we just block you. So make sure you pay for your box sets if you pre-order it. Somebody tried to cancel the other day, and I was like, if you don't pay for this, you can't buy from us anymore. And he said, okay, I'll pay for it. So that's how that works. Make sure you pay for your box sets. David Gilmour is at $20, another $20 offer. Lucas bid $43 on Kate Bush. Nimha Rome. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. I've got you down on Steppenwolf. Nimha Rome. I got you down for Steppenwolf. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Kate Bush is at $50. Mamas and Papas. We have a $20 offer on the Mamas and Papas. Sell that to Debbie Winstead. Condition on SW. That's already sold. Jason Short is claiming this right here. They're $134.99. This is Van Halen. Studio albums and rarities. 5 LPs. Here we go. Yes, that's what I was forgetting, which we have a sealed copy of that in this collection. 5150 for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, OU812, Balance, and Studio Rarities. $134.99. That is the Van Halen Sammy Hagar era box set. These albums had never been reissued until this box set came out last year. This was a $30, $50, $60 album. This is a $70, $80, $100 album. This is $200, $300, $400. This is $400, $500, $600. And then the Studio Rarities, which is stuff that had never been reissued. Now you can get them all for $135. A great deal. And we have them in the back. And I'm sure if someone hadn't paid for it by now, I'm going to cancel it anyway. So we have these in the back, $134.99. It's all remastered. That is the Sammy Hagar collection. Like I said, these had never been reissued until this box set. That's why it was so popular. $134.99 if anybody wants one. Okay, Michael's out on Fleetwood Mac. The last bid I seen on Fleetwood Mac was with Cynthia Herdren at $65. Cynthia Herdren at $65. Kate Bush, we had a $48 bid, and then a $50 bid, then a $55 bid. We also have Chris Kirkley on a Van Halen box set. So this is sold to Jason Short. Chris Kirkley also wants one. We'll take a list. I have them in the back. Terry Gearhart wants one. They're $134.99. Genesis Live, $19.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Half-Speed Master, $36.99. So let's remind everybody what's going on. There's a lot of stuff going on, actually. But first, we're winding down Fleetwood Mac Behind the Mask. It is sealed, a 1990 U.S. pressing. 1990 U.S. pressing. Cynthia has that for $65. I'm about to sell it. Cynthia also has the high bid on Kate Bush for $55. It's also sealed. No longer. Dan Sessler has that for $65. And then David Gilmour. Garrett bid first at $20. No one else has bid since then. Garrett Seifert has the David Gilmour about face for $20. Final call. Dan Sessler's at $65 on Kate Bush. And here's the only Van Halen. This is David Lee Roth, $44.99. Fair warning. That is EX plus near mint minus, $44.99. Kate Bush is at $75. David Gilmour. Now people are bidding. $21, $22, $22. I was about to say, what's going on with David Gilmour? Garrett was about to slide in there of a great deal. Now it's 22 of WVU Mounties. I'm sure I have other Van Halen. The only one I can put my hands on is this one right here. And I don't think I have any new Van Halen in stock. I probably need to order some. The Roth era. I can order all those. That's Debbie Winston's for $20. Chad is $51.50. They didn't sell. That actually sold later that night. I'm pretty sure. It did. I think. I have a feeling I know where those are at, Jason. If I'll go look for it tonight, if it didn't sell, I will pull it for you. I know it was marked for $39.99. It was in VG Plus condition. You're talking about $51.50. That's the first Roth album. That was the first Hagar album. Oh my gosh. Let's change subjects. We've discussed enough Van Halen for a college course. Everybody can write me a lecture tonight now. So the band and Oingo Boingo. This is the only two no bids tonight. The band is $375 and Oingo Boingo is a $55. Buy it now. Tanner, did you get a crate ready? Is it this one?
Yeah.
Great one. All right, we got a crate ready here. Some more buy it now best offer. While we keep, we're about to go ahead and move into some more of the Japanese stuff. Chuck Edgar wants Van Halen Fair Warning. I was waiting for somebody to buy that. It's a very nice copy right here. This is sold to Chuck Edgar. Van Halen Fair Warning. Sticker price. And we can go ahead and sell Fleetwood Mac Behind the Mask. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Cynthia Herdren. And that was way up here for $65, I believe. Yes, Cynthia gets that for $65. And now Kate Bush is at $80 with Dan Sessler. That is sealed. And David Gilmour's at $26 with Mark Lent. Romulu's out. Thomas is out. Garrett's out. High bid on Gilmour's $26. Sealed Bad Company. Sealed Bad Company, Holy Water. I also want to go ahead and invite everybody back tomorrow night. I know it's getting kind of late, but tomorrow night, guess what? We're going to be doing this again. I'm going to tonight handpick all the stuff I want Paul to get ready for auction. He's going to be here tomorrow. We were about to leave and go on a buying trip back to Michigan and Indiana, but we're worried about some bad weather coming. So we're actually going to postpone that trip maybe for a while. I don't really know. But that means Paul's going to be here all week. That's good for me because he's going to get us some great auctions ready. We're going to continue on the sealed boat. The sealed train is going to continue tomorrow because I had some great stuff that I didn't get to tonight. Greta Van Fleet is sold. Let me show y'all some of the stuff very quickly that I didn't mark tonight just because I need Paul and John's opinion on pressing. Some of these get very complex, and let me bring some stuff over here and show y'all some stuff that I'm just not sure on because it's pretty difficult. We'll probably do like I did that REM and be like it's either this pressing or that pressing. But here's some stuff tomorrow after we figure out what we have. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits sealed with the Hop sticker poster. Sealed with a Hop sticker poster. Also, Buckingham Nicks is sealed. David Bowie's Space Oddity sealed. Creamed Israeli Gears, these are all sealed. Mothers of Invention. It's just ones I can't really confirm the pressing exactly, or I just didn't have enough time to. I think I figured this one out, but I want to double check it. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. These are all going to be sold tomorrow. Moby Grape with the uncensored cover, and of course it's sealed where you can see the poster on the back. That's very cool. Magical Mystery Tour. That could be a bunch of different kind of pressings. We have Towns Van Zandt sealed. All I know is this is pressed in Italy. Either 72, 73, 74, 76, 78, 80, or 82. It's tough to say on that one. Fleetwood Mac, these are all going to be sold tomorrow. Black Sabbath is sealed. That's going to be a big one. George Harrison, sealed with Hop sticker. The Kinks is sealed. And there's another Pink Floyd medal. That's a U.S. pressing. And I think that is OG from what I was looking at. I think that's like OG. And I'm pretty sure it has a punch hole. It possibly be some kind of promo. Can't confirm that. unless you open it. So there's some amazing sealed stuff. That was stuff that was supposed to be sold tonight, but I just ran out of time and I really wasn't sure. I want to get some opinions before those. So those are some very cool stuff. We hadn't done pet sounds. There's a lot back there. It's going to be amazing. Okay. Next is Van Hagar box is $134.99. Yes, both of those medals will be sold tomorrow. We'll sell both of those tomorrow. It's a promo from Radio Station of Cleveland. That's what I was calculating. So I think it's an OG promo. So that, and then the Italian pressing's tough to say. Next auction is Bad Company. This is a 1990 U.S. club. Corners and shrink, all perfectly nice. $45 start. Bad Company, Holy Water, sealed, 1990, $45 start. I hope we're done on Kate Bush. Kate Bush is sold to Dan Sessler for $80. Mark Link gets David Gilmour for $26. All right, Bad Company is, what did I just say? $45 start. Do you have Dolly Parton Rockstar? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've got 3 behind the counter that local people have not picked up yet, and we're about to cancel their order and resell them. You can have one of those. If they hadn't picked it up by now, then they're not going to get one. So we have 2 whole crates of local people who have not paid, nor have they come picked up, and we're about to sell all their stuff, and I've got to send them a message telling them how disappointed I am in them. So if you're local and you hadn't come picked up your records, at least pay for them. At least pay for them. But we also need them picked up because they take up a lot of space here on our very valuable counter space, which isn't much. Next auction as well, Huey Lewis in the News. Picture this. This is a $35 start. Huey Lewis, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, and it actually has the original cover. It went something like this, I'm pretty sure. I've had one before and somebody had it like that. Check that out. $35 start. Huey Lewis in the News, and that is a $35 start. Mike Hustina wants a Van Halen box set. You got it. And the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, $45 start. This is Volume 2. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover with Obi. $45 start on that. $45 on Bad Company, $35 on Huey Lewis, $45 on the Eagles. He says, Van Halen, he said, are you talking about Mike Hustina? Yeah. Cynthia Herdron wants a Dolly Rockstar. They're $64.99. It's the indie exclusive on purple vinyl. It's the indie exclusive on purple vinyl. Okay, back up to the top. We have Linda Clifford. This is sealed, $17.99. Linda Clifford, sealed, $17.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Feel the Heat, Henry Paul Band, $12.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer. Henry Paul Band. Aaron Gardner wants Linda Clifford. So to Aaron Gardner. Thank you. Jennifer is $14.99 for Jennifer. Also, Manfred Mann's Earth Band watch. $14.99 for Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Rick Ocasek, This Side of Paradise. $19.99 for Rick Ocasek, This Side of Paradise. Alexandra Vigil also wants a Dolly Rockstar. Happy and Artie Trom, double back. This is $14.99. Rare Folk, Happy and Artie Trom, $14.99. That is Rare Folk. And Bryce Street, Imagination, $12.99 for Bryce Street. Johnny Rivers, Golden Hits, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Johnny Rivers, Golden Hits, that's in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, VG Condition, $17.99. Cocaine, Wonderful Night, Lay Down Sally, and The Core, and Peaches and Diesel, VG, $17.99. Final Call on Fleetwood Mac, Final Call on Bad Company for $45. Final Call on the Eagles for $45. No bid on Huey Lewis for $35. Christopher Morris wants Johnny Rivers. So did Christopher Morris. Also, what do we have here? All selections published by Bhagavadan Das Music. Bhagavadan Das. It's VG Plus, $19.99. I totally butchered that, but it's VG Plus, $19.99. Michael Navs at $50 on Bad Company. Terry Gearhart, you're outbid. Reed Gregory, you're getting Slow Hand for $15. So to Reed Gregory. And Duke Ellington, The Bethlehem Ears, Volume 1, $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell, though. Wade Lucas, you get the Eagles for $45. If anybody wants Huey Lewis, it's a $35 buy it now. Japanese pressing, near mint with Obi, $35 buy it now. The Jacksons Victory, VG Plus $17.99. And Vocalist, Singing Till the Girls Come Home, various artists. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Various vocalists singing to the girls come home, $19.99. Romelu gets the Duke Ellington. That's sold to Romelu. Bad Company's at $51. Genesis, I think we've sold 2 of these tonight. This one's in VG condition, $11.99. VG, $11.99. Mama, That's All, Home by the Sea, Illegal Alien, Just a Job to Do. Those are all great songs. VG, $11.99. And Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, VG plus $12.99. Stephen A. Young's going to do the buy it now on the Huey Lewis. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $35. Kelly Gabney's going to do the Genesis. That's sold to Kelly Gabney, VG condition, $11.99. Bad Company's at $55 of Daniel Booziden. Michael Naff's out, Terry Gearhart's out. That's a sealed Bad Company, $55. The Dodgers, $9.99. Christopher Morris, you were second on Genesis. Jason E., first on Steve Martin. Also, this vocalist compilation, I bet it has some recognizable people. Let's see, Tony Bennett, Carmen McRae, Mose Allison, Lambert Hendrickson Ross, the Gordons. That is $19.99. That is a vocalist. It says Singing Till the Girls Come Home. Tony Bennett, Just Friends. I'm trying to figure out what's all going on here. Either way, that's $19.99. Michael Naff's at $60 on Bad Company and Isley, Jasper, and Isley, as in some of the Isley brothers, and Chris Jasper, Caravan of Love, and Shrink Wrap with a Hop Sticker, $14.99. Now, over here, I've got a 1972 Terre Haute OG, The Grateful Dead, Live Europe 72. And this is a 1972 Terre Haute, The Grateful Dead, Live Europe. That's actually the front of the cover there. This is on the green label, the green Skull and Roses Grateful Dead label. Super duper clean vinyl, $85 start. Grateful Dead Europe 72. This record is usually all over the place. Most of the time because it's hard to find a clean copy. And this is the Grateful Dead Europe 72. $85 start. Do you still have Dolly Rockstar on purple vinyl? Yes, that's what we were selling earlier. I have some that people didn't pay for that I'm selling. I've just sold 2. I have 1 more. It's the indie exclusive on purple vinyl. That is still available. Bad Company's at $65. And we have Val Stokenline, Gray Life, VG plus $14.99. Paul says, great outsider folk album for fans of Scott Walker, VG plus $14.99. Michael Bloomfield, Between the Hard Place and the Ground, that's VG plus $14.99. Also put Joe Maynard down for a dolly. Michael Naff's at $70 on Bad Company. Scandinavian in the New Land and Charlotte Something. EX $9.99, unfamiliar with that. Le Jazz Grand, Michael LeGrand and Company, a MoFi pressing, $19.99. Daniel, you're out on Bad Company. And Three Dog Night, VG plus $11.99. Michael's wanting to bid $150 on Pink Floyd Metal. I think I will just wait very patiently on that, Mr. Nath, but thank you for the very fair offer of a starting bid. However, I do have some other sealed stuff over here that I'm going to possibly bring over here and sell. Let me see what I have here. I got a couple compilations, and I have some other stuff here that I kind of know what it is that I'm okay with selling. That's all sealed. So I got like a whole nother half crate over here of stuff that's really cool sealed stuff. It's just stuff I don't have to research. I kind of already know I just already know. Let's see here. Let me figure out where we got to. We sold Dolly. Bad Company, $70. Romelu wants Jazz. That's sold to Romelu. Do you have Love is Laughter, the Holly album? I do not have that. Mark Lent, you were second. We have Bad Company, $72. $200 bid on metal with WMMS sticker. Wow. I think I'll wait. How high do you want to go before you change my mind? Final call on Grateful Dead to get a bid in for $85. The Rolling Stones, Between the Buttons in mono. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Red Label Mono, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Herbie Mann, Memphis Underground, VG Plus $9.99. We have History of Otis Redding, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. The History of Otis Redding. Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, that was only yesterday. EX condition, $16.99. Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, that was only yesterday. EX condition, $16.99. Sound Musical Advice, $19.99. Sound Musical Advice, $19.99. White Label Promo, I see Al Di Meola, Herbie Hancock. I see Weather Report, Return to Forever, and Shatiki. Let's see who's on the other. This is Miles Davis, Dexter Gordon. Wow. Benny Golson, Maynard Ferguson, and Eric Gale. That is a jazz sampler. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. So Daniel bid 72 on Bad Company. No one else has bid. Otis Redding, price and condition. Otis Redding is in VG condition. It's $14.99. It's a 67 US stereo. VG condition, $14.99. Let's go ahead and make Grateful Dead an $85 buy it now. We had that marked for more than that. I just pulled it out of the bin to auction it. $85 buy it now for Grateful Dead Europe 72. $85 buy it now on that triple LP OG Terre Haute pressing on the Grateful Dead. Wow, that's now available. Bad Company then is sold to Daniel Booziden for $72. And Jerry says he's at $200 on Pink Floyd sealed, or $220. Well, Michael Knapp's already at $200. We already know what we're going to start it at tomorrow. And sorry if you were waiting on that one. But you're going to be watching anyway. You'd have been here watching anyway all night. You usually do anyway, right? Okay. We started the sale with a Creedence Clearwater compilation. I have another one here. And I have a Billy Joel the Stranger. Now, earlier, I put one of these up like 4 hours ago. And no one bid. And then I made it a buy it now. And there was 8 people who wanted it. Let's try it again. Here's another one. Billy Joel the Stranger. Japanese pressing. $35 start. It is near mint and pristine. Billy Joel the Stranger. It has an original CBS Sony inner sleeve. It has the original Japanese insert. It has a very nice cover of Obi. $35 start. Billy Joel the Stranger. $35 start. And now Creedence. Creedence Gold. A Creedence compilation. $45 start. Midnight Special. Have you ever seen the rain? Born on the Bayou. Susie Q. Proud Mary. Down on the Corner. Bad Moon Rising. And this is a $45 start. Creedence Gold. It is a Creedence Clearwater compilation. Near mint Japanese pressing with Obi. $40 start. Next is Sherry Darnell on Three Dog Night. Sherry Darnell on Three Dog Night. That was Around the World in a Day. And we have Michael Knapp said he'd start off metal for $250 with the WMMS sticker. Let me look a little closer at it. Let me step over here and take a look at it. I may go phone might have to phone a friend and figure out if I want to say yes to that right now. However, we have Creedence Gold at 40, 43, and we have the Val Stockenheim record for $10 with Lucas. This is sold to Lucas for $10. Lucas for $10. The Bad Seed, UHHNNH. Would you loo me? And War and Peace. That is $9.99. And we have Tommy James, Midnight Rider, $19.99. So Creedence has 3 bids now, 3 different bidders. Terry Gearhart's at $45. Once again, no bid on Billy Joel, looking for a $35 start. Here's a sealed record that was not advertised tonight. Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack, sealed with hype sticker. I just brought it over. Sealed Eddie and the Cruisers with hype sticker, $45 start. Sealed Eddie and the Cruisers. No saw marks, no punch outs. Original hype sticker, original price tag on it. $45 start, Eddie and the Cruisers. Eddie and the Cruisers. Michael, I'm contemplating. I hadn't said no. Bee Gees, Living Eyes, $9.99 for the Bee Gees. And Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $14.99. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $14.99. Billy Joe has a bid for $35. Credence is at $50. We have Commodores, Hot on the Tracks, $14.99 for Commodores, Hot on the Tracks. John Young wants BG's Living Eyes. That's sold to John Young. CCR is now at $50. Two People's at $50. BG's Gold, $14.99. John Young buying a BG's album? $14.99 for BG's Gold, Volume 1, $14.99. And Dionne Warwick, Dion, $9.99. In shrink wrap with a hype sticker, $9.99. Also, Commodores, this is X or 10? Heroes? Heroes. I guess it's called Heroes, $22.99. We got a new bid on Billy Joe for $40. We got two people tied at $55 on CCR. No longer. Shannon's at $60. And we're looking for a $45 start on the sealed Eddie and the Cruisers. Looking for a $45 start on that. Back up to the top, we have Jared Inc. offer $10 for the Jazz Comp. Jared, I will split the difference with you and sell it to you for $15. What's some great artists on there? Herbie, Miles Davis, Return to Forever, Weather Report, $15 on that. That is $15 on that. And let's see here. We have Terry Gearhart on the Commodores. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. And Romelu on Dionne Warwick. That is sold to Romelu. Also, we have 24 Greatest Bluegrass Hits. Wow, it starts off with Rocky Top by the Osborne Brothers. That is $24.99. 24 Bluegrass Hits. We should have put that in the Bluegrass bin the other night. Jared says he will take the Jazz Comp, and Tanner, that was for $15. Also, The Best of Bread, Volume 2, $14.99. Guitar Man, $14.99. No bid on Eddie and the Cruisers. If anybody wants it, $45 buy it now. We have an out and out on Credence. Shannon has that for $60. Final call. Court Gabot has Billy Joe for $40. Let me make sure Josie Sink Bell doesn't want to bid again. That's a final call for $40. Credence is a final call for $60. Jared Inc. got that for $15. Kelly Gabney wants Bread. This is a buy it now best offer bin. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put up this Pink Floyd medal, which I believe is, by the weight, the texture, the look, the feel, the colors, the shrink wrap, the sticker, I'm pretty sure that this is, I can't verify it, but it's pretty close to an OG copy of metal as you're going to get without it being open where you can confirm. And Michael Knapp said he would put it up for a $250 start. He says you can open it and play it. Wow. That'd make a great video, us opening this up. $250 start, Michael Knapp's in. So it does have an exposed corner here. It does have an exposed corner here. And it does have this little mark here. But I think since other people were interested, I will put it up. We're going to go ahead and say final call, Michael Knapp, $250. Back up to the top, we have Sherry Darnell wants the BGs that John Young is putting back, plus BG's Gold. John, did you really want to put back that BGs, or was you just messing with me? He says, I think I need to put back the BGs. And let me know if that's actually right, because if so, somebody wants it. And she also wants Gold. Billy Joe, Josie's out, so sell this to Court Gabot for $40. Let's also go ahead and sell the CCR. Let's go ahead and sell the CCR for $60 to Shannon M. Shannon M. And I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on metal. Michael Knapp, $250. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Sold for $250. He talked me into it. He started at 150, 200, 250. You can talk me into something eventually. That's why anytime I have something that I don't want to sell, I never ever show it, because I'll eventually get talked out of it. Let me show the BGs one more time. John Young wants to say it one more time before he decides if he for sure wants to put it back. The Best of the New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99. Also, Anthony offered $80 on the Grateful Dead. We're going to go ahead and sell this to Anthony Gray for $80. I'll put that right next to Billy Joe. So the only three auctions that have not sold tonight was the Band, which was $375. That's a 1998 pressing on purple vinyl. We have Oingo Boingo. We have Oingo Boingo. Boingo OG shrink wrap hop sticker. That was $55, and Eddie and the Cruisers is $45. And I'm going to keep that at $45, Jason. I'm going to keep that at $45 for right now. Not saying I might not take that for it later, but right now, $45 on that. The BG's Living Guys. John, it has a clip corner. It has some minor ring wear there and a little bit up here on the back. It has a little bit of a crackle up here at the top. It is a gatefold pressing. Let me know. He says he passed. Sell that to Sherry Darnell. Court says he already asked for the dead at $85. Let's see here. Grateful Dead 80. Where did you put that at? 80. Court Gabot, Grateful Dead, $85. That's way up at the top. Let me Court 25 on metal, 26 on metal, 40 on Billy Joel. I'll take the Dead Europe 72 also. And before that, Anthony Gray offered 80. My bad. So Anthony Gray offered 80. I was wanting an $85 start, but it looks like you came in after him. He said 80 Grateful Dead, and then you said I'll take the Dead 72 as well. So I've already said yes to his 80. I didn't even see where you wanted it for 85. I hadn't really got to the bottom yet, but he was actually already first on that. He got it for 8. If I was seeing your comment, he would have had to pay $5 more, but he gets it for 80. My bad. I've already said that. That's like me just burning up a $5 bill. Okay. I got some sealed compilations that I'll run late tonight. This is called Disco Party. Disco Party. 20 non-stop original hits by the original artist, an Adam 8 compilation. Sealed, $15 start. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Hughes Corporation, Rock the Boat. Styx is on here, Main Ingredient, The Stylistics, Van McCoy, The Hustle, George McRae, Rock Your Baby, The Shy Lights, Barry Wright, Ecstasy, Passion and Pain, Shirley and Company, Gloria Gaynor, Paper Lace. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, Bachman Turner Overdrive. They consider that a disco party hit. This is a perfectly sealed Adam 8 vintage disco compilation. Sealed, $15 start. $15 start, Romulus Inn. That's actually from the sealed collection. $15 start on that. And The Wiz. The Wiz. This is the original motion picture soundtrack. Music by Quincy Jones. $25 start. That is sealed. The Wiz. $25 start. Starring Diana Ross and Michael Jackson and Richard Pryor. $25 start. That's a sealed soundtrack. The Wiz. Has the hype sticker on the front. Reminds me of the Seinfeld episode. No one beats The Wiz. Okay. So Jason offered $35 for 80 in the Cruisers. I was going to pass on that. Cindy offered $40 for Oingo Boingo. Cindy, I will do $50 on that. I think. I'll do $50 on it if you want it. And Disco's at $15, $15, $16. Wiz is at $25. We hadn't finished this bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. BG's Cucumber Castle. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. BG's Cucumber Castle, that's VG $14.99. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, VG Plus Condition, $9.99 for Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. That is Let My Love Open the Door, VG Plus $9.99. Staying Alive, the original motion picture soundtrack, VG copy $9.99. I have more Japanese records we hadn't got to, including a Japanese REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. This is going to be a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. This is a $35 start. High Infidelity. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a 2-page Japanese flip. It has a very nice cover with Obi, and that is REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. $35 start for that. Disco, 15, 15, 16, 15, 20, and 20. Terry Gearhart was in first at 20. Aaron Gardner has a great deal right now on the sealed Wiz for $25, and that is a final call. Sealed Wiz, $25. Cindy said she'd give $43 for Oingo Boingo. Let me think about that one more second. This is the Beach Boys Little Deuce Coupe. VG copy for $14.99. VG copy $14.99. That's in mono, in shrink wrap, Little Deuce Coupe. The vinyl's in VG, $14.99. We have a bid on REO for $35. The Wiz is at $27. The Wiz is at $30. Metamorphosis Iron Butterfly, VG condition, $9.99. Metamorphosis, Iron Butterfly. Stephen A. Young wants the Beach Boys, the Disco compilations at $25.25. Wiz is at $35. REO Speedwagon still at $35. Final call on REO. Silent Running, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Silent Running, the original soundtrack album, composed and conducted by Peter Scheichel, featuring Rejoice in the Sun and Silent Running, as sung by Joan Baez. Disco 30, the Wiz is at 40. REO is about to be sold. Let's go ahead and sell Oingo Boingo. That is sold to Cindy Jones for $43. Sell that to Cindy Jones for $43. The Wiz is at 50. And Jason Short, I'll split the difference with you and go ahead and sell you 80 in the Cruisers for $40 if you want that. Sealed with hop sticker. Sealed 80 in the Cruisers, $40. That might bring a lot more tomorrow at auction, at prime time. $40 now if you want it. We have Chicago. This is $19.99 for Chicago, and this one is Chicago 567. Chicago 7 is $19.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Chicago had a bunch of double albums, especially their first, 10 albums. $19.99, very clean vinyl. New bid on REO for $38. New bid at $40. The Wiz is at $50, and Michael Nath is out. And the Disco compilation is at $30 with Romelu. No, Terry Gearhart was in first. Terry was in first, it looks like. Romelu, that means technically you're out. REO's at $40. Cindy Jones gets Chicago. Sell that to Cindy Jones. Quincy Jones plays Hip Hits. Quincy Jones, VG Plus $19.99. Final call on the Wiz now. Aaron Gardner had that for $50. That's more like what I was thinking. Final call on that for $50. Black and White, Tony Joe White. This has his hit song, Polk Salad Annie. VG Plus $29.99. It does have some cover damage down here. VG Plus $29.99. Polk Salad Annie. Every time I hear that, I think of Elvis Presley. Tommy Joe White, the original of that. James Gang Thirds, VG condition, $9.99. Turn your pretty head and walk away. Joe Walsh, James Gang, VG $9.99. Cindy Jones gets Hip Hits by Quincy Jones. REO still getting bids. Disco still getting bids. Wiz is about to be sold. I only got a few more records left in here. The Mothers of Invention, VG Plus $34.99. Blues Magoos, the Electric Comic Book. It's a white label promo stamp, VG $24.99. No comic book, but check that out, a white label promo from Blues Magoos, Electric Comic Book. The Wiz is sold to Aaron Gardner for $50. That is sold, another sealed record. The Disco compilation's at $32. We have Shabam Shadiq, maybe, and that's VG Plus $14.99. SHABAAM and then SAHDEEQ. And that is VG Plus $14.99. REO 45, Disco 35. We have Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits with the hop sticker. Now that's an early hop sticker. VG $24.99. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, VG condition. That's on the blue chest label with a hop sticker. Very cool. VG $24.99. And Jethro Tull Benefit, VG $9.99. Great Jethro Tull album on a single tone reprise Steamboat label, VG $9.99. REO 45, Disco 35, Disco 37, REO 37. We're already at 47. That just came in. Terry meant 47. He bid 37. He meant 47. And Romelu's at 37 on the Disco. So to clarify, the sealed Disco Party compilation, 37. The REO Speedwagon, 47. Tim Jernigan, you're out. Brent Robley offered 18 for Chuck Berry. Brent, $18. Brent is on. Brent, I don't think I've said your name any other time tonight. So we've got room for, I think, one more Japanese pressing back here in the back. I have more than one more to sell, but I have got two other auctions already going. Let's pull out this Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. And let's do a recap on this bin here and see what's going on. I've already sold Chuck Berry for 20, or I've already sold Chuck Berry for 18. We have an out on Disco, and we have an out on REO Speedwagon. I'm going to go ahead and sell them. Terry Gearhart gets REO Speedwagon for 47, and the Disco is sold. They're both sold to Terry Gearhart. He gets the Disco for 40 and REO for 47. And Rich Group says he'll take the Eddie and the Cruisers for $40. Sealed Eddie and the Cruisers soundtrack sold to Rich Group for $40. That is sealed, unopened. Next Japanese auction, Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, $35 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. This also includes a poster Includes a poster of Cyndi Lauper, $35 start. The cover is also very nice of Obi, $35 start. Next is 20 solid gold hits. Another Adam 8 compilation. We'll start this one at 20. It looks like a lot of the same tracks, but there's a couple different ones on here. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting, Sooner or Later by the Grassroots. Stylistics, You Make Me Feel Brand New, Rock Your Baby, George McRae. There's that song again. The Four Tops is on this one, Jim Weatherly. Love Unlimited, Love Steam. Spinners, I'll Be Around. $20 start on that. Solid Gold Hits. Solid Gold Hits, that's another one. $20 start on that. Do you have a Japanese Boston debut? Not tonight. That means out of all these auctions, we had like 2.5 crates full of auctions. There's only one thing that has not sold, and that is the band Jubilation, the 1998 purple vinyl, $375. And I think we sold one from Dale's collection to somebody. I think I know who, but that's the last time I've seen that record. This is sealed, the band Jubilation, $375. That is the only record that has not sold tonight. Cyndi Lauper's at $35.35 and now $37. So if you missed out on the disco comp earlier, this one has a lot of the same tracks. It's also sealed from Adam 8. The rarest Adam 8 record is actually the John Lennon compilation, which an actual real one is like, I guess, about $1,000. Not easy to come by. Maybe 500 or 800. They're not cheap. There's a lot of bootlegs. Let's go ahead and recap this bin here. A lot of stuff here. There's a lot of bootlegs. I've had some before, and they've all been bootlegs of a bootleg. So that album is actually technically a bootleg, and now people bootleg the bootleg. That's kind of how rare it is, or how desirable it is. And we have a high bid of Cyndi Lauper at $40. And I have another Japanese pressing. Well, actually, I have a lot more than I thought. This crate, there was some leaned up front here. I still got the Stones, Asia, the Beatles, Wham, the Beatles, Steve Winwood, the Beatles, REO Speedwagon, Dead or Alive, Led Zeppelin, Night Ranger, Bryan Adams, Jackson Browne, and Phil Collins. Wow. So let me put up one of our all-time best-selling Japanese pressings. This is $35 start. That's Asia, Asia. This is Heat of the Moment and Only Time Will Tell. That's John Wetton and Steve Howe. That's Asia, $35 start. That is Carl Palmer, Jeff Downs, Shrink Wrap, Obi, great album, an 80s classic, $35 start. Final call to get a bid in on the disco. I can't remember what I said, $20 or $25 start based on what the last one sold for. I thought I said a $25 start. I'm going to stick with that and make it a buy now here in a minute unless somebody wants to bid. The band is $375. Jubilation, purple marble vinyl, sealed from 1998. Perfectly sealed USOG, $375. Let's recap this band very quickly. Henry Paul Band, Feel the Heat, $12.99. Jennifer is $14.99. Also, Manfred Mann's Band, $14.99. And OG John Lennon. Wow, yeah, those are rare. I think like I said, I've had some before, and they've all been bootlegs of the bootlegs. Rico Kasich from the Cars, This Side of Paradise, $19.99 for Rico Kasich. Happy and Artie Traum, double back, that's a folk album, $14.99. Bryce Street, that is $12.99. We also have, I'm not for sure how to pronounce this right here, that's a tough one, BHAGAVAHDAS. Somebody wants to try. VG Plus $19.99. The Jacksons Victory is still available. VG Plus $17.99. The Dodgers $9.99. Vocalist compilation, Singing Till the Girls Come Home. Various artists. Tony Bennett's on there. $19.99. And we have Isley Jasper Isley. That is $14.99. We have a $12.99 offer, first time bidder with Noah Farrell. Noah Buddy Farrell, and I will gladly sell that to you so I don't have to try to pronounce it again. Sell this to Noah, first time buyer. He said first time bidder. Thank you and welcome. I'm going to sell this to you for $12.99. Make sure at some point tonight, right now would be great, but if you want to do it after the sale in case you don't miss something, contact our Facebook page where we can get your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping. We do this every night. This is Tuesday night. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's going to be a sale just like this. All new stuff, all new auctions, all stuff on sale. And John Young wants the Dodgers. That's sold to John Young, $9.99. Next is Michael Bloomfield, Between the Hard Place and the Ground, VG plus $14.99. This is Scandinavian in New Land. That is EX $9.99. And Charlotte Harvey sings songs of the Scandinavians in America, EX $9.99. The Stones is a mono, a 67 mono, VG plus condition, $24.99. We also have Herbie Mann, Memphis Underground, VG plus $9.99. And Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, that was only yesterday. That's EX $16.99. Nath takes the Stones. That's sold to Nath. Cyndi Lauper is sold for $40 to Cindy Jones. Disco Hits is sold to Michael Church for $25. No bid on Asia. First come, first serve. $35 buy it now. Asia, $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Also, The Bad Seed, $9.99. Tommy James, Midnight Rider, $19.99. And Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $14.99. Stephen A. Young coming in on the Japanese buy it now. $35 with Stephen A. Young. Here's a sealed record I just pulled from one of the bins that I had not got ready for tonight, but I know this one well. It's Kojak. It's a book and story record. It is sealed. It does have a clip corner. Kojak, sealed book and record set, $25 start. That is sealed from the Michigan Sealed Collection. And I'm going to put up 2 new Japanese pressings. How about some Beatles? And how about a Jackson Browne? Let's do these two, the Beatles and Jackson Browne. First, the Beatles Let It Be is going to be a $55 start. $55 start. So the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. I see one scuff right here on this one. That's like the first Japanese record we've had all night that has any kind of marks on it. I don't know if y'all can see that right there. One mark on Let It Be. Non-fillable, superficial, $55 start. Let It Be. There's a new Japanese inner sleeve. There's the original black apple inner sleeve. There's the Japanese lyric insert. And very nice cover of Obi. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Also, Jackson Browne, Running on Empty. Japanese pressing, $35 start. This is complete. Running on Empty. Super clean. $35 start. Has the Japanese 2-page flip with it. Running on Empty. Also, the loadout and stay. Fantastic stuff. I love Running on Empty. Where's that line at? Let's see here. It's my favorite line in the song. In '69, I was 21 and I called the road my own. I called the road my own. I called the road my own. Sorry. I can't much less read it. I definitely can't sing it. And then this has the lyric book with it. Reminds me of Forrest Gump. I mean, just that takes me back to that movie every time when I hear this right here. $35 start on that. Japanese pressing. Chris Dollar, you were second on Asia. So Stephen A. Young was first and you were second. How many more Japanese tonight? I don't know if we'll go through them all, but I got about a dozen more. And what time does this go to? We go to whenever people stop buying. So sometimes it's 11:30 Central Time. Sometimes it's midnight. A couple times last week we went to almost 2 a.m. But usually we're done around midnight. Sometimes at 11:30. The Japanese, the song remains the same. Commodores, Hot on the Tracks, $14.99. 24 Bluegrass Hits, $24.99. Also, New Riders of the Purple Sage, that's the best of, $19.99. We're almost done with this bin. This is a recap, and then we're going to put up some new stuff. We have BG's Cucumber Castle, VG plus $14.99. We do this every night. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, Let My Love Open the Door, VG plus $9.99. And Staying Alive is VG $9.99. Welcome, Brandon. We have had so many new people viewing our channel this week and new-time customers, probably a record for us on new viewership, mostly because of this incredible sealed collection we just picked up. Iron Butterfly is VG for $9.99. Jackie Reynolds said 17 on Blue. Blue, that was Bluegrass Hit. Sell that to Jackie for $17. Silent Running is VG plus $14.99. Black and White, Tony Joe White, VG plus $29.99. James Gang Thirds, VG $9.99. Also, The Mothers of Invention, that's VG plus $34.99. Electric Comic Book White Label Promo, VG $24.99. This record, VG plus $14.99. And Jethro Tull was VG $9.99. All right, so there was that. Done a lot of recapping tonight. Let me see what else I have over here. We might do another Buy It Now Best Offer bin, but I got 3 auctions up, none with bids right now. One more time, we have Kojak 25, Beatles 55, and Jackson Browne 35. That's where we're at on those. I'm almost in need of a bottle of water or a Monster here in a second, Tanner. I'm thinking a Monster. Let's see what I have in this bin here. I don't recall showing these in a long time. What is all in here? I see stuff like Chet Atkins and Elvis and Willie and Randy Meisner and Cat Stevens and Clapton. Who is that? Clapton? Jerry Lee Lewis. This looks to be like an interesting bin. But you know what? It looks like a bin interesting enough to go ahead and say, when is these priced? September. Interesting enough that let's go ahead and say, make it simple, because I know we'll sell a lot more of them this way. Tanner, half off sticker. Half off sticker on this bin. Half off sticker. It was down at the bottom of the pile. It was down at the bottom of the pile. We had 4 crates. This was at the very bottom. It probably hadn't been shown since September. It probably hadn't been looked through since September. Probably a customer hadn't even looked through it since then. We're about to do a half-off sticker crate here, late here on a Tuesday night. This is really when the deals start getting handed out. Half-off sticker. We got a $7 offer on the James Gang. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Jamie McCord. Anthony bid $55 on the Beatles. Let's make that a final call. Kojak, $25 buy it now. Kojak, $25 buy it now. Sealed storybook and record. And Jackson Browne is a $35 buy it now. Jackson Browne. Hopefully somebody's on standby for that one. Anthony did bid on the Beatles. Let's go ahead and do a final call on that. And let's bring over 2 more Japanese records. I'm going to have to go get some more sealed stuff too. We sold everything except Kojak right then. Let's bring over REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon, and Tanner is standing at the door. It's not snowing. No, it's supposed to. Bad weather. Not a fan. But that means everybody's stuck at home and they have to do nothing but buy records and listen to records. Anthony Gray gets the Beatles for $55. That's sold to Anthony Gray. Next 2 Japanese pressings. This is Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. This is a Japanese pressing. I don't think it has an obi. Man, these are so nice. So this is one of our best-selling Japanese pressings that we get imported from Japan, from our Japanese friends, because U.S. copies are always beat to heck. I don't know what it is about Song Remains the Same, mostly because it had a black cover, and these jackets are so thick and sturdy, they don't crease real easy like the U.S. The U.S. Song Remains the Same. I've handled so many. They're very, almost like flimsy. This is like thick cardboard. This is very high quality jacket, as you would expect from Japanese pressings. $55 start on this. It has a Japanese Atlantic. These are all Atlantic artists. Yes. Led Zeppelin. Some kind of solicitation with it. Deep Purple. $55 start. Has the Japanese insert. It has the book with it. And both LPs are the very important part, the vinyl. They look like they're unplayed, as you would expect with these Japanese. The Japanese people just took a lot of respect and care for their records. It's amazing how well some of these, I mean, that looks like that was just printed. No humidity spots on it. It's a top copy with no obi. Top copy of no obi. We have a $60 bid with Shannon. Next is REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. $35 start for Wheels Are Turning. It's a Nobi. Yep, no obi, a Nobi. Can't fight this feeling anymore. REO Speedwagon, near mint minus vinyl, Japanese insert. And I've never seen this before. What do we have here? It's a REO Speedwagon stroboscopic wheel. Trim the outer edge and cut out slots. Pierce center with needle or pin. Hold the center pin and spin disc with picture slide facing a mirror. View moving images through rotating slots. Some kind of psychedelia Trippy, REO Speedwagon, Stereoscopic Wheel. I've never described REO Speedwagon as psychedelic, but there you have it. $35 start. That is, never seen that insert with that. There's our next two auctions. Let's go through the half-off crate. Everything is going to be half-off sticker. First come, first serve. Shannon's at 60 on Led Zeppelin. Let's try to wipe this crate out. Wow, great start. Live Bob Seeger, $15, half off. This was $29.99. This is EX Plus, near mint minus. If you don't hear me say anything about the condition, it's going to be nice. Just $15 there for Seeger, 9 to 9. Dueling Banjos in shrink wrap, $10. The soundtrack from Deliverance, $10 on that. Blues Magoos is still available, Noah. It's VG condition, $24.99. It's a white label promo. Thomas Hujar gets Seeger. These are half off sticker, beginning with that one. Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere, $10 for Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere. John Eddie, $6.50, gold stamp promo. John Eddie. Brewer and Shipley down in LA from 1968, $17.50. Brewer and Shipley down in LA, $17.50. Final Call on Led Zeppelin. Shannon has that for $60. Climax Blues Band, gold plated, $10 on Climax Blues Band, $10 on that. Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway, $7.50 on 2-lane highway. Pure Prairie League, $7.50 on that. Valdi Landscapes, that is a 73 Canadian pressing, $7.50. Kelly Gabney wants the Climax Blues Band, sell that to Kelly Gabney. Final call to get a bid in on REO Speedwagon. Willie Nelson, always on my mind, now just $7.50. Look how clean that vinyl is. Very nice, $7.50. Gregory Gasky on PPL, Pure Prairie League. So did Gregory Gasky. Next is Jimmy Rogers, Ludella. Jimmy Rogers is $15. Appears to be a blues record on Antones from Austin, Texas. $15, Jimmy Rogers. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $12.50. $12.50. Red Mercury label. Michael Nath on Rogers. We have Joseph Sinkbell on Willie Nelson. And from the previous spin, Noah would like to make an offer for $19.99 on Blues Magoos. You got it. Sell this to Noah from the previous spin, the white label promo for $19.99. I'll put that on top of Willie Nelson. All right, let's also go ahead and end an auction. Shannon gets Led Zeppelin for $60, and REO Speedwagon is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Wheels are turning, $35 buy it now. Okay, let's do some more half off. Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good, $7.50 for Elvin Bishop. Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow, $7.50. And Elvis, Legendary Reformer Volume 2, $7.50. Legendary Reformer Volume 2, $7.50. Willie Nelson and Ray Price, $7.50. That was a bunch of 750s right there. Willie's in shrink wrap. Elvis is in shrink wrap. And then the two Elvin Bishops. Chet Atkins, Country, After All These Years. That is $5. Country, After All These Years. That is Chet Atkins. $5 for Chet. And Rocket 88. $10. Rocket 88. Featuring Jack Bruce, George Green, Bob Hall, Alex Corner, John Picard, Hal Singer, Colin Smith, Ian Stewart, Charlie Watts, and Don Weller. Rocket 88 in shrink wrap, $10. Mel Masuda wants the REO Speedwagon. Sell that to Mel Moss for $35. Brent Robley takes the Rocket 88. That was $10. These are half off sticker. Also, the tokens, Redo Wop. The tokens is $7.50. And Chet Nichols, Time Loop. $12.50 for Chet Nichols. That's on the Karma Sutra label. Next half-off record is Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. That's actually sealed, unopened, for $10. Let's see what else we got in the Japanese bin. Let's put up a couple new auctions for your consideration. We have the Beatles, 67 to 70, of course. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Back in the High Life, Steve Winwood. $35 on Winwood, $35 start, that is. The vinyl's near mint and pristine. It has one Japanese insert, has another Japanese insert, and it has the Obi 35 on Winwood. Now, the very, very popular Beatles 67 to 70. This one feels complete. That weighs about 3 or 4 pounds, it feels like. This is the Beatles 67 to 70. Both LPs, Japanese pressing on Apple, near mint minus and pristine. One inner sleeve. Both inner sleeves are there. You have the discography book, and you have the lyric book. It's only missing the poster. Now, the poster doesn't turn up as much in the 67 to 70. If we do have a complete one, it's more likely with the 62 to 66. This is 67 to 70. It's complete minus the poster. Very nice copy of Obi. There's something else in here. What else is in here? This has a rock discography insert as well. I don't know if that's actually supposed to go with this. I think that's secondary market. And this is 67 to 70. And this is going to be a $55 start. 3,500 yen price tag. Very, very nice. All these amazing Beatles songs. $55 start. Romelu wants a Jerry Lee Lewis. That continues to half off. Back to the half off bin. Shakin' Stevens and Sunsets. A 73 UK, $10 on Shakin' Stevens and Sunsets. Speed Zone. Music from the motion picture. That is now $10. Speed Zone. $10 on that. Speed Zone. Half off. Oh my gosh. Now that's not supposed to end up in a half off bin. $32.50. We sold a sealed copy last night for $595. What in the world? You can tell I didn't go through this bin beforehand. Oh my goodness. I could have auctioned that back last night after the sealed one, and it probably would have brought $150. $32.50. Who gets it? Michael Naff. Michael Naff, then John Young, then Brent Robley, then Stephen Young, then John Leal. This is why you got to pay attention to the half-off bins. Oh my gosh, a half-speed master, a bridge over troubled water. It doesn't have a price on it though. Tanner says we can auction it and do half off the auction price. Wow. You know what? Is this opened? Has this been opened before? It's torn. Is this marked sealed? What's going on here? This is, it doesn't look like it's been opened before. Well, if this has been opened, I don't think, it's kind of like the Pink Floyd one earlier. I don't know if you can open these without it ripping. Let's see here. It has a tear here, but I don't think this has ever been opened before. I'm wondering how this ended up in here because there's no sticker on it unless somebody peeled it off. Sometimes we have people peeling off price tags in the store. Let's put it up as is for a $1 start. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, a CBS half-speed master, audio file pressing, highest bid wins, $1 start. We got a $55 bid on the Beatles. I don't think it's ever been opened. Because I've seen these before, and you know the ones I've had, they're usually cut. See how this is torn right here? Usually it's like that all the way across this master sound. Earlier tonight we sold a sealed Pink Floyd. Same way, this strip had never been torn. Usually that is torn all the way across. Jason's, though, is in on the Beatles at $55. We have a $20 bid on that and a final call on Steve Winwood. So that's the fairest way I know how to do that. We'll just put it up for auction. Okay, continuing in the half-off bin. We have Dr. Ross, the harmonica boss. Dr. Ross is $10. Appears to be some kind of blues record. Recorded in London, November 72. $10 on that. We have Royal Crown Review, Kings of Gangster Bop, a 1991 UK pressing, half off of $74.99. That is $37.50. That's another big discount. I should have went through this bin first. The 6th Great Lake Up the Country, now $15. It was $29.99. That's a 2001 pressing. The 6th Great Lake Up the Country, $15 on that one. Rubber City Rebels. Rubber City Rebels, now $10. Okay, so I did a final call on the Beatles, which I am about to sell to Jason Short. I'm going to do like a mental 10-second countdown. Then we discovered this sealed, potentially sealed, Simon & Garfunkel Half-Speed Master. What a great album, too. And we started that at $1, and we had a 5, a 20, a 10, a 10, a 5, a 1, a 23. Michael Nath wanted Ross. He was first to Dr. Ross. That's half off. And then Thomas Hujar put LDR. LDR was for What was LDR? Was that Dr. Ross? Maybe. If so, you were second. Simon & Garfunkel's now at 30 and now 35. The last record was Rubber City Rebels. It was $10. Bob Seger, The Distance, $15 on The Distance. The Distance, Bob Seger, $15 on that. And Gib Gilboa, $7.50, I think. And the Group Quake, $10 on the Group Quake. This is a compilation. The Young Bloods, the Status Symbol, Group Therapy, Stone Country, the Family Tree. That's an RCA sampler, $10 on that. Jason Short gets the Beatles for $55. The potentially sealed Bridge Over Troubled Water Half-Speed Master is at $40, now $42. And if anybody wants Steve Winwood, it's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Steve Winwood back in the high life. $35 buy it now on that. I'm going to leave Simon & Garfunkel up for a few more minutes before I put up anything new. I'll continue going through a half-off bin. Like a Rock, Bob Seger, $15. We've been selling a lot of Seger tonight. No one claimed that last one, but here's another one. Like a Rock, $15. What was the other one? The Distance. The Distance was $15, and Like a Rock is $15. Nice Seger albums. Jerry Lee Lewis, Historia del Musica Rock. Jerry Lee Lewis is $7.50. That is a Jerry Lee Lewis compilation from Spain. Historia de la Musica Rock. That was a series they did. This has Great Balls of Fire, whole lot of shaking going on, $7.50. Brent's first to Seger, but before all that, Fred Carnell wants Steve Winwood for a $35 buy now. I'll put that there. Brent wants Like a Rock. That is sold to Brent Robley at half off. Victoria, you were second on Seger. The Distance is still available if you want that. Let me know. We have an out on Simon & Garfunkel. That means we have a tie, though. Victoria Rachel's bid 45 and Kelly Gabney bid 45. Victoria was first. Kelly, you were second. So that's Victoria's right now for 45. Fred Carnell wants Jerry Lee Lewis at half off. We also have The Seldom Seen, After Midnight, now $7.50 on Sugar Hill. Bluegrass record, $7.50. Seldom Seen. Excuse me. Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream. This is now $20. It was $39.99. It's a 68 pressing of Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream. $20. Kelly's out. Looks like 45 was her limit on Simon & Garfunkel. Let's make that a final call now. $45. $45. I'm going to go ahead and grab a couple new auctions. I've got a Beatles White Album. I was thinking about saving this one, but we'll go ahead and run it tonight. And I got a Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Let's go ahead and see what this White Album looks like. Brent Robley wants the Wichita Falls. That is a good deal on Simon & Garfunkel. I had a feeling we had one of those priced one time for like $74.99 or something. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't sealed. So if you want in, final call. Victoria Rachel's has it for 45. I hope we're not done, but we may be. Mott the Hoople. Here's one we don't get as often from their catalog. $12.50. It is the self-titled album. Presswell pressing, 4-digit from Atlantic, very clean. $12.50 on Mott. Mott the Hoople. Duets, Jerry Lee Lewis. Is this sealed? They usually are. It is sealed. If you were to open it, it's on gold vinyl. It's on gold translucent vinyl. Duets, it's on Sun. Shelby Singleton's Sun. $15 on that. Brent Robley on Mott the Hoople. Josie, you were second. Let's introduce a couple new auctions. I'm about to sell Simon & Garfunkel. I'll put this up for just a $25 start. No Jacket Required. Phil Collins in shrink wrap. $25 start. $25 start. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. $25 start. There's the near mint minus final. There is the Japanese insert. There is the other Japanese insert. Phil Collins in shrink wrap. Look how nice the inking is on the Japanese pressings. I mean, he looks like he's really looking at you there. $25 start. Shannon's in. Let's see how nice and how complete this White Album is from Japan. This is an Apple White Album. Embossed. Serial numbered. 236210. It's supposed to come with 4 photos, an insert, and a poster. And 2 LPs. There's the 2 LPs. First, no one bid on Simon & Garfunkel, right? Done? Yes, sell this to Victoria Rachel's for $45. Okay, there's the White Album. There's both LPs. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the original inner sleeves. I forgot about that. There's the original inner sleeves. What do we have here? Interesting. Somebody has chopped up the poster. This is supposed to be a poster. They've chopped it into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've chopped it up into 6 different pieces. But that has all the lyrics to all the songs. That's supposed to be a poster. They've chopped it up where there's all the lyrics, though. That's pretty weird. And let's see what else is in it. No photos. No photos. Gatefold. It's still a white album, and it's still very nice. About a VG Plus jacket. Not much discoloration on the jacket. I'm thinking a $55 start. A few weeks ago, we had an absolute pristine one. It brought well over 100, not quite 200, but it brought around the $150 mark. It was complete and pristine. Nice vinyl, Obi, $55 start, white album. Pretty much not any extras because the poster's been chopped up or something. Phil Collins is at $45. Now, we had duets. That's So to Rami Lou, and then Victoria, you were second. On that record cover, have you ever seen covered up Simon's face with a few fingers and seen Garfunkel's long mustache? You have completely lost me. We have Ringo Starr, Old Wave. This was $54.99. Now it's half off. That's $27.50 for Ringo Starr, Old Wave, $27.50. And that is an 83 German pressing, $27.50. Them Poems. This is Them Poems and Things, Mason Williams on VJ, $10. That's in shrink wrap, recorded live at the Land of Odin on VJ. Them Poems, Mason Williams. It's in shrink wrap, and it has a VJ inner sleeve. That's kind of desirable by itself. $10 on Mason Williams, $10 on that. And Gordon Lightfoot, Old Dan's Records, signed by David Bromberg. Wow. A Dale autograph mixed in the bunch. $10. Gordon Lightfoot, Old Dan's Records, now just $10. Very clean copy. Thomas Hujar wants the Ringo Starr at half off. Anthony's in on the White Album, final call for $55. The Phil Collins, actually Fred Carnell bid first. I'm just now seeing that. Fred Carnell bid first. Anthony, you're out. Shannon has the high bid on Phil Collins for $45. That is a final call. Ooh, wow. The Uptown Rhythm Kings. That is $7.50. The Uptown Rhythm Kings. We have Snooky Pryor, Snooky. That is sealed for $11.50. $11.50. Range Rats with some very cool paperback, Western paperbacks on the cover. The half-off price is $17.50. That's from 2010. $17.50 on that. Dale Shannon, Runaway Hits. Dale Shannon is $10. Dale Shannon, Runaway Hits. That is now $10. Thomas Hujar wants SP, Snooky Pryor. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. Anthony, do you want back in on the White Album? If so, you can go ahead and bid. Or if you say out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Fred, unless somebody else bids in the meantime. David Ray, Slewfoot, $12.50 for David Ray, Slewfoot. $12.50. Has a promo strip at the bottom. Burt Jordan wants Dale Shannon. Jason E., you were second. Burt was first to that. Sonny Rhodes, Disciple of the Blues. Sonny Rhodes is $12.50. $12.50 on that. Also, Paul Simon in concert, live rhyming, $10. Paul Simon, live rhyming Simon, $10. Michael Nath on Sonny. That's sold to Michael Nath. Lillian put Ford Light. Ford Light. Maybe she meant Gordon Lightfoot. Lily McCurry. Gordon Lightfoot. The comment reads Ford Light. My best interpretation is Gordon Lightfoot. Sell that to Lily McCurry. Brent Ribley on ST. ST was for, I think, he meant SR for Sonny Rhodes. You were second to that. Michael Swanger third. We got a new bid on the Beatles for $60. Thomas Hujar fourth. Lillian put Ford Light. She means Gordon Lightfoot. And then Victoria Rachel wants Paul Simon. And Range Rats Info with Brian Arrigo. Range Rats Info. That is Range Rats. It's a 2010 pressing. $17.50. Mississippi Records. It's from 2010. I don't know a lot about it. Fred Cole, Tootie, Sten, Louis Samora, Raleigh. It's $17.50. We can go ahead and sell the Phil Collins, though. That is sold way up here to Shannon M. New bidder for tonight. Shannon M gets that for $45. Daniel, you're back on the Beatles. Fred has that at $61 now. Let's put up the Rolling Stones Still Life American Concert 1981. We're going to put this up for just a $25 start. $25 start. The Rolling Stones Still Life Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. It has a Japanese insert with it. And it has a very nice cover with Obi. Awesome gatefold. Pictures of the Stones there. $25 start for that. I'm going to keep all these at half off. Somebody made an offer earlier too on Mason Williams. The half off bin, we usually keep it half off. I usually don't reduce them any more than 50% off. To me, they're already 50% off. They hadn't been shown since September, and these hadn't been shown in a long time. So they're kind of half off right now, and another time they might be in a buy it now best offer bin, but right now we keep them at just half off. Okay, Beatles is at 65 and the Stones is at 27. The Dale Shannon Hit Parade, $10 on the Dale Shannon Hit Parade, 20 superb tracks. If whoever missed out on the other Dale Shannon, or if you want another one. Michelle Shocked. This is Michelle Shocked Live, $10. This is a half off bin. These are already, yes, these are priced as marked. That is the discount price on these. You don't have to pay any more, but they're not going to be any less. They're half off. Okay, let's go back over here and see what we have. Rolling Stones is at 30. Rolling Stones is at 30. Jason E. is going to get the Dale Shannon Hit Parade. Jason, you get that one. Randy Meisner, $10 on Randy Meisner. Does have a saw mark at the bottom. Gatefold, original inner sleeve, $10 on Randy Meisner. Also, Paul Simon. There goes a, boy, this is a nice looking copy. There goes a Ryman Simon. The colors are much different. Super clean vinyl. $10 on that one. Leslie Holt wants MS. Michelle Shocked. That's sold to Leslie. The Beatles just got a new bid for 66, and John Leal is at 30 on the Rolling Stones. So John Leal's at 30 on the Rolling Stones. Josie, you were second, so you've tied them. Fred's back in on the Beatles at 66. Troy Turner, Teenage Blues and Baton Rouge. That is $7.50, another blues record. $7.50 on that. Daniel's out on the Beatles, so Fred, you have that for 66. Final call. Victoria Rachel's is going to get the Simon & Garfunkel. That's sold to Victoria Rachel's. And the Town Criers and the Cool Part of Town. The Town Criers. From 1990, that is now $7.50. Brent Robley gets Troy Turner, TT. Michael Nath was second. The Stones 31, the Stones 33. Cat Stevens, Monobone Jacone. That is $10. That is Cat Stevens. The Trash Can album. $10 on that. And Cat Stevens Back to Earth in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. $8.50 for that. $8.50 for Cat Stevens. We have Rolling Stones 31, Rolling Stones 34, Rolling Stones 34, Rolling Stones 35, Rolling Stones 39. Lillian wants Cat Stevens, and so does Gregory Gasky. Lillian has dibs. She can either get the Trash Can album or she can get the Waterfall album. That's her choice. Gregory, you're second. You can go ahead and let me know which one she wants or which one you want, unless you don't take both of them. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, $5. Collector Records of the 50s and 60s. That's a Lori record label compilation. The 5-disc, Dion and the Belmonts, the Dimensions, the Mystics, the Chiffons, the Jarmels, the Tokens, Bobby Goldsboro, the Skyliners, the Del Satins. That is $5. Lillian wants Cat Stevens, the Trash Can. Gregory wanted both, so Lillian's going to get this one. Gregory, you're going to get that one. And Burt Jordan's going to get the Collector Records. John Leal's at 42 on the Rolling Bones. 42 with John Leal. And now we can go ahead and sell the Beatles to Fred Carnell at $66. Fred Carnell. Josie's back in on the Stones at 60. The Rolling Stones are about to go on another tour. I hope I can go see them down in Atlanta. I think they're playing down in Atlanta in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. I have that on my summer wish list. Bryan Adams, Into the Fire, Japanese pressing. We're going to start this one also just at $25. Bryan Adams, Into the Fire, $25 start on this. Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. It is near mint minus and pristine, $25 start. It has a 2-page Japanese flip. It has the Japanese insert, and that is Bryan Adams, Into the Fire, $25 start. Everything in here is half off sticker. We're going through this bin, possibly one of our last crates tonight. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, VG plus $5. Blue Ridge Rangers with John Fogerty, VG plus $12.50. That's one of John Fogerty's bands other than CCR. And the Uniques, happening now. The Uniques is VG $7.50. This was Joe Stampley's band. The Uniques, that's in VG condition, $7.50. And Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, just $5. It's in VG condition. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, etc. Wayne Carr wants BRR, Blue Ridge Rangers to Wayne Carr, and Homemade Ice Cream, Tony Joe White. VG condition, $12.50. Final call on the Rolling Stones. Josie Sinkbell has that for $45. I'm going to go over here and grab a Monster. I desperately need one, Tanner. Not only just for thirst, but for energy. I guess I'm going to probably end up at, I don't know where I need to go tonight for food. I hadn't decided. Okay, let's see what we have here. All right, Terry Gearhart gets the Paul Simon. Final call to get a lock-in a bid on Bryan Adams for $25. Wow, a Gord's Gold. Now just $7.50. It was already half off because it's in VG condition, half off a normal near mint copy. Now it's half off of the VG, and that is $7.50. Start, Look Around, VG condition, $12.50. We have Status Quo, Rockin' All Over the World. Status Quo is VG plus $7.50. Eric Clapton, featuring Jack Bruce and Ginger Baker, Rockin' on the Road, $17.50. Gregory Gasky gets scored in Lightfoot. Let's go ahead and sell Josie Sinkbell, the Rolling Stones, for $45. Bryan Adams is a $25 buy it now. Michael Nath is getting the Clapton record at half off sticker. Lillian, you were second. The very best of Roy Orbison, no condition notes, on Monument. Oh, Pretty Woman's on here, $8.50. Very clean vinyl. Terry Gearhart gets the Bryan Adams for a $25 buy it now. Sell that to Terry Gearhart, $25 buy it now. August by Eric Clapton, $17.50. August by Eric Clapton, $17.50. Super clean copy. Another Clapton. And Lefty Diaz, Somebody Stole My Christmas, Chicago Blues Festival. It's not a Christmas album. It's a blues album, $10. And Bobby Durham, Where I Grew Up, $7.50. So Terry got Bryan Adams. Brent Robley's going to get the Roy Orbison at half off sticker. Burt Jordan second. Justin Chase third. Lillian first on Eric Clapton. Brent Robley on Lefty. Thomas Sujar second. Michael Swanger third. And then Brent Robley clarified his comment. And that leaves Bobby Durham. That crate's definitely worth a recap. Joshua, I will do some half off records. Or excuse me, I will do some new vinyl. I'll swing a couple crates over here. See if I can find you something you don't already have that you need. And I've got 3 Japanese records left over here in the Japanese bin. I'm going to put them all up at the same time because we are nearing the end of the show, but we still have more stuff to go through. I sold one of these earlier tonight. Here's another one. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, $35 start. Wham, Make It Big, Wake Me Up Before You Go, Careless Whisper, and Dead or Alive, Youthquake, You Spin Me Round Like a Record. You Spin Me Round. Let's do $35 starts across the board. 35, 35, and 35 on those. All are very nice Japanese pressings with obies. Let's go through this bin one more time. Everything in here is half off sticker. We've sold 2/3 of them. I would love to sell the other one. Rich Group needs to put back Eddie and the Cruisers. That's only a $45 restocking fee. We have Dueling Banjos in shrink wrap, $10. $10. Dueling Banjos. That is technically the soundtrack for Deliverance. $10 on Dueling Banjos. John Voight. He don't actually play the music on there. Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere. $10 on Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere. John Eddie, $6.50. Brewer and Shipley, down in L.A., $17.50. Was $34.99, a 68 pressing. Valdi, Landscapes, $7.50. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $12.50. $12.50. Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good, $7.50. Lily McCurry, First to Dueling Banjos. Alex, you were second. Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow, $7.50. Elvis, Legend. This is like the only Elvis record I've shown lately that has not sold. It's in shrink wrap. It has the book. It is only $7.50. And if somebody doesn't buy it, I am shutting down Collectco forever. Somebody better buy it. Lillian just saved everybody. She just saved an entire organization. We have Dueling Banjos. Ron Duffield, you were third. Jason E. gets Chuck Berry. That's sold to Jason E. Elvis is sold to Lillian. Bert Jordan was second. Victoria Rachels is third. Start, Look Around. That must be something in this bin. That was up front, wasn't it? Start. That is sold to Lucas at half off. We have Willie Nelson. If somebody don't start buying some more of these, I'm going to start making threats of shutting down the store again. Willie Nelson is $7.50. In shrink wrap, $7.50. With Ray Price. Chet Atkins is $5. Chet Atkins. The Tokens, Redo Wop, $7.50. Chet Nichols, Time Loop, $12.50 for Chet Nichols. Shakin', Stevens, and Sunsets. Shakin' Stevens, a UK pressing from 1973, $10. Victoria Rachels wants Willie Nelson. Final call to bid on any three of these Japanese pressings. Night Ranger, Wham, Youthquake. Those are $35 starts. $35 starts. I got to shake up this monster. Shakin' Stevens is sold to Thomas Sujar. That's sold to Thomas Sujar. Terry Gearhart's at $35 on Night Ranger. Now we just need a bid on Wham, and we need a bid on Youthquake. That one had a little bit of carbonation to it. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. That was much needed. Thank you for allowing me to take a break. Speed Zone, $10. Soundtrack, some kind of cop on a motorcycle. Royal Crown Review, this is the priciest record in here that hadn't sold. It is now $37.50. It's a 1991 UK pressing. I don't know anything about it, but it is $37.50. The Sixth Great Lake is $15, the Sixth Great Lake. And Rubber City Rebels is $10. Rubber City Rebels, $10 on that. Gilbo is $7.50. The Group Quake, that was a RCA Victor compilation, $10. Bob Seger, The Distance. The only Seger album, I think, the entire night that has not sold, The Distance, $15. $15. And we have The Seldom Seen, After Midnight. That was $7.50. Ooh Wow, The Uptown Rhythm Kings, $7.50. Also, David Ray, Slewfoot, $12.50, promo copy. Let's go ahead and sell these. We have Night Ranger and Wham sold to Terry and Terry for $35 and $35. And that just leaves one album that did not get a bid, Youthquake, Dead or Alive, $35 buy it now. Let's do Range Rats for $17.50. That's the half off price. Them Poems and Things, Mason Williams, $10. Lily McCurry put BC. BC. I'll wait for a correction. Randy Meisner, $10 on Randy Meisner. The Town Criers in the cool part of town, $7.50 for the Town Criers. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, VG Plus $5 on Rod Stewart. The uniques happening now, VG750. She meant Bob Seger. Aha, right here, right in front of me. Maybe that monster will kick in a second. Homemade ice cream, Tony Joe White, VG1250. And then Bobby Durham and Status Quo. Status Quo was $750 and Bobby Durham was $750. Josie Sinkville wants RS. That's Rod Stewart. Those are half off. That's Seeger and Rod Stewart. And that was a second recap of the half off bin. I'm going to mute my mic and go ahead and drink the rest of this monster. And it's gone. Tanner was like, I cannot believe you chugged those like that. It's just like water. Royal Crown Review. It was originally $74.99. It's a 1991 UK, $37.50. Wings, Kings of Gangster Bop. All right, it'll kick in just 30 minutes from now. Yeah, it usually, you're exactly right, but 20, 30 minutes and poof. And I'll probably need to try to go to the gym and then eat and then take my 3-hour nap, and then I'll be back here to price records. That's my schedule for the rest of the night. All right, some of y'all are probably about to go to sleep. I'm just now waking up. Back here, we have Dave Matthews Band live at the Hollywood Bowl. That is a 5 LP box set for $139.99. Dave Matthews Band live at the Hollywood Bowl, September 10th, 2018, $139.99. Kicks, Blow My Fuse. We sold one when the show first started. This is the last one. I knew I had another one laying around somewhere. Pretty sure this is the only one I have left that's on blue vinyl. Kicks, Blow My Fuse, $39.99. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean, $44.99. This has the song Blurry on it. Blurry and She Hates Me. That's their two biggest songs. Puddle of Mud, $44.99 with Blurry. Incubus, A Crow Left of the Murder. Incubus is $39.99. Thin Lizzy, Vagabonds of the Western World, 50th Anniversary Edition, purple vinyl, $49.99. Great stuff here. It's the album remastered on purple vinyl, plus a bonus LP of singles, B-sides, alternate versions, and rarities, $49.99. Thin Lizzy, Slave to the Grind. I cannot believe no one's bought this yet. $44.99. This is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind on orange and black marbled vinyl, $44.99 for Skid Row. Primus, Rhinoplasty. Primus is a 2 LP, $39.99. Primus, Mac Miller is $49.99. That is Mac Miller Circles. Circles by Mac Miller, $49.99. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $28.99. Also has Eyes Without a Face on it, $28.99 for Billy Idol. Rebel Yell, $28.99. Ween, The Pod, Fuscus Edition, $46.99 for Ween, The Pod. That's on colored vinyl, kind of a brown, swirly kind of vinyl. Beck, Sea Change. Beck is $44.99. Also, we have Off, $31.99. I think that's technically self-titled. Off is $31.99. Sparks, A Woofer in Tweeter's Clothing, $39.99. Stacy Metternich, On Late. Stacy gets Billy Idol. That's so does Stacy Metternich. We have Pussifer, Don't Shoot the Messenger EP, opaque gold vinyl, $33.99. Gloria Estefan, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, limited edition of 2,000, numbered copies on white vinyl. And I think, yeah, this came out in 1994. We have number 72 and number 96, low numbers. I don't think this was ever on vinyl. If it is, it's very tough to find. Gloria Estefan from 1994, $38.99. Atomic Rooster, Death Walks Behind You, limited edition of 1,000, numbered copies on clear and black marbled vinyl, $38.99. Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. We have 2 copies left, $54.99. Death Angel is $39.99. Somebody earlier asked about Bill Withers. I don't have any OGs that I know of, but I do have a sealed music on vinyl pressing of Just As I Am. Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone's on there. Grandma's Hands. That is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl. They actually remastered it. It's an exclusive remastered. Steely Dan Gaucho, $36.99. We have another one of those somewhere. Where's the other one? Here's the other one. Let's put both of those together. Steely Dan Gaucho. Michael Bublé Christmas album, $33.99. And not too late to go ahead and buy a Bing Crosby Merry Christmas, $36.99. Melikaliki Mockley. Heather Feather, thank you, Heather Feather, for tuning in. That is a crate of new vinyl. I'm trying to find something for Josh to buy. I don't think there's anything over here he possibly could need, but it's my job to try to at least find him something. So the only auctions that did not sell tonight was Youthquake, and that was a $35 buy it now. Youthquake, Dead or Alive. Actually, it's Dead or Alive is the artist. Took me forever to get that down. Youthquake's the name of the album. Jackson Brown's still available, Running on Empty. That's a $35 buy it now. The only 2 sealed records that did not sell tonight, we sold another 60 or 70 sealed records tonight. The band Jubilation was $375. Purple marbled vinyl from 1998. And then the Kojak record, which was an original sealed book and storybook and record set. It does have a clip corner. That was only $25 for Kojak. And that's pretty much the only 4 items that I put up for auction consideration that did not officially sell. Just those 4. Just those 4. Let's see what's back here in this crate possibly. Let's see what's back here in this crate possibly, just for those late night stragglers that may not know about some of the new vinyl we have in stock. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $49.99. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. We sold a few tonight. I hadn't shown it in a while. I brought it out. Several people didn't know we had it, or they've been waiting to buy one. Lillian wants to do a buy it now on the Kojak for $25. Sell that to Lillian for $25. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $49.99. Also, this was Damn Yankees on red vinyl. That's my last 2 copies, $44.99. Yes, last night we had a lot more people watching last night, and I can tell you why. It was because of one record, Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. If we would have had another one tonight, there would have been 150 more people watching just to see what that record sold for. Because I noticed after we sold that record, about 50 people got off. And I'm sure a lot of other people just curious what else we had. But there was over 400 people watching last night. A lot of them were watching just for that one record to see what it would bring. It's amazing. The Bill Withers record is called it's not called $39.99. Just As I Am. This is his first album. It's pretty tough to find an original for. This is $39.99. Chris, everything in this bin is new sealed vinyl. This is all brand new sealed new stuff. Damn Yankees is a Friday Music audiophile remaster. Originals are very tough to come by. This is a new sealed red vinyl pressing, $44.99. How much did it sell for? It sold for $689. We sold Alice in Chains last night for $689. You sold all the Rain and Falls, did your wait list. We actually had another box of new vinyl. I had 25 copies. We had 35 total. I got 10 more behind the counter. So I ordered more last night, but a lot of people on the waiting list automatically got one because I found another 10 copies that was in another box. But if anybody wants on that waiting list, let me know. Black Sabbath, $33.99. Michael Nath wants a Rainer Frog if he can get one for this week. You got it. We'll make a note. That's a new, those are behind the counter. That's a new release, a new issue that comes out this week. Alice in Chains, Rainer Frog. This is Black Sabbath Remastered, their debut album, $33.99. Tomorrow is going to be just as crazy. If y'all didn't see it earlier, here's a stack of sealed stuff that technically I advertised for tonight, but I needed a little bit more time to research. But this is some stuff for tomorrow that we're going to be doing for sure, and then I'm going to add to it. This is about, 20 records? There's going to be about 40 more tomorrow, but just as good stuff again tomorrow. The Kinks, Arthur, a very desirable Kinks album, that is sealed. George Harrison is sealed, and what made me show these is there's a Black Sabbath sealed. These are all going to be sold tomorrow. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled. I think that's OG. With this hop sticker, and it's a textured cover. Also, Italy. Excuse me, not Italy. It's an Italian pressing. You can't really confirm without opening it. I already know this one, but I wanted Paul and John to look at it to maybe see if they caught something I didn't to help identify it. But that is Pink Floyd Metal, Townes Van Zandt, the Beatles, Magical Mystery. And man, the more I've kind of looked at this one, I still don't really know, but I'm going to figure it out. Moby Grape with the original cover, with the original middle finger, and it has the poster. It's sealed, and you can see the poster on the back. I think that's really cool. You can see the poster. That is pricey. One with a hop sticker sold for $500-something recently on eBay. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, that's a 70s, that's a Super Savers reissue, but it is sealed. Nice looking Hendrix here. Very tough to determine the pressing of this one. I have a feeling it's a single tone, but man, it's nice either way. It's a beautiful sealed copy of Axis, Bold as Love, Zappa, Creamed Israeli Gears, David Bowie, Buckingham Nicks, and Bob Dylan with the hop sticker. Contains, now, as we know, I think most of the 2 Eyes had the poster, but I have had some repress labels with the poster as well. I hadn't looked up all these catalog numbers, but I knew that was going to take a little bit extra time. So that's just the beginning of some of the stuff that's going to be leftover stuff for tomorrow, and then we're going to add to that. So John Young says it's not a 2-eye. John Young is just playing reverse psychology with you. He's just playing reverse psychology. Okay, so Michael Nath got on the Rainer Frog waiting list. Brent Robley also wants one if we have one on hand. Scott Sneed wants on the waiting list. Jerry Stone wants on the waiting list. And the Ramones. I'll try to find that tomorrow. There is so much great stuff. There is so much great stuff we hadn't got to yet from that collection. The Donnas is $38.99. American Teenage Rock and Roll Machine, $38.99. And the Donnas turned 21. Hopefully John Young's going to help us out, and he's going to let me know which pressing this Magical Mystery Tour is. I don't know if he's going to help me out or not. I sent him pictures of it earlier. He may not help me out. I hope he does. The Donnas Get Skin Tight, $38.99. $38.99. Lillian also wants on that list. The Donnas is $39.99. The Darkness is $31.99. The Darkness is $31.99. Death Angel, Act 3, $39.99. Picard is $44.99. Depends if he wants it more. That's what I was thinking. He's like, well, if he tells me it's a 67 OG, then it's going to get really expensive, right? $28.99. Oingo Boingo, $28.99. This is Nothing to Fear, limited edition of 500 on brown and white vinyl. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $31.99. We have Pink Floyd, The Later Years, $49.99. Pink Floyd, The Later Years. Did I see Jerry Stone comment earlier? Jerry Stone's up at midnight. It's 1 a.m. in North Carolina. Jerry Stone must be on some kind of break or something. Kiss, Psycho Circus, $49.99. Psycho Circus, Kiss, $49.99. Arrested Development, $39.99. Arrested Development, $39.99. Also, now that's what I call Halloween, $29.99. There's about 6 other sealed Beatles records in that collection. They all have punch holes. There's a punch hole Yellow Submarine, a punch hole Beatles story. Something else. There's a couple other ones. Becky Lerner wants AD, Arrested Development. That's sold to Becky Lerner. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King on gold vinyl. $54.99 for Savatage. Let me put this Halloween over here with the other Halloween. Let's see here. We won't need those for a while. I mean, it's still a great compilation. It's got great music on it. I've said that before. It's got Rob Zombie and Blue Oyster Cult and NXS and Warren Zevon and Oingo Boingo and the Monster Mash. That's definitely a Halloween song. But Nina Simone, Donovan, Run DMC. There's a couple in there that's not like really, I mean, it's kind of like just great music. Macho Man Randy Savage. There's another one over here. This bin in the back right is a putback bin, non-payment that we've went through 2 or 3 times now. Let's see here. Was there another Macho Man Randy Savage? I thought there was. Maybe not. Boingo is $46.99. The punch holes are Apple. Yes, the punch holes are definitely not first pressings. I've had those before. Those are the ones that Alan Klein went to jail over. Defiance, Void Terra Firma, $39.99. Steve Earle, $26.99 the hard way. $26.99 for Steve Earle. Destruction, Mad Butcher, $44.99. Duran Duran Pop Trash, $39.99. Jerry Garcia, Merle Saunders, $31.99. Overkill, $33.99. Overkill, WFO, The Years of Decay. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $44.99. Pearl Jam Versus, $31.99. And Soundgarden Screaming Life, $33.99. $33.99. All right, I think is this crate is the Macho Man. This is some of the newest stuff we have here. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, The Descendants. Lots of people's asked about this one, The Descendants. We have Everything Sucks for $28.99, and we still have that album somewhere or another, Summary. But there's those. There's a Duran Duran. I've got several Duran Duran, Pop Trash, Girls and Boys. What else is in here? Extreme. Ozzy. Let me put those with the other Ozzies. Vince Sevenfold, Journey. There's Screaming Life. There's another Screaming Life, Soundgarden. Anybody have any last request? I'm just going to put the crate that I had up here to start the show, which was a crate of new vinyl, which is right here. And I'm going to run through this very, very quickly. And final call, just to make any last request. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time at 7 o'clock. Heart list, Zep list, Sabbath list, Iron Maiden list. I'm not for sure what that means. And now Kenny Wayne Shepherd, $39.99. That was Trouble Ed. James Edition is Nothing Shocking You from auction still available. Yes, it should be in this bin right here. Did somebody want it that messages? That's the person. Okay. Tanner told me somebody messaged the page. It should be right here. It should be right here. It's $31.99. So, let's see here. We have, I didn't show these. We got a restock. This is something that came in yesterday that I didn't get to show. Division Bell. We sold a sealed copy earlier tonight for $255. This is a new remaster. It's only $49.99. $49.99. This is $49.99, the Pink Floyd Division Bell. We have Ramones, Road to Ruin, $31.99 for Road to Ruin. The Doors, Soft Parade, $31.99. Top Gun, $28.99. I got to put a sticker on that. $28.99 on Top Gun. Black Sabbath, that's a live unofficial, $44.99. Oh, I just lost my feed. No, if you want that, just say Jane's Addiction sold. Black Sabbath, that's a live concert from 1970, $44.99. Shannon, Tom Petty. I've got a whole crate of Tom Petty if you want to see some titles. Top Gun Maverick, that's the newest film. What a great movie. We went to the theaters and seen that 6, 7. I think I've seen it 7 times, and Seth went and seen it 8. And I think I don't know how many times. We went to the IMAX. We saw it here in Lebanon, IMAX, twice. It was a great movie. Daniel, did you ever go see it? Yeah, we went and seen it, didn't we? Top Gun, man. Whew, I got goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Let me grab a few Tom Petty's. I've got most of Tom Petty's discography in stock on new LPs. So, let's see here. We have, was Jane sealed? Yes, these are all new and sealed. Jane's Addiction is a Rhino vinyl, new sealed, $31.99. Any Phil Oakes or Ray Wiley Hubbard? No to either one. And we have the Smiths, The World Won't Listen. This is $46.99. $46.99. Yes, it is sealed. Jane's Addiction is sealed, $31.99. I think he does want that. Maverick was a great movie. Yes, this was fantastic. This Smiths album I had never seen before. Like, didn't even know it existed, to be honest with you. $46.99. The World Won't Listen. I had 2 copies. We've sold 1. What else did I skip over? Ramones. Pink Floyd, Ramones, Doors, Black Sabbath, Maverick, The Smiths, The Breeders' Last Splash, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage Remastered, $31.99. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, $31.99. Madonna, Under the Covers, $39.99. The Ramones, Leave Home, $31.99. The Pixies, Doolittle, $31.99. Deftones, Adrenaline, $31.99. Another Black Sabbath live, Tokyo Heaven. These got some interesting covers. They're They're unofficials. They got very interesting covers, but they are live Black Sabbath concerts. That is $44.99. They're on colored vinyl. The Breakfast Club, $33.99. Joshua, mission accomplished. We have found a record for Joshua. He takes the Deftones Adrenaline. That's so to Joshua. Wicked, $39.99. Also, U2, the Joshua Tree. I need to put a sticker on that. That is a 2LP remastered, $46.99. Also has a book with it. Black Sabbath Live Evil. We sold an original pressing of this last night. Here's a box set, the 4LP. First time it had ever been reissued. They did it as a box set, $119.99. Very nice. Urban Cowboy on blue vinyl, $38.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core, $31.99. White Light, White Heat, that's a half-speed master for done at Abbey Road, $36.99. Nirvana is $56.99, 45 RPM. That plays at a 45 RPM. The Smiths is $39.99, self-titled. And White Pony, another Deftones, $39.99. So here's the Tom Petty records we have in stock. If you want one, just comment the name of the album. You don't have to comment Tom Petty because it will get very confusing. Just comment the name of the album. I hadn't shown these in a long time. Long After Dark, $38.99. Long After Dark. Southern Accents, $38.99. Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99. Damn the Torpedoes, $38.99. Echo is $39.99. And The Last DJ is $39.99. Those are all Tom Petty. Let me see what else I have. Last DJ, Echo, Into the Great Wide Open, Damn the Torpedoes, Southern Accents. Also, we have You're Gonna Get It, Hard Promises, Hypnotic Eye, Let Me Up, and the self-titled first album. Nope, that's You're Gonna Get It again. So that's all. We actually have a crate over here next to Taylor Swift. We got 2 bins of Taylor Swift, a whole bin of Tyler Childers, popular country Americana artist. There's Tom Petty. There's You're Gonna Get It. It's $28.99. Hard Promises is $38.99. There's another Long After Dark, $38.99. Hypnotic Eye is $39.99. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough, and another You're Gonna Get It. That's what we have in stock. I need to order some Wildflowers. I think I have a Full Moon Fever on the way, and I have a Mojo on the way. I knew that was a couple I'm missing, and I'm missing the first one. I'm missing self-titled. I'm missing a few there. We usually keep his entire discography in stock. Tom Petty, one of our best sellers. All right, final calls. So one more time on Petty. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. You're Gonna Get It. Hypnotic Eye. Long After Dark. Hard Promises. Last DJ. Echo. Damn the Torpedoes. Into the Great Wide Open. That's a tough one to find an original of. Southern Accents. And that's what's available. I need to put a price tag on that. No price on that one. It's $38.99 though. I'm going to end the feed there. Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. We're going to go ahead and start getting ready for stuff tomorrow. John will be off tomorrow, so just Paul tomorrow pricing new auctions. That means most of our vintage stuff tomorrow is going to be from discount bins. Let's see here. Sean put Black Sabbath live from 70. That was the Luciane concert. I get what you're saying now. This is so to Sean Fairweather right here. Lausanne. Not for sure how to say that, but it is $44.99. That's a cool cover. Looks very Black Sabbathy. Black Sabbathish. Black Sabbathy. All right. Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Thank you, Sean, for that last minute purchase. And I'm going to figure out more about that Tokyo concert. And I'm probably going to get something to eat and start working on more records. I love going through these sealed records. It's a challenge. Researching these sealed records is truly a challenge. I mean, some of these, like this Frank Zappa, I spent probably 10 minutes on this one and I couldn't figure out. This Frank Zappa here, from 1986, pretty much to 1972, whenever it first, 1970, it does have some water damage on the inside. It's got some hidden. These looked exactly the same for like 16 years, like 8 different pressings, and they all look exactly the same. So some of these we can't really say. Starting tomorrow, we may have some that Paul marks. It's either a 1970 through a 1986. We don't know. And that's maybe how we have to sell some of these. So, and I was looking at price. Sometimes it really tough to say. I mean, a lot of them are around the same price anyway. So, all right. Let me know on the Hendrix. The Hendrix is going to be auctioned tomorrow. The sealed Hendrix, Joshua, that will be definitely auctioned tomorrow. All those that I just showed, those will be auctioned. Those are all auctioned tomorrow. Those will be auctioned tomorrow, 100%. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We're signing off. Thanks, everybody. One last thank you. Good night. See y'all tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. See you then.